Yeah, so I'm working on indie game as a solution currently. It's high concept. It's about an android discovering the beauty and brutality of nature.
You have to talk about
It's a little bit like talk. Yeah, it's has flying and it's very abstract in some ways. But have you heard of Outer Wilds or some yeah, it's kind of like a natural sim, but it's a game about curiosity. Are you organizing?
Yeah, pretty
I did Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. There were really good talks on Monday and Tuesday. Like, kind of like more engineering focused talks, so that was good. And then just like look at other stuff like audio, showcases.
Are you visiting?
I am, yeah. Sort of.
I didn't hear it.
Sorry. No, she's having a lot of fun. Did you go to the you didn't.
Yeah, well, especially if you're dealing with I just had that.
So I actually work with
I think that's one of the things. I think one win on that one is like a lot of that's where this
it's like heating up the spot.
I'm very glad that
In GDC?
actual.
So there were like very good talks about NVIDIA, so they have this thing called like mega geometry. They're like they're like I wanted to do that ray tracing, and then there's like a very good talk about like how they don't use like make ray tracing. There was like some other talks about AMD, just like GPU systems, design, and it's like more than stuff like that.
Can you tell me your CPU?
They made the GPUs able to like schedule their own work without using CPU. So they have to follow it on top. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I think that's gonna be, I mean, it seems like they want to compete with NVIDIA in this space.
Yeah, I think many NVIDIA.
So you're saying what do you guys think? Masterpiece?
Site will fill out social media, but the most important part of the expert quality is the developers
And your clients are more mostly like devs or like sellers?
For like
Developers and API.
exactly.
this paper is
Biggest place in money?
just such a comprehensive thing. You really should see that this is what get leads.
That is why we talk about so argument is what you said. It's like take one step back and like one step higher.
I work now for a company called Data we have like this camera systems to like on the edges of like infractions. Like traffic violations, we put those on buses, Ohio City.
Then they
Initiative.
introduce you to what the
Oh,
science
wait,
is.
so I think it's on our too about like the Is that your company?
Well, we're in New York, so it's like from here, we're still not in New York. But soon enough, I mean, it goes through a human reaching process that we have. Yeah, there's always a human in the back. I mean, it goes through a human revision, like stage at the end. Yeah, we're trying not to. But like all the other parts of the system is very useful because how it usually works is like you got the SFMTA and a little taxi thing, and they have to look at the cars, mark them, like come around again, see if they move to like issuing directions. So you can do all that with like buses are constantly running. Like, so you know the car has been here for like 2 to 5 minutes already, so we can issue. They're pretty good. Yeah. There is, like, it's mostly, I mean, you work with like metropolitan agencies, like
We use LLMs for
like the
audience
city.
intelligence. We use LLMs for the co-pilot and helping people shop.
It is cool. It's like very hard to get into that because
Yeah,
I mean, you do need
that's the other
the
good part about it.
relationships and the connections. And like get going.
They put a lot of effort, a lot of labor of coordinated work when it comes down to actually writing this out.
Imagine that there's
Not that one part.
Yeah, there's like thinking machines.
Yeah.
Things like you mesh
One part is AI generated, right? Human software becomes more valuable.
obviously the big labs.
That's the thesis of the piece.
Stable distribution. There are many. There are many. You should find a lot of problems. There was actually a very good software that is great. It's like a lot of the data we have.
Looking forward to your talk. And I'll tell you out of the practice.
What's that?
I'll tell you now. Okay, practice.
Still, there's not enough data.
Yeah, we'll do that for sure. Hey, I'm John.
John, I'm Connor. Nice to meet you. I'm a solo developer and VJ.
Awesome.
Have you heard of VJs or VJs?
Virtual DJs?
Yeah, basically, making audio after visuals for like live performances with DJs or sometimes making music as well.
Okay, nice. Do you do a lot of the shows too?
Yeah. Something I started recently actually, but I'm based in Boston and I've done stuff in Boston and New York. Mostly in Unreal Engine using shaders. So mixture like pre-rendered visuals and also live rendered visuals. And a little bit of live coding, like the different formats. But, yeah, it's a lot of, like my size, a lot of natural
There's still not enough like
systems and like just showcasing that with the music and kind of working with the musician.
hopefully it'll be
A lot more on the visual side.
Yeah, definitely a lot more of the visual side.
I mean, we're not, I think
Yeah.
we're not getting
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of new things that I'm excited. I've heard of in green space. Yeah, we met in Boston actually, and then after BGC.
Okay, great.
How about you? Tell me about yourself.
Well, founder of Masterpiece X today.
Alright.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
I live like
What are you hoping to see and
I see super
become, or what kind of creative processes are you looking for, hopeful for?
Yeah, I mean, we try to make it easy for developers to
Yeah, this was like really
so that'd be
What about you?
you live for clients and browsers and stuff like that to people who want to build stuff. So I love to see people be able to make some really cool apps and solve it
Okay.
Yeah.
Since when?
Yeah.
I have
Well, I look forward to meeting some of the other and helping our right time.
That's very cool. Well, I hope to see that you build some cool 3D apps or maybe
Yeah.
something for your DJing, you know, something
Yeah.
where you can create some generative elements
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah.
I think that could be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think VJing definitely has a lot of applications with live generative art. It's very popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I know I haven't really seen so much AI in Unreal Engine so much yet, and I think there'd be a lot of cool connection just with because Unreal has a lot of procedure generation, all that stuff. But I think if you could connect it with AI, it could be very powerful, but also a lot more accessible for sure. I mean, I'm sure if you know, you have that's probably your vision in mind. Yeah, this. Yeah, I'm just surprised that Unreal hasn't really done that because I know like Unity has some like built-in AI stuff, but
But we do have we have some example code in Unity. So the same task is
okay. Okay, I might take a look then.
I need to go grab one of these things.
Okay, great.
I'll see you soon.
Yes.
Well, I guess like 14 months ago, like there was like a bench, and
Just see if it can do it. Create a video and upload it.
We've been like see
That's exactly what he's going to do. Like if they install it,
It's obviously like a huge purchase.
a lot more nerdy. LA is very
I used to live in Miami. That's close enough.
yeah. So you don't have to
Yeah.
there's definitely a lot more like in LA as well.
That's fine, but it's
It's more
Alternative, how would you describe it?
yeah.
I can't say it's unique.
But
I mean,
Way back.
how does it make you feel when you
it makes you feel like weird. The artwork that I see now, it's expressing your experience rather than expressing what is supposed to
That's the worst.
So you would play
You know, if you go to an event at Google or like Facebook, I don't know
Been going to New York.
yeah, back then, but this was 2014. Like Twitter would
you would like a series to serialize images and everything.
network events. So,
This is I'm from Boston, and I feel like it's similar, maybe not as perfect. A lot of events, maybe like academic hosted
Oh yeah,
events,
so generic environments from text. That's
community
possible.
hosted events.
That makes sense. So what's the use case of that?
Yeah, there's some community maybe a bit more intimate, cozy than I can imagine.
Did you go to school there?
No, I recently graduated, went to Johns Hopkins University, computer science. And then, yeah, I work now as a solo developer and a VJ. Yeah, so basically, a VJ is like a DJ, but with visuals and like making audio graphics.
that's all I got.
And my name is Connor, by the way.
Nice to meet you. Mario.
Mario?
Yeah. Were you here for GDC?
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah. How do you like it?
Yeah, cool. This year was cool. Met some smaller developers that are really inspired by and made some I guess got answers to some very key questions I think that I was thinking about just about game development.
I saw a lot of like indie dev summits, but I just didn't go to any of them. But yeah, that would have been like, I work mostly like technical talks.
Like kind of like graphics kind of technical.
GPU system, design, programming, ray tracing.
Okay, you didn't go to like the Batman one maybe?
I went to the WUCOM.
Yeah, I really wanted to see that one. That's so cool.
Yeah. That's cool. That was cool. I think the video ones were better because like what I felt like with the WUCOM one, right? I feel like they like didn't go into the details of how it worked. It's just like it's like a level above, right? It's like okay, we're using this raster from NVIDIA. Like why? What does raster even mean? You know? It was like all about like higher level power. At least the movie. It was so cool. I mean, it's a great time to just like experiment with like full races, like games and interactive fights.
Then did you go to GDC?
I did. I was there on Thursday. UTC was worse than GDC. It was, well, I mean, UTC was worse. UTC was like, I didn't like it at all. Yeah. UTC is like a big marketing ploy by NVIDIA, basically. It's like all marketing materials in talks. GTC.
Oh, GTC. Oh, GTC.
That's not good. I bought out 58.
Were you at GTC? No, I didn't go to
There might be like better positions. Yeah.
No, just like
That's really cool because
my
every night
product is so fun.
when I need to
Or at least like I've been going to
What's the signal that you're looking for from the person?
That's a lot of savings right there.
Like Ram Sleek, you can just
it was
measure
the
like
company was
the
called
delta when it comes to the height. How do you differentiate between deep sleep, full sleep, during the night?
This is like the best company. Until he retired and
More comprehensive, you don't have to watch
oh, I couldn't hear the passenger. I think it was my first exposure to
It's cardiology.
first time.
All the data that we have on
Still not sorry. I remember that.
how you can manage how you playing
I loved it. I kept
have you seen like the history of all the VR goggle development where it's like it used to be like a giant TV screen on your head?
Oh yeah, like it also looked like an arcade.
Yeah. It was fun. Yeah, it was like how do you even feel comfortable with that on your head? Because it was like this giant arcade.
Yeah.
That size.
I thought, I still do some for like exercise training because you can do the learn as much interaction then. So
Angle is just a stream video. That's way better. I feel like they're still not there for me to like adopt on a daily basis. I mean, for games, sure, right? Like, I don't game that much, but like a couple hours, it's doable. But I still don't see it as like a daily interface, like your phone, right?
yeah, it's not pocket size. It's not crazy video.
No, you just read my
I
frame.
mean, it's a jump from being attached to the computer to having like a surface here that's set, but it's still not the same as I would like to take my phone and I have like all the information.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to several people and they seem to be like averse to like visual information. So they feel like the next headset, whatever, like smart glasses, whatever we have next, should be like wholly audio based or like straight to your brain. Like, thank you guys. Which is like, okay, like you're living in like 20.
Yeah. It's hard to unlearn. It's a process of learning. You need to like open up space to absorb information, do the thing, and absorb the thing, and all of a sudden, like that thing comes out to you, but you unlearn the thing.
In a perfect world, like, it's just, yeah, connecting to, like, building neural pathways, yeah, it's still a lot of potential that you really have to study it for a long
With the
time.
tennis playing. Like with the ball.
Yeah, that's a long time. There's a lot of people a lot about the brain, how it functions, how physics happens.
I mean, I do have a lot of like unuseful information.
Yeah.
Make some space.
You think about like people who are neurodivergent. I don't know, maybe I don't know about the brain feeling so much.
You know, you have like maybe
No, I'm not sure I would
because you kind of like just really see it. I guess so. It's like the background of like stage. You know what was that? Like,
They show the cork and maybe a little piece of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That eliminates actually the
What type of games are you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
So indie games, so
Yeah.
yeah, right now I'm working on a single player game about
Okay, so can I
nature-based,
Yeah.
but it's also it's highly stylized.
I don't think that's.
I can just show you. I'm just thinking others too.
That's
You have a trailer here.
Yeah, dude, actually, I just launched a trailer for DC.
Yeah, it's
try to do something simple and quick so I can work on it. But I mean, we're gonna
If you're curious, read
Yeah. I was like trying to. I mean, I like spend like last day connecting with like independent studios
Yeah.
to see what's up there.
I think so. I forget what it's called. It's called like World something like that.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. I think it's just
Very short.
It was in
yeah, the kids are the headsets.
I might just use my LiDAR for my phone. I don't know. I don't know how to do that though.
Yeah, it's easy. Polycam.
I have Polycam, but then what do you do with it? Oh, Blender, yeah. Or like Semaphore. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I guess you're right. It's complicated. But I guess it looks good. Work on this wake play. Blue light. Yeah, it helps you wake up in the morning. Really? Yeah, that's it uses blue light.
That's cool. And is the thing really kind of blind? Or like,
There's a bunch of different lights.
echolocation.
High lux count, high brightness. It does use sound as well.
What did you use to, did you make all the monsters?
Yes, so except for the character, I'm working on that currently.
Yeah, I just said
But yeah, I found some cool tools and I'm more interested in like some other pretty quickly, and especially like the foliage.
So it helps you wake up faster, it helps you kind of reduce grogginess. It's really for me to wake up early before the sun rises, so I can get like
So there's like maybe two reasons maybe. One is maybe just for Steam searchability, it's the only game with the word omnivore. But then also there's like philosophy behind it, so that there's kind of like a binary type choice in the game where you can it's kind of like attractive nature, so either be an omnivore, eating everything, consumer of all, or be an omnivore, being more live a balanced diet by following an omnivore's rule. Because the game is about balance, and you're really powerful, so you can either be very destructive or be theistic of your environment.
Does the biome change as you like consume certain
Reminds me of Star Wars. Yeah, you can become a Sith or a Jedi, depending on how you act. Yeah, you like become darker and more familiar. And you only get access to power, so you behave in a way that's end up having access to something and access.
Is that like the Force Unleashed or something?
It's you are a character and you move through the storyline.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what game it is.
I don't know if I can do it. What do you extra?
It's a series. It's a series.
Yeah, it's like a immersive thing. I know there's other games like Infamous, maybe or like. That's a very similar game.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's like a
So what's the name of your like game where you go through the trajectory?
like a linear game, or like an immersive
You
sim.
move through the story as like a
I
character.
forget what it's called. I do have one. Yeah.
I don't know, like a.
Yeah,
I think that one has
I think
that.
it's my real color.
Let's see.
That's a classic.
Well, yeah, I remember because I played it when I was growing up. So
Okay, yeah, it's Polycam. Yeah, okay, I have that.
Okay, yeah,
Maybe
that's
how to
right
put a
from
Polycam would be good in that, right?
But that's the same dynamic of you becoming good or evil, of course.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of
Did you know the program was
justice system, something like that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, something I think should be explored more, because I think a lot of times it's like just binary or weird.
Yeah.
They should bring that back. Fallout.
Oh yeah,
Does it have like a comment system as well?
Yeah, karma system, that's exactly it, karma. Yeah, the powers is really real. I think like, yeah, Bloodborne has something similar, but with like positive power. So it's like knowledge, the more you know, the worse it gets.
The more you know, the worse it gets.
Yeah, and it's like cosmic, it's like Cthulhu, you don't wanna know about it, or else you're going to go crazy. Right?
Yeah. That's cool. That's what I was thinking of doing, but
I think that we need more of our games. Like, that's just cosmic power. It's not just like an aesthetic, like it's creepy. It's like insanity.
So I guess this was.
Yeah,
That seems
what brought you
easier.
here? How did you get into
GDC.
I don't know.
GDC or GDC?
I'm just curious how you got into such a you side.
Oh, I work in robotics and
Oh, yeah.
simulation and stuff like that. So that's like a bit of computer vision. So we're doing it for like gaming. I was there for like environmental jobs, purely animated. And I said I work with like some video feeds and see what they're like. Real life, I can use some software. Yes, you would be way better off actually training like models and simulate a lot of the data that we use. So So that's why I was there. But yeah, other than
You
networking,
get transformed that depth perception, right? Yeah. That's the best part about it. Depth perception.
it's like an expo for
Depth perception would be able to, like a blender would be able to use that word factor desensitize to come up with a proper re-rendering. So it'll actually your camera based on the speed at which you're integrating your it'll actually take like
It was my first time, yeah.
Not like
It was my first time. I'm not going again. If it's gonna be like that,
yeah, this is like social
the
media.
whole thing is like that.
Or not like a video game.
Oh, yeah.
You can like render continuously.
I'm excited. There's like a few titles that I want to play. Like full rig
Probably
spacing.
work
So
on
it
the
should be fun. It should be fun.
converting CAD models into like interactive representations of things. That's something because that's like really really adding in. So I work on real estate marketing. So I think it's a true value.
I might try that one.
To actually
Might try
manipulatable rendering
Indiana Jones.
homes or plans
There's
or
a new
whatever
one.
project you want to build.
Apparently it has a very good score and very good.
Residential, commercial, all of them. Like we're platforming deals.
So that one,
whether they're
I'm not
commercial
that into
or factories or whatever.
It's a
So
normal.
what we want to do is to increase the chances of going through.
Exactly. So I'm not into that. I'm very into like old school
Chances
like
of that
PC
deal
games.
going
So
through
like there's like a
both
Half-Life
borrower is
remake
way
on
better
RTX
supposed to make more money.
that I'm very excited for. Like I hope they really
And
release
it's
it.
not just a cat.
So I want to try that.
Actually,
It's like Half-Life was like my favorite game like growing up.
That's something which is
So
truly
they have that like fully
actually
rated.
add like a lot of real life value in
Yeah.
increasing
I remember like Half-Life 2 like was like
So maybe that's the thing.
such a jump in like graphics. The graphics were so fucking good.
It's the same.
We started playing.
If it's not going to happen, probably going to work back on my stuff.
Half year, like it's about 4 months ago.
Yeah.
I don't think the Black Mesa. I'm trying to figure out what order we played it in. Black Mesa.
But it's like Half-Life, Black Mesa.
Okay.
Black Mesa is like a different perspective from the scientists and the people that work there already. It's like I don't really know what you play, but it's like one of the people, one of the workers on the place. Like Half-Life 1 is just like you're Gordon Green, like a physicist, like protagonist. And then you have like Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2, something. There's like DLC that I don't remember the name. There's some Half-Life 2
For good reason, yeah.
with
They have
commentary.
access, like that's one of the cool things. Is just
Like,
see VOD,
like some
how much
cutscenes and
of a
developer
game-changing
commentary.
event or product
And then there's,
was
like,
so,
Alex.
The reason is because they are.
And then there's, like,
the
three
amount of
wishes.
data that they have to train.
Is it like
I mean, yeah.
They spent 60
political, like internal issues or something? I don't know.
I don't know, like nobody knows. Like that's a whole mystery, like what's going on. I think they just wanna jump in technology that is so big that it's like probably not gonna be there
Yeah,
here.
and similar I think for like the last year. It's like when DeepSeek said that they trade for $6 million. You did not trade.
I think so. I mean, that's the only reason I can think of. Like, why not release another Half-Life? It has such a good story, like it already has like a fan base. Like, why are we not releasing this? Like, it has to be that. It has to be that we want to make it like,
Awesome.
mind-blowing game.
100%. I like when I'm actually doing this work. Gemini is awesome. It's like a million, 1 million
Why all the games? They don't make any.
continuous persistence of information from like the first chat to the last one, especially if you're not prompting it properly.
Very, very
And it's free.
very well crafted.
And like the API is like 10, like what, 10 cents for a million tokens or no, 40 cents for a million. 40 cents for a million tokens. Insane. I could not agree more. I love it. Yeah, I just want to say like 40 cents for a million.
That's very interesting. 'Cause I feel like they're not making games because they already make so much money.
Yeah, maybe
But
that's why.
Steam, I'm like, it's like,
Yeah, maybe like a place.
I think it's like a very missed opportunity. You could have like released like two.
And I see why you're building agents companies because I'm building an agents company, I know for
You should
sure.
say like,
Oh, they released Alex, so they released Alex. That counts. That
And
counts.
also, Gemini Flash is super fast. And third, which is very important, is that even 2.0 Flash has function calling, has tool calling, has dynamic switching.
Oh yeah, they're
You can do multi-threaded queries.
very busy.
Like there's some really cool stuff. I
Like
love
for
it.
almost a decade, like making all other games. Like they bought
Massive
Doom,
one.
they released like Fallout 4 and there's like Starship. That's some big like they have like the online like other scrolls, so that's like a and then follow on. So that's like a constant stream of work that you need to maintain, right? Like, it's not that you can release an online game and that's it, just forget about it, right? You need to support that over the years, right? Keep it engaging. So they totally get it. Yeah. But Valve, not so much.
Some animators that probably I can remember. So wait, who's better? Because eventually, that's like this. They're working on like multiple
It would be like monetized.
characters and
I wouldn't say that we have.
and all the multiplayer games get confused in my head. The one with doing that.
Right. Overwatch.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Those are.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where, and I was trying to think more about so I don't really want to work with there's just like a lot of names that I did it.
Yeah, me too. I prefer like story-based games, RPGs, single player. It's just like multiplayer is like dynamic. You don't put as much effort into crafting the world. I used to play a lot of Dota. Like the Warcraft 3 mod, not Dota 2. Oh, and that's like the best. That's like competitive games. It's like StarCraft, right? Yeah, like Dota is like twice as competitive. 10x.
Oh, but CSGO.
Yeah. CSGO. But not, I don't think as competitive. It's like in Dota you need to manage so many things. There's more, like way more thought put into it versus like CSS like more like quick reaction. I think there's like less planning and more like there's planning, but it's more like quick reaction to it. Kind of the
I mean, I think
more console variables.
So there's just like a home here with some videos, but then we've got like everything you need from guides to like examples.
What page do you want me to send me your
Sure.
Unfortunately, all of them they want. So this is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's reality now.
It's like a yes or
I think maybe it's mostly like
I'm just saving them for like if there's like a, someone to meet someone and they have like 5 seconds.
yeah,
I mean, that's fine.
like sustained attention. Yeah, it's his lab, yeah. How do you know Adam Gonzalez?
Or the
Oh, really? Okay. That's so cool.
So human dependent.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own way of doing it.
Yeah, you're supposed to avoid this, and then you
Big problem. Everyone has their own way of doing it.
No, you said the
No
No, so when this fills out, you have to let go of the
What we do to the fire, like,
That's all of our development.
You know what? I kind of get this. I do feel.
And CDI framework and regulatory. That's what
Right.
Right.
Right. It really worked like crazy. It was like something
About hiring.
And also, yeah, it was like, oh,
No, maybe I'm just thinking of.
Wait, so wait, when I let go of the space bar,
that
it just fully resets and then I go again. I just have to let go and press it again.
Well, you have to, when
yeah,
it reaches, when this is full, you have to let go.
And then press back on.
Now, yeah. Yeah, and we're, yeah, well, you're at level 3 now.
So is the focus sustained? Is the focus sustained throughout like
Well, yeah, so it's sustained attention and but the idea.
I just saw the title. I recently changed it. I was looking at the book and it said adult, dot. I think this is adult.
And that's really what this is.
Well, I mean, it's not there anymore.
but is it sustained?
I don't know, not safe for
Well,
worse.
yeah, well, ideally you'd be playing this every day.
Gymnast is
30 minutes every, or like 5 days a week.
Yeah.
And then,
I might get up my attention overall, like in life.
It's not gonna solve your problem. How are you?
we're like super, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Well,
I don't think it's
that's
like
what we think,
solving
but it's like hard to like
That's true.
quantify that.
Yeah.
No, this,
Not again.
yeah, this chair.
Yeah.
Welcome, one and all, to Simulation. Today will be a glorious experience of co-creating generative 3D worlds. I know much of you are interested, perhaps obsessed, like me, with this concept of the AI model, which is itself a sort of comprehensive 3D simulation experience. So I remember when Google released the Doom simulator and other diffusion models as perhaps the future instantiation of reality style models were released, and thinking, holy shit, when we get BCI write access, this diffusion model running in real time could be constructing every aspect of my experience of the world. I have this sense that there's going to be a trajectory of technologies. We're seeing a lot of them in their nascent form be financially valuable, but in the long run, it can be, whatever you'd like it to be, which will basically lay out a path to video generation, to video game creation. The Vibe Code of Thought, we saw a lot of video games being implemented, and so people will start to take control of the video game experience by going from image to 3D scene, and then from 3D scene to basically interactive world. And so, it's just a glorious time to be able to code in the face of technology that creates so much potential. I will say, welcome to AGI House. For those of you who have not been here before, we are a community of developers who basically have a lot of founding background, research background, or interested in basically co-creating the future. And at one of the first AGI hackathons, we had Robin Rumbach, who created the Stable Diffusion model, working with Sigil, my roommate at the time, who, with a friend, created a 3D immersive version of, the game's name is basically a 3D immersive version of a game where you could put any asset in the game in real time. By just describing it, the game would render that character for you. You could interact with it. And it was just this mind-blowing realization that there was no aspect of the experience of the game that couldn't be totally controlled by the user. And so, so hopefully, you can join us in creating some really sort of fantastic and imaginative experiences where plausibly the users at a real-time feedback loop with a diffusion model or with your AI model, and so can have an unbelievable experience. I want to introduce founder and CEO of Masterpiece, John Perry. So let's hear a round of applause for him. So he spent 25 years in the gaming and really 3D world, and is going to walk us through how his company's tooling, their APIs, etc., can assist you in building a fantastic experience today. And that's the end of afternoon.
Thanks, Jeremy. Do you want a second? So. You the audience?
Sure.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming today. I'm John Gagne, founder and CEO of Masterpiece X. I'm pretty excited about this today because this has kind of been like a lifelong dream. I remember being really small and being in the backyard and just imagining creating these whole worlds with my mind and seeing cartoons and thinking, okay, that'd be so cool if I could like imagine these and create these. And then when I met my first friend in the area, he had a video game console, and this was awesome. It was like mind blown. I mean, I can control this. This is great. So then, sort of early teens, I started just hacking together some code, making my own video games in basic 3D engine. Got really interested in AI and started making some really basic neural networks, which are garbage compared to what you can do today, but early start. And then in 2004, I joined a Science of Imagination lab. And the goal of the lab was to be able to go from some text and then create an entire visual story from it. So this is starting in 2004. So worked on that for a number of years, continued to do stuff in 3D and AI. And in 2015, I incorporated Masterpiece Studio, which is now Masterpiece X. And the idea was to do it all in AI, but AI wasn't ready. So we slowly built in the tools and we built the first simplified 3D modeling pipeline ever made. That took a long time, but we built it and we had it fully running in virtual reality. So that was Masterpiece Studio Pro. And then, building an AI along the way, and then, a couple of years ago, AI started getting really good. So this was the time. This was the time to sort of seize that opportunity that I've been sort of excited about forever. So this became basically Masterpiece X, which enables sort of generation of 3D models and our upcoming agents to create 3D content really easily. So why do I care about this in the bigger scale, and why could this be interesting to all of you too, beyond just the interest in itself? Is that the demand for 3D is rapidly accelerating, but creating that 3D content, as probably a lot of you know, is just incredibly difficult. There are thousands of companies building 3D apps for billions of existing users, and they need a lot of content. Now, creating pro 3D content is complex, costly, time-consuming. You need a whole team of people often working together even to make one 3D asset. That one scene here is an estimated cost. Just what you see here, $200,000. A AAA game could cost 15 to 300 million in asset production in the creative pipelines. So we really need a solution here. And I think that's where you guys come in. is the world needs you to unblock 3D by building the next generation of 3D apps and virtual worlds today at the AGI House. So it's a small group, which is great. It's a little bit more tight-knit, and you know, and we've got some really great developers here today. So Masterpiece wants to help in that process. You know, as you probably know, it's really easy to download a model and get it running, but it's like 100x more work to get that working in production at scale. So that's essentially what Masterpiece can help do here. So we have both creators create the content, and more, in particular, we want to focus on you as the developers to make your experience easier.
Generate 3D models from images and text with Masterpiece X. With our best-in-class AI. Use our API to automate workflows. Or expand your 3D platform and give your users the power to generate 3D. Build your next level, project, and scene with Masterpiece X. Generate 3D.
One time is enough. So what do? We're a fast way to create 3D. Helps you transform those prompts and images into ready-made 3D models. We've got a bunch of agents coming out soon to make that process even easier for you. Seamless integration with our APIs and SDKs. And then Comfy UI plugin coming next week, which will be also helpful if you're building an app and you just kind of want to prototype something quick first. That'll help you do it. So why Masterpiece X? Well, we have best-in-class AI models at pretty much below cost is what we're offering today. It's cheaper than what it would cost if you were to deploy it yourself. And we simplify bringing your 3D app into production with our APIs. We've got SDKs for both Python and Node, as well as a bunch of example code. So if we pop up in the documentation here, you'll see that we have a lot of what you might need, from some videos to walk through for Python. There's an example in case you're running in Unity. You know, you can kind of adapt that if you're using Unreal. There's a number of guides here that you can see from specifics on how to use all of our, our APIs and SDKs, some examples, and so on. So if you have any questions, though, definitely let me know. So there's some support in case you need any on Slack. Myself, you can reach out. I'll be here in person. Also Nelda, right here in front. If you need anything, happy to help you out. But if needed as well, you can message some of our team, which will be on Slack as well if you have technical questions beyond. So today we're offering a lot more credits than normal. This is free, so everyone who signs up today is 2,500 credits. If you signed up before, let us know and we'll just apply it in your account. And if you decide you don't want to build on us, that's okay too. Your food for the rest of the day is covered, so enjoy yourself. But for those that do, we're giving away prizes for people who build the best apps. So first place will be $400 cash and $500 free API credits. Second place will be $100 cash and $300 API. And third place will be $200 credits. Now, I know previously in the past, some of you have complained that like, oh, I won and I didn't get it, or I never got my prize. Well, it's in my pocket, it's right here. There's a bunch of cash. None of this bullshit of transferring, it's in your hand at the end of the day. So really kind of the criteria here is, can you leverage our APIs to build something that is a real problem that like can solve some of this huge, to put it in perspective here, I talked about how expensive it is, but the 3D modeling apps and for animation and creating 3D assets is about 27 billion a year, okay, in sales. Okay, even a step farther than that, the labor costs involved with that are 10x that. So there's a huge opportunity here for you not only to build the future, but to bring it in, deploy it in the cloud, and we want to make that easy for you. So, thank you for listening, and happy hacking.
Okay. So next, I guess we are all able to sort of show everyone else the projects that we intend to work on. So for the next minute, do open up the Hackathon spreadsheet and go to the prospective projects tab, where you will be able to describe your project description. So I'm going to give us 3 minutes to list our intended project. So it's currently 12:28. Do jump into the spreadsheet, add your name and your project intention, so that everyone in the hackathon knows what you're likely to be up to. If you're interested in the location of the spreadsheet, I will drop it in Slack, send it out over email, and make sure that it also goes out on the project. And I request silence while everyone fills out their project. But yeah, 3 minutes. So 12:28 to 12:31, do you add your product intention?
This is a Vespertine? Yes. It's only one scan.
Okay, it should be added access. Thank you. There's a minute, 30 seconds left, but given added access, I'll add a few minutes. I should have also gotten it in your email as well as see it in your article as well as see it. So 2.5 minutes left. 1.5 minutes to add into the project. $30 seconds. Are you guys able to find the spreadsheet? Yeah, even the 30 seconds add your project. But to be clear, it's not a hard commit. So if you just want to drop in a thought that you have, it's totally fine. You don't have to. You can certainly jump on someone else's project or come up with something else. But this gives full sense for what you were thinking of creating. So, okay, so it looks like a ton of people are still tuning in, so if you need another one, do take it. Okay, time. Great. Okay, so now the time is here to open the mic to you to describe what you're up to and interested in. So if you'd like to give a lightning talk, please do jump up. It's going to be pretty quick, minute to a minute and a half, just describing your project. And to give folk an example, I will. Also, no slides required, it's just, yeah, totally fine too, it's just stand up and finish. But today, my intention is to implement MovieGen. About 2 years ago, I felt like I knew how to build this, but I actually never sort of found an opportunity to put it together, and today is that day. The idea is pretty simple, so actually, to the left, this is out of the book generator. So every book on this bookshelf is created by an AI algorithm, and a lot of these are fictions, which pragmatically speaking are doing something akin to comprehensive, like end-to-end coherent scene generation. So I implemented this as part of a sort of product that my company put out, but actually MovieGen has a similar vibe to it, though all text in it will be dialogue. And so basically there's probably the narrator, but a number of characters which are going to be generated at the opener. There's this setting which has a first textual description, so stage one is pure text. The movie will have themes, so Inception perhaps has a theme of sort of self-reference. Then you generate the plot based on the setting, characters, and relationships. The scene sequence and per character decompose. So basically, in stage 2, we're going to use Flux and LoRa to train custom models for every character so that I can generate a character in any setting. And then for scene gen, we'll use images of the characters, which are sent into a sort of image to video pipeline in order to create the base for the scenes, which will be interactions between the characters. And so you can also move through the setting with sort of key points and 3D scene gen. And I'm going to take a look at everything Masterpiece has to offer to see where in this sort of pipeline the tools can be powerful. But yeah, hopefully at the end of the day, we'll have a basic movie agent, and I can call one of you up to the, well actually probably won't be real time. So I'll probably have someone in advance prompt a movie. The thing that's time consuming is training the LoRa's and the video gen. So probably it'll take like 15 minutes to make a movie. But it basically will be an arbitrarily long movie. So credits cost money for sure, but absent that, we can create arbitrarily long, coherent stories out of this pipeline. Okay, so who would like to let me switch? Cool, Jeff.
Alrighty, hi folks. I showed up a little bit late, so I don't know anyone, but I love the chat. I had a couple random ideas. The main one was a video game that adapts itself to what you're doing. And so I think it's really interesting to do things along the lines of preference aggregation. So not just like explicit, like, hey, I want this game, but implicit, like screaming and frustration. And so on the spreadsheet, I put a little thing that's like a cheat code AI. So like as your user is sitting there screaming at the video game, angry at it, the game changes its code in the back end to become like easier to play, or if you put like an antagonistic difficulty, harder to play in response. And besides that, I have a lot of ideas on like economic modeling, and I think someone has like a thing on Google Maps to do like a sim city builder, which I think is really cool. So things along those kind of lines.
Hi everyone, I'm Nelda. So I'm an aspiring fiction writer, and I've been very fascinated about about world building in general. So I have some ideas of stories in my head, and during this hackathon, I want to work on taking those like story ideas and seeing how I could get as many objects and 3D models created and place them in an environment so I could better visualize what I want to, the world that I want to create, and use that kind of like almost like a vision board or a reference when I'm doing the work. So.
I gotta say, I had much better impression than I thought.
Who wants to go next?
I'm doing this in City 1. So.
Yeah, for sure. Just, oh no.
Got it. There's a really cool entire screen. Yeah. Nice. Simulation. Is San Francisco. So by the end of the day, have like people in cars and stuff like that walking around, and maybe you can control what they do by talking to them through some sort of chat interface. I think this could be a game, but it actually solves a lot of real world problems. Yeah, there's people over there. You can connect to a fast API backend, and hopefully, this solves a lot of real world serious problems. Being able to create art objects using the Masterpiece API and putting them, like, say, I want, X, Y, and Z structure in this area, or I want a monster to take over the city right here. Yeah, these sort of things.
Wait, sorry, what is this? Google Maps API or something?
This is Google Maps API, yeah. Using Atmosphere and CloudFX.
Oh, what's your name?
My name's Luke.
Awesome.
Mine's still up in the air a little bit, but probably going to build some agents to generate 3D environments. And I may also build a plugin for Blender for Masterpiece, so we'll see on that too.
Any background is your combo. Yeah, yes. Also great if you'd like to see exactly what
Hello. So I've been building something called Playhouse, and it's okay. So yeah, I've been building something called Playhouse, which is a 3D animation engine, and it's like not working.
I think you said decline, so maybe re-engage it. Yeah, exactly.
So here's an example of what we can create with Playhouse. So yeah, I've been building this, and basically it's like a way for you to kind of just like quickly construct your scenes and like be able to like visualize it. Yeah, and like make whatever stories that you want. So yeah, so let's play us, and basically yeah. So today we want to try out the Masterpiece API and see like what we can put into it, and then yeah. So like the whole idea is just to like be able to like really quickly construct whatever worlds are in your head, because like for me, like I have like whole like my imagination goes crazy in my head. So yeah, being able to like quickly put that out is great. Yeah.
So it's like control net with key points on real video.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, being able to control your whole scene.
Nice. Very cool. Nice. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Already preview some incredible projects to be Supership, and so it's currently 12:45. We have about 7 hours of hardcore hacking in front of us. So it'll be glorious to dive deep into our projects and emerge at the end of the day with some fantastical demos. Yeah, the quality of everyone I've met here has been fantastic. So I'm really stoked to code with y'all. I got some context on the physical space. So bathroom on this floor, this is on the far left. Feel free to like explore the floor below this and one below that. Both floors are wide open for hacking, and yeah, do let the depth of the view and the culture around inspire you to create something incredible. We have a lot of food which will show up. So also thanks to Masterpiece for that, for lunch and dinner, and I'll announce both of those over the Slack over the particle when they arrive. And yeah, I guess treat today as an opportunity to take one of your nascent ideas as far as possible. And yeah, I personally expect to end the day with a phenomenal movie generator and to shock myself with how far things have gone. So to all of you, good luck with your creations. Let the hackathon begin.
This is the very beginning, like the start of music. Yeah. And I don't know much about Masterpiece.
doxing cursor. One of the other things. It can
Okay.
you guys
Okay. Oh, sweet. Yeah.
I don't know yet. I don't know what these
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to make a game that's but it's I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna see if I can figure it out or not. What are you doing?
We've met before, right? Yeah. I love this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless it's your name, which would be kind of crazy. Probably a one in second term or something along those lines. Anyways, yeah. And you're doing great. Yeah. I think you're excited to chat about your project. How long are you working on it for? You just put that together today, right?
Yeah, no,
That's awesome. Yeah. Awesome. I think my day job actually works around like energy, so there's so much detail, right? Like you get so much information that you can explore the different layers, which is cool.
It's always a losing battle. We watched.
Yeah, so kind of like I was saying at the beginning there, I'm just really interested in like things that the video game part is interesting to me. I mean, I love video games, but like the part that I find really interesting is like figuring out the user preferences and how they interact with the game. Figuring out like even a simple text camera that's like how to express them in the face, like what they're saying out loud, a text channel where they're like complaining about the video game. And I just really like the idea of like the game rewriting itself and redeploying itself. But also like super interesting like digital twinning, a bunch of digital twinning, like city twinning projects. So super interested in like going into that space.
Or is it just like
Yeah, for sure. One of the cars
Are you guys already
because we started off work building, I had one idea like probably relating to James or repairing autograph. Yeah, that's the whole because we spent literally all our time within like a time to run properly. We got like a lift bike subscription because
I guess like the beats were good at singing of the song, but you do it all in the partner. If I was combining our projects, like we could be looking at, you know, I had a friend who did a bunch of things on like Horror to like create these visuals. They were doing it on like a completely different cases, like sync it with your Google Calendar, and like basically everyone that you have like different measures with, you like judge or interact with the person, but somehow like classifying who you interact with based on like which meetings you have on your calendar. That's a very silly project.
Yeah, exactly. Always.
Well, yeah, I'm happy to work on whatever folks want to work on. We're just really excited to building.
I want to
Yeah, I wonder if there's an intersection between like having a living city and then like the user interaction and defining what the city looks like. I kind of like it's a little different. I remember reading this like self-help book ages ago that was all like, oh, your brain is like a pantheon of people, like different personalities, and things like that. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Like, what if that was literal? So, like, what if your emotional state and like how you're feeling changes the city, the whole cityscape, right? Like all the characters interacting and everything. And so if you feel like distressed or whatever, like it starts to like catch on fire and like there's like Godzilla appears, like you're saying, stuff like that. And then when you're happy, it like goes back to being like more chill, you know? And it could be a whole city, it could just be a single space, but just like could be interesting. Just like put things together. Cool. Yeah. That'd be fun.
20 grand.
Hey, that's nothing. And you think it would be too hard to get the Minecraft video game? They all they track them. They get a wing at the back. That's the good part is
the center of gravity is so low.
Right.
The car, like you can wander it at like really high speed and
Single
still
drive, yeah.
It's pretty good. It's a good feature. So I was very surprised. The instant dawn is
And also open source.
It's really addicting. I haven't driven the Plaid, but I would, oh my god, die.
You know, I wonder in a different direction. We could probably take like the Twitter API or something, take some geolocated like posts, and just like use that to decide what generates. Like, what are people posting in the city last week? And use that to decide what's appearing in the city.
So weird.
I mean, the mood one is like a very visual one, but like honestly, the posts could still be very easy to show, right?
Does it feel like heavy and like turning?
Because like,
yeah,
you're right. Blue Sky is probably easier and cheaper, right? Because like, I tried to access the Twitter API the other day, and it was like, oh yeah, just pay us like $500 a month. I'm like, what are you talking about?
And then it's like a true real-time cinema. I know that in Westworld where they have the construct and they see orders and they see like the difference from like the expected part of this simulation. Okay. Has that weird looking like ring visualization.
You know, so actually one of my things I need to do is watch Westworld. I love sci-fi, but it's actually one of the shows I love seeing, which is odd. Just coming from someone who's like actively watching the Foundation TV show, which is probably worse as a TV show. It's good actually, but it's like worse than Westworld. I should go watch it.
It's like my first love.
Yeah, my
Thanks for reminding me. I need to put that on my list again.
Right, my buddy has the.
Oh, they did?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yes,
I've been wanting to watch it. I got
Yes, 2007 too, I think. So
Yeah, it's probably on like Hulu or Peacock. They seem to be eating up all the classics.
Just marbles, not much. So they're playing music for 4 months.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Civic, and these were like the only 2 models.
The idea was just like they predict what would happen, and then anywhere where it doesn't happen as expected,
And then there
it
is
shows like some
Maze,
like
which is a new car that they call.
yeah. From the simulation, so we just get like blue sky, fire hose, whatever, on the on a map of some sort, and then it's like anything from
And then you get the
or we could even
you get like the
which is the topic I'm much personally interested in, is like all things people are complaining about. Like, I wish I had X or Y. And then the city changes to reflect that. And then we'd be like, well, this is all we need to do is like cook a bunch of robots. We have a smart city, right? Literal smart city. Okay, yeah, let's start building. Let's I don't know if you want to grab a spot or looks like
Well, isn't that what it kind of is? In general?
Yeah,
it should be, but it isn't.
What is the input data here? Like
In America. Wait, but you're saying in India.
In India, biomass are much cheaper.
Oh, it's much cheaper. Oh, I see. Was that because the city's dense and people
but where's the AI then?
Yeah, that
Oh, the AI in this one? This is the older one. This is from like
But
4 years ago.
Okay.
So I don't
They're basically times that you'll be driving to actually won't get out of sector.
You could talk to one of the
I've had like planner fasciitis just like
really?
Actually, I want to check out
I guess it's like
Assassin's Creed, like what they call it, like education.
Yeah, my buddy was like,
one of my friends was working on that Ubisoft, which is like a whole project where they, ever since like Assassin's Creed 3, they've been turning them all into like classroom setting ones that they actually get cheaper. So they like pick up the weapons, and it's like you're just exploring. And like that doesn't come usually like flip like you roll in that's the context and like teach kids, right?
Yeah,
so it's super doable. But I think some ones open source, the amount of context is just pictures, right? I was like, wow, that'd be awesome. What's the name of it? Assassin's, I think it's just Assassin's Creed like education mode.
I think that's one thing that India would do. Yeah. Because I've taken my car through like this is the side of my car, this is the side. I've done that so many times. I've done that at speed.
It's like Italy.
Yeah, it's basically feels like that. Except in India, on the side, it's not a cobblestone road. It's basically another human road. So like, even if you wear a little bit, you're gonna kill. But in India, it's also like driving through traffic. You know the initial Fast and Furious movies, the best scenes were where they were driving through the traffic, maneuvering it, like meandering their way through the traffic. That's something that that's the closest you can get to driving fast in India.
Oh yeah,
like tracks.
Yeah.
Is there traffic? Yeah, there's some really good traffic.
You don't need to be
Yeah, like you have to be very skilled if you want to weave through time.
Yeah.
You look at this city and it's silent.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a major thing.
Right, you're focused on, right.
All the tourists.
It's like communication. Yeah, it's like a number of horns, it's like one is just go,
One is
two
go,
is
two is
faster,
eight.
like three is like get out of the way or something.
Yeah, really? And like if you're taking a left or a right, basically people will give an indicator, but before taking a left,
One, like once to say that
once,
they're
any turn.
That seems
Yeah, it's noisy as fuck.
Oh, it's yeah. Yeah. Why that's I mean, I know that's in some other like countries.
I give you an example. Yeah, so because like I had no culture shock. No culture shock like for me from basically culture is just so much. We don't feel shocked. Basically, like what's the same thing? Because it's not even we get the only cultural shock that I had was I was crossing the street. And I mean, this car and the car stopped. And the driver was like, you go first.
Oh yeah.
And that made no sense to me. That made no sense to me whatsoever. Because in India, get the fuck out of my way.
Yeah. Like if you just start walking, you just walk in, like
Already like stop, I need to go.
wow, that's funny. Yeah.
Exactly, there's no concept of whose line or whose right of way it is. It doesn't exist. In India, cars win over people. In the US, people win. Which doesn't make sense.
In New York, it's not that New York.
Makes sense.
People, they just, I was in New York for 20 years.
Right.
I was just crossing the state from Elmer because
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because the cars stop and they're nice, like I've seen, I to this point, if I walk across the street and somebody stops for me, I'll still, I'll give them a thumbs up. Because to me, it feels so good that they are, because in my country, we don't do that for people. Fuck you, my car needs to go first. Yeah.
So they would generate that and then individually they'll go into
Yeah.
and then individual
Let them know that you have a look for it. I think the thing is, when somebody is putting a review on Google and that,
So like that's cool. We should actually show up.
that might be a little problematic or it takes away the level of your rating. But let me try to find a solution.
Yeah, it's more the art side.
Yeah.
No, I would like to.
I'll add
This here, this should work.
No. On Monday.
Well, okay. This is connected. This works. This plugged in. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to put like someone else can manage this, but because yeah, I used to look at
Oh, do we connect on LinkedIn?
No, we never.
We should definitely connect. We have so many problems that we are in.
Yeah.
We'll probably be able to share some contacts with you. At least if you're working with, probably be able to get them some. Yeah. I mean, that's the way business works. I mean, 2 ways. Always help each other.
That's right. So this is on the server. And they sort of are the online servers. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to speak to you.
Yeah, I'm using agents for financial. Well, I'm working with focus on institutional investors. So right now I'm working with funds that invest in CMBS.
They have lots of data that they need to extract and analyze. They have people for no good reason.
Yeah, for no good reason. For trust, and then just for trust. That's the only reason they do it. It's trust. They don't trust us.
So the benchmarking is the big challenge in my case. It's like, how do I show them that I'm more accurate than them?
That's a very good idea. I think you just have to show them maybe the extent of resource that you can do. I think if your dashboard has more information, better presentation, I think it will go well.
They are really worried because they have to process this form, this standard that we have. They have to process like hundreds of them. So assessing the accuracy is very important because even if I give them more data, more well organized, the thing is that if the numbers are wrong, even if one number is wrong, if it's the main kind of say, right?
Do you have a chance to check out Mistral's?
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good?
No,
no way. I was reading everywhere like it's the best.
I don't know. I think there are like influencers
Oh.
that really hype up
Really?
stuff.
Shit, don't do
And
that.
it's not true.
I thought Mistral was very good.
Mistral, yeah, they were claiming 99% accuracy, and their demo is fantastic. But then some companies benchmark this, their own data set.
And it's
just fake. It was just worse than Gemini, way worse.
Oh shit. Shit.
I was hoping for that.
No, very sad. Shit, man.
Yeah,
I thought that was good, man.
What a new concept. But it's great because they are like PVCs or like
Yeah.
on
It is their personal incentive.
Oh, the OCR problem is
It's
solved.
solved, it's solved.
It's solved. That's it. That's it. That's it. Like, what kind of credibility do they have?
Yeah.
But the only way that I'm doing it is like, depending on the type of form, there is always some summary table, right?
Oh,
Right.
interesting.
So if I extract all the data and then
Doesn't add up to
that-
like the summary
if
value.
it does add up, it's quite unlikely that at least it makes
That the
me
individual
confident.
values are going to
Yeah,
be incorrect.
yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
how can it add up if you make it?
Yeah, makes sense.
The probability is
Good idea. That's a great idea. I think when I used to do this before, I used to do something similar. This before GPT existed. Right? So this is still using like PyNew PDF and things like that. Like you're talking about that only, like 2022, like beginning of 2022. So when I used to build out those pipelines, I used to do something similar things like summary statistics should always be correct as in what you expect them to be. And the standard deviations between values should not be beyond like 1 or maybe 2 standard deviations for what the expected value is going to be. And as long as those like boundary conditions you're setting up, I could trust the PyNew PDF to come up with like the right
It's not
answer.
super easy in my case to put that statistic.
Yeah, because it can be
Because it could be
anything,
if
yeah.
one tenant is huge, for example, and the other one is very small, the numbers can be very different.
Numbers can be very different, yeah.
If adding them up, attacking the summary table, and
But if they're building these PDFs out, how are they building them out? I'm assuming there is some endpoint on the other side also.
there
or
is,
are
but
they-
they are all different. That's the thing.
Oh.
Each of them is different. They probably use some underlying Excel, but they're like the underlying data is the same.
Right.
The contents are wildly different. Like the structure, the field names.
Is different, yeah.
It's totally different. Even the imagination, like there's some are very terse with many completely filled with data. Some have a lot of white space.
Right.
It's really it's not so that you can do all day.
You can't make like a standardization around that. You have to do like a case by case basis.
No, you have to extract. No, with LLMs you can exploit kind of the intelligence of LLMs. But otherwise,
it would be impossible. Yeah, you have to go back to find the PDFs.
Yeah.
Like I think about those times and we're like, oh my god, we used to do that manually. The amount of regex that I had written at that time.
That's great. I'm paying for you.
It's very grateful, yeah. And I used to do that, so I was working with a client and we were working on
prediction of oil wells. So all across the state of North and South Dakota, there's oil wells that do production, and we were doing production numbers there. So you'd imagine large oil wells which are doing large scale production to actually have some sort of system. No, they have a PDF that comes out every single day with handwritten information. And I had to build a pipeline out of that to then actually lead to a dashboard to show them real time updating information. Then we had a machine learning model that could predict. No, again, that you had to buy into their platform after that. No, there was the whole point of this was to be platform agnostic. And then we wanted to be, because I was working with a consultancy company in building the solution, we wanted to be the ones to provide. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you about the whole agents building. It's probably the I want to learn more because the project idea that I was taking either video or photograph information or taking print information and converting it into like a 3D model that is interactive. I wanted to do that for real estate developers. Okay. Yeah, because I'm doing the financing for them. I'm building a platform for financing for all of this. Yeah. And this addition of a 3D model on the borrower side and on the lender side. Lender and lendee side both together be like a really high value add. Yeah. I want to see if I don't know if I can build that right now from scratch because I still have to understand how I can pass through blueprints and then converting a blueprint into like a structural but it is definitely something that I'd love to explore. Once the agent comes there, I want to see if I can take a look and see something interesting that all of them
what do you want to do for
a floor map or images. So I think images is a problem that I think you've solved is if I can give you a bunch of images, you can stitch them together and convert them into like an environment. That is something you can do. But I want to see if I can take a floor map and do that. Yeah, that would be the next step because I think that would be a little more trust inducing on both sides. I think a floor map would be really interesting. I can take a floor map or a development plan and see if that can be scaled up to a 3D model that can be interacted with. But at least walk.
What would they do your clients with the 3D model?
So every time you're planning to build out something, right? Say it's a multi-family, whatever part of it is a city. The floor plans are a 3D model. The difference here is the speed at which you get confirmations complete, right? Because when you have a floor plan, and that floor plan is a part of, say, a packet that you're sending to the lender, that lender also has to then put a team which will pass through the entire floor plan and then get more of that information versus the total amount of time that you're taking. If you're taking a 3D render model and presenting a visual input for both sides. On one side also, as the visual input comes in and they actually put the effort into building out the visual input, they make sure that what their vision is what the 3D model shows. And their best foot forward is then put in front of the lender or the bunch of lenders who are bidding on this platform and they want to give them money at whatever rate that they want to give them. The trust that is built by seeing that 3D render is significantly higher. And the whole reason to do this is so that more deals actually get converted. More people actually find people to get money from, more people actually find money that they need to build. And of course, there exists an industry outside of this where you can use this for designers and interiors. And like the digital twin industry is a very big industry, so there's a lot of downstream effect of this as well. But what I want to specifically use it for is build something good enough that can get the deal done like a week faster. Because these things will take like over 2 months. Now the way that we've implemented our platform, it takes less than a month, like about 3 weeks at this point. We want to reduce that even. See how fast we can get money to flow from people who have it to people who need it to build things faster. That's basically the thesis.
So a few things there. So the simplest thing is you just like talk about an app. Probably in half an hour you could get I assume you're developing, then probably half an hour you could get sending images
through the API and then just generating a response which is rendered model.
How fast would it be with a flow map? Like, do you think
exactly, that's the main.
The second part, our APIs don't handle
gameplay formats. But what I could do is you could.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of
There's
the
this personality
Yeah, they're really good.
we look at lines
to slightly hack that.
But I was thinking like, probably that's what I was thinking. I was thinking finding a solution that can build out like a middleware layer that can take in a floor plan, maybe divide it into a series of discrete images. Right. And if you can divide a floor plan into a series of discrete images that are serially connected to each other, then you can give those images to Masterpiece. I think then you'll be able to generate models and then join them together essentially. You'll have that step at the end. Segment the floor plan essentially and then join it together at the end. Maybe that's
if you can get like basically lines.
Yeah.
You should be thinking about that in approaching forward. Then like bring the like that.
Just basically like give it a z-axis dimension. Like
there's nothing.
I want a very basic one.
But the thing is that how do you form modules?
Yeah, then having that actually,
Depends, I mean, that's what the floor plan is about, right? Like, the floor plan doesn't have to be like within the apartment.
No, but if you master...
yeah, just like it is, right? So like this is basically that's
You could generate already I know your feature group, but then how you connect.
But that's a different map, right? That might just be like another map, because there'll be like a map for each, say, apartment, for example, right? But you'll also have a map for the floor, and then you'll have a map for the building. You'll be able to use each and every one of those maps, and they'll be different entities. Right? You'll have those three different models. You'll have a room model, you'll have a floor model, and like a building model. That is something that. Like segmented essentially.
Shooting it like vertically and then just like fill in stuff.
That's the one good one like floor plan. You essentially don't have to extrapolate anything on the x and y axis. You just have to basically give it a z-axis
It moves the emotions in a very specific way.
entity. Like you have to extrapolate it on the z-axis to make sure that it exists. That's something we can do.
It feels a bit like you're physiologically.
Where you want something that like simplicity of like if you have multiple angles, then the quality of the object is higher. That's you can
Something I had for you is, let's say you can take images, like is there a way to plug it in your software, like a 3D model, and then like add assets? Imagine you get a 3D model from just like taking photos. Like do you have the capability to like add assets to that?
So you're starting with the images and are you generating a 3D model or are you having a 3D model?
No, I'm generating it.
Okay, so what you can do is you can have images with a giant model and like generate more axes that you combine with it. But it's outside of this. So let's say part of that asset, then you can modify your image. So you can have modify that image and share it with the background. So those are sort of the two ways. One is it generates separately. What are you working on?
No, I was just actually thinking about like if you could like simulate like a walking around like all of that stuff. And is that like a 3D asset that you do and then you like add it with the joints or like how is
Yeah,
that?
we had so we had auto rig and auto animate. So temporarily auto thing, but like that's the way you're invested in now. Satisfying.
What is that?
Model, just bring it bring it and then you throw on animation on top. And then you have
and then I can import it.
community or something.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
What's the that one wasn't that you show something about recently, like we just yeah, because I see a lot of paper coming out.
Yeah. So we have precise models so those are from our testing best models out there, and then we've modified it further.
So it's trends.
So you have an idea. Yeah.
And the other one is oh yeah, I know. There was another one.
That one's video.
Those are grasshoppers are like is sort of like
Oh, no, I'm Irish. I thought that. I just,
Lunch is served. Do help yourselves to Chinese food.
I wonder if this is related to what yours.
I don't know if it's open source. Yeah, this one is.
Yeah, they're in painting.
Generation visual recognition to segment ground semantics geometric information for each object. Then we use depth estimation to estimate the depth. To make the depth estimation more accurate, we align the depth with the unmasked ground truth depth obtained in simulation. After that, we can lift the depth into 3D space and place the large furniture according to the 3D bounding lines of each object, either by retrieving them from large-scale asset databases or generating them using image to 3D generative models. Following this, we switch to a new view with another iteration of the height, to further enrich the instance. Similarly, for small object placement, we start with an empty large piece of furniture. We indicate small objects inside or on top of large furniture. The painting mask is obtained by placing the cube beside or on top of the large furniture. The visible part of the cube represents the pixels to indicate. After that, we indicate the image of the space around it. Estimate the depth with the line of the ground truth. Generate or destroy small objects.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
Generating. Manipulation. This is the more interesting part. Let's talk about this. The manipulation part. Actually interacting with hardware physics engine. Yeah, I think that's the one. Do you remember that? You could be like
You're generating the environment.
yeah. And they're giving each and every one of those components their own physics engine. And yeah, this physics engine is a very, I think that's what you were talking about with Higgins. You would add say movement to a human or a particular degrees of freedom to a robot or something like that. You'd identify that.
Yeah.
There we go.
So we had
So I was definitely
And then like
incorporate
there's
that because I'm
an
a
object there. I have to dive deeper into this. Curious to see.
Yeah, take it off from
Yeah. Like you're definitely 3D generating all that.
kind of just like all the things that
Oh,
you
which is
I think one of the inspired by AI in this context is when you try it, using it to do things like,
ooh, this doesn't work like.
yeah, pretty shit, yeah. I mean, we were just talking about this like a second ago. We were talking about document information extraction, and we were talking about Mistral's OCR was being very good, as it turns out they're pretty shit.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I see this a lot in 3D as well because people send me stuff. Actually, I would like to actually take a look at that one.
What do you Oh, the URL. Oh yeah. Can I send the
You can use them when you want.
Yeah. I can do AirDrop. AirDrop.
Maybe send it on Slack.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's not like it's freaking good. I think one of the most Americanized sites I've ever seen. I might connect with you.
I think I can connect it to my
Where? I'm very glad you have the buckets. It shows get a polymer transformation.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. हम लोग का जो जीवन ही यही
And you try it, and there's like limitations that are like not documented with it.
Yeah.
And they look great because you send it because of their mistakes get sent. Oh, this is great. And then I try it and I'm like,
That didn't work. Not replication.
like someone
They also have this.
Yeah, jump
yeah.
ahead.
And I try it out.
Have you heard of this? It's like a robotic simulation, and I think that they want to implement us, at least last year they wanted to.
He's not on it yet.
Huh?
Not yet. They're like working towards it.
Working on my own project is Wake Up Light.
They had like some proof demos. So what is it?
It's a Wake Up Light, so it's like on air.
Stairs and
Helps
stuff
you
like
down
that.
like in the morning.
Rotating camera.
So I might be doing some stuff with that, but hackathon, I don't know. I think I might try to do some like, almost like add some renovation, do some like, take some pictures of like something here.
I think they want
put
to
it in 3D
build like a
space,
generic,
try and swap
like
different like objects, like oh let's see what it looks like with this like chair and
Or
table
like
and stuff.
place in the whip like what could do. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what, that's actually true, I need to do it with like a pit. Instead of like.
So this is for physics. They were basically showing.
I'm sure there's already software out there that's like it.
What else?
But if I
Yeah,
go
what
to
about the
Bali,
hiding
right,
spot?
and
Yeah.
learn all this stuff, that's really fascinating.
For the force.
Just gonna learn like the geometry models.
I don't know if it's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Like I want to see how cool is it for a video versus actually like understanding the model physics of droplet going down.
Except there's some logic.
Yeah, that's like such a good demo though. It's amazing.
Yeah. And like the application and stuff.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there's a lot of cloud that you can
Yeah, right, right. What do you think of doing?
24 shade stars.
Oh, cool.
So analysis.
Okay, nice. Yeah, what specifically within the, you know, real estate kind of space?
Missing wool.
Was it?
Missing wool. Small multi-family.
Nice. That's cool.
They like full houses. Duplexes, quadplexes.
Yeah. Renovating, reselling, managing.
Would be doing design work.
Yeah.
Quickly coming up with like concept design.
I was literally talking just like a couple of minutes ago.
Oh yeah, this is good.
We're doing facilitating lending for developers. We're thinking building putting out manipulatable 3D renders of development plans and blueprints into something 3D that you can put on both sides of the island to get the deals done faster. And actually allow like,
Love it.
right?
This is like
Right?
what we're working on in real life.
Yeah.
It's a-
It's like, I think what you're doing on a more granular and really like high fidelity scale, I think for this time of the deal, even if it's a little shittier, but if there's a visual component to it, adds a lot of value to the proposition
Okay,
overall.
because a lot of people can't visualize, but you have to like relate it to the zoning code.
Yeah, precisely.
Like what's actually built. Otherwise, it's just fluff. That's not really useful.
Those are exactly like the kind of problems that I was thinking we could solve as well. Like, include the zoning code information, the amount of space it would take spatially, like if you look at it from like a helicopter view as well. Because those are the things that really matter, especially when you're trying to sanction funds for something to be built out. And the lender's gonna want to do their due diligence. But in addition to the due diligence is all of this bureaucratic stuff that they can overcome at this point once this being built out.
Nice, we should chat more.
You should 100% have it. I also love the shirt.
We're services. It's like we build tech.
Yeah.
But we found out like most of the construction industry doesn't like want or need software. There's like one outcome.
Yep.
So we're talking about, but they're like, don't give them the platform, like figure that shit out. Just give them
Give them the result, yeah. Nobody wants the platform.
SaaS does.
Absolutely not. The other thing I'm building is I'm building out agents for making rentals happen much faster. And that's the exact thing that I've learned. Nobody cares about the actual platform to do the work by themselves. No, do the work for them, make it easy. That's the whole point of this whole
So are you saying by that you create your platform that you guys use and you deliver it to the customer? And is the customer small multifamily or is it large apartment complex, hotels? Or
Yes, we would own like small multifamily the city or the developer, the land owner or the land broker. A lot of people use it. We just probably start with the developer who's that's like the highest level.
Developers or contractors would be your like primary focus.
Yeah, contractors, they do development work.
Yeah, if they do development work, yeah.
Yeah, which is more common now, especially at
Exactly,
scale.
yeah.
California's passed laws recently that allow viable development, meaning you all need to like get approval. So contractors are like full position
To take advantage of that.
Your background in why you
I do have a few real estate businesses around here. My background is tech. I found my way into real estate, trying to build our solutions in this. So that's kind of one of the big things. The other ones we do lending.
What do you do in real life?
Everything. So I have these two companies. I have renewable energy gig, so I lead the data team for a media company, which is more climate oriented company. My degree is in AI, so I've been able to basically use that, and I have a manufacturing business back in India. So, kind of, which is why I really like kind of what you've written. It doesn't have anything to do with the Renaissance, but man doesn't have anything to do with the philosophy of one of the greatest philosophers of all time. It's a great quote. For somebody who's read Nietzsche enough, they'd love it. They'd absolutely love it. Great philosophy. I think that nobody else comes up with that kind of stuff. That's very interesting.
Because they don't know that.
Or they might actually, but it's hidden in some obscure corner of Twitter somewhere.
Like Garden Stone and Delphi or something.
Somewhere.
Instead of internalizing, becomes which is a couple.
Have you been to Econia before?
Nope.
Oh. It's all right. I'm sorry. Although, Panda Express makes it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not.
Maybe,
Chipotle next time. Come on, next time. Upgrade. At least small upgrade.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, I'm vegetarian, so Chipotle is one of the most lazy food options I have, which is to still give me some protein at least.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, what are you working on today?
I'm trying to work on rendering real estate, essentially putting the
Yeah.
I do the important business as well. It's like important.
Cool. You know, yeah, never waste a day, right? Yeah, I know, right? I'm really interested. I'm interested in like blueprint, you know, the 3D stuff. Something I want to mess around with is Frontier Tower.
I have.
Well, basically they're buying a single building. What's your name? And nice to meet you. That kind of space.
What? You're trying to get into what?
Deep tech space.
Which building is this?
The Frontier Tower. What is it calling it? It's like 6th and Market.
No way. That's pretty close to everything.
Right next to it.
Oh, let's go. It's like right next to it.
But anyway, so my friends, we wanted to start a fully autonomous 3D printing plant over there. And as part of that, what I would love to do is sort of like blueprint, probably people to make 3D models. But I would rather just like use whatever tool exists because we're busy enough doing those stuff. Right?
That's why I wanted to build it in something that's to be.
Okay.
So writing a native story, I think that they built out some take a blueprint and convert it into at least half decent 3D model for people to make that. I think like your use cases are more prominent for like high fidelity 3D models.
Yeah, well, I just
and you'll actually get some good use out of it.
So it's low production.
Changing environments and everything.
I'm curious about it.
What's the name of your tool? How does it work?
Are you looking?
Use that.
Oh, very good.
Oh, yeah. The other tool that I have is like I haven't
But I'm a VJ.
What is it?
I'm getting more to the VJ.
Okay, cool.
finance.
Like microloans, like.
Bigger loans, but develop equity or debt.
Very cool. Actually, let's hear more about that. As someone who's building something.
Yeah, you are building the real estate.
Real estate. But I'm not building real estate. But what kind of?
I did a game where the game dynamically changes depending on what you're using. Ideally, like architecture, Spotify, and it plays. But I just had like 24 hours. I couldn't
How do you
code
figure out what
hard
you want?
basically
And actually like
browse
your
music
All
into
multi-family residential one of the other is the
what
primary.
I had for that was
So they have a good idea of what we're doing
plugged
is
it out of
another
the
extension
speaker
of
out
the
of the microphone. I think I fried my putting word in front of it.
And integrate people from
funding or like building out like a 24
So you're actually finding
like basically every side of the item that we can tap we're trying to take a collaboration between a lot of people. They're like a very comprehensive data especially with OZs, of the tropical system, especially OZ.
Most people are worried.
And what a lot of people are doing is to figure out how they can invest better in OZ. What we want to do is become the definitive for anything that happens in OZ. So put your listings on there, take your investors on there, we make the cash. That's kind of one of the fast in the OZs, but on the other side, it's also now figuring out the it's tough because I mean you know this better than anyone. It's not the most tech adopted. Let's get it. Yeah, it's not that. But I think they have to be wowed by the operation of the software. I think that's the other thing. Building on figuring out random stuff.
Like one of my dreams.
Figure out the whole topic, the whole topic management.
Like so like living with robots.
One person can run 10,000 units. Like that's what the software allows. Because they don't have to do 30,000 units of code. You want it to run agent
That's true. Then
what how are you working? Are you looking at like
precisely that I'm going to do performance-based pricing. That's the whole point. Now want to do performance-based pricing. I don't want to do standard like rule-based pricing. Because that's what traditional SaaS would be. If you're traditional SaaS, then just say like you're not going to be a scale. But if you have the box, you say like you're actually going to showcase good quality results. Do performance-based pricing.
When you bring it into the real world, it's like 99% not
Yeah.
effort.
There are a few companies
might not
that
have
are
seen
building
like
out like these endpoints that do some of them are doing it for sales, some of them are doing it for phone calls and things like that.
So that the robot can see
Amazing
it.
design. Those are the ones that like hyperscaling because they're solving a genuine people problem. And I think you can do that to more specific domain knowledge and building out agents in specific workflows. So that's the advantage that we have very specific workflows that we've automated so that it's a truly good experience.
If I understand correctly, you have like a digitally twined version of like a robot, and you know, like a digitally twined chair.
Andy?
Sean.
I need the ID.
Where you go?
John.
I found yourself very inspiration building it.
Andy.
No, that's
Yeah, I got from products and things that you use.
Yeah.
Nice bias.
Right around there. That's what I was looking like. That's where I spend all my time. Yeah. I literally spend my basically working on the Asia market. The last time I think about it was like 2 weeks.
So you just arrived.
All of my friend and my spend all of my time in the Salesforce network. That's what I was.
But like, it's like you like the company or.
Oh, well, they have like a website like first off, I've just been there for a couple weekends, was like they have a lot of ways to be able to dump like either yeah, like so like a lot of people are like
Oh, I see.
most of the
Yeah, and it's finding really
where were you just like they're having the hardware such great environment working.
And let's
You're
have the domain knowledge of I'm right around and for them
well, there actually is like
these people that live in and around this space for
companies, I guess.
Fair enough.
So they're bringing people and they're like just volunteering.
but they don't know how to translate it
So
to
that allows them to like get a lot of
translate it to process.
Very
They
long
don't know
time
how to
ago when
kind
I
of
was
replicate
maybe 8
their
years old.
thinking and put it into a process where that can be applied
Yeah,
across
no,
business.
that was the
The way that they figure it out is they can train more people.
I knew how to draw back then.
company
I was
or
like,
just in
right,
general?
one little intro, so.
Not
my
just,
best
you
was
can't
that
get
part.
into
also like
what you can do with AI.
Yeah.
That's one of the main things
Chain
I
the
want
frames
to make
together
to
and
them.
like a
Y'all are really
speak
smart
figure
people,
out.
you've been very, very smart.
I'm like, I didn't have the words
But
for
let's
it,
take
but
it to
what
the
I was looking for is like kind of
one of the reasons
that would
some
interact
people
my
in the
stuff, so I
company
could
have been
just
very
create
The hype is real.
is their relationship maintenance is
Well, like,
you know
domain
better
like,
than
like
anyone,
for
like,
things
there
that
are
are
some
like
few
that just didn't have the words for them.
It's exploded.
And
it's not the best one, it's all
It's
the
actually called Outline Layers.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously,
Like,
you can do this.
so like,
they have them because they
I was like,
investment in this company is
oh, interesting. Let me.
What I
let me
wanted
learn
to
some
do,
3D.
especially with the renters,
That's
really
yeah,
wanted to
it's kind of an interesting tangent. So I did a lot of 3D art and still images and
with the
animation,
potential
things
tech
like this.
should be optimized for.
When I was 14,
yeah, I'm sure you
I
can
found
pivot
a
to be
gaming
studio
studio
as
in
more
my
of an
town.
infrastructure
So it was
layer.
like
We have about 16 buildings across the city.
And then maybe just get some
Do
video,
rentals
like,
for
the
flexible
ones that even like, let's say,
I mean, I don't know money, I just want to do cool things.
they do because their thing is better.
So the HR people,
I don't know. You'd have to like,
Every
you'd
one
have
of
to be
them
very
has a
targeted
showing
about that.
before they do.
and so
And that showing is where the deal is made out of.
they showed up and they told the engineering team, well,
And
here's
that
your new
showing is
intern.
when
And they're like, what do we do with this kid? I'm like, I want to do animated stuff, 3D assets, you're getting. They're like, we don't have any 3D work to do,
Now, if you
but we
don't
have a
have
lot
to
of
spend
scripting
$100
work.
grand,
Do you know how to program? I was like,
There you
what's
go.
that?
then you don't have to spend another $60 grand on
So I learned
to literally use that
JavaScript
for buy a
programming
folder and
for
then for to use
the
that
game engine.
Absolutely.
You take
That
away
was my
all of
start.
that.
Like,
And now all you're doing is
really
you're
far,
putting
one
all
more
your money
district
and all your
oriented.
I told them the same thing.
Or you say a manager to manage the buildings or the properties that you have.
So
You're
part
putting
of
money into
that,
that.
so it's
You're telling them, hey, your whole job
And it's like
is to be present when somebody's showing up, is to give your best service, to make the best conversion happen. That's so much better because now you're just building relationships, you're building community. We have a whole division at the company basically which we started like a couple of weeks ago. The whole job of the division is like people that we start. Their whole job is meet as many tenants as you can, take them to hold them, take them away, make them feel ingratiated about living in one of your buildings.
That image for some
You
reason.
can do those things only if you're the rest of the admin stuff.
No,
That's the
sorry,
main
I went on to
idea that
like
I'm
an interesting other path because at that point I needed to go to university.
Yeah.
And I ended up becoming an electronic engineer.
Okay.
So I did chip design.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
You're doing that today, or are you going back?
no, so I did chip design, then I did chip design specifically for computer vision.
Yeah?
Then I did just computer vision research.
Nice.
In Zurich, Switzerland. And,
On that site story. 2010. Canadian. But they're like, oh yeah, power though is an EE.
Yeah.
Do it on this. Sorry, maybe I'll leave that. Please continue.
No, so I did computer vision research at ETH Zurich. No, do need computer vision. I was working on
No, that's the
ultrasound imaging. No, that's the applied part of my research. Then I tried to do some research that didn't quite yield capsule networks back in the day.
That people sometimes
There's a moment in time where capsule networks were. I don't know if you're even familiar with them.
customer facing jobs.
Concept that never ended up
Just
like
because
taking off.
people appreciate human interaction, actual
Yeah, it has
robotics.
limitations. Yeah, that's around 2017.
Yeah, so
2017.
working on
Made a
this,
mistake.
working,
I
so
went
the
to
real estate business in
finance,
the city, I've been doing that.
Pricing options,
For that I was
things like
working
this.
also in the city, the renewable energy.
Yeah, but it's
So they were
like-
making smart panels.
I felt like it was a negative thing for the world.
Amazing,
right?
amazing.
It's one thing to not have it.
I was building that
It's another to have negative
And before that, I was in grad school. So there I was working with a couple of consultants. I was working with a VC
Yeah.
firm,
Yeah.
oriented VC.
Please help me redeem myself.
Think about pension funds, right? They manage.
And before that, I was in India, so I was doing manufacturing. I was finishing my bachelor's degree back then.
And you need options to hedge, right? You can't just
Not system.
go along and stop marketing, right? So,
Not lost.
should find something important. Depends what you do it for.
He has a massive Chicago bias. I make fun of Chicago.
No, what I was doing is pricing.
Let me make fun of it.
Using
Let me make fun of it a little bit. Wait, I thought it was really cool thing.
to learn behavior from Monte Carlo simulator.
Yeah.
And the idea is like inference runs faster than the convergence time of the
Oh, yeah.
Monte Carlo simulator.
Does that really work?
Yeah, it works to some extent on some assets.
Why, wait a minute, why would you do it? Like, I don't know, I was doing computational activities.
To be fair, that is pretty cool.
I have quite a bit of experience. How would you reduce the
He
output
said something that actually kind of related in Chicago still at the best time.
by New York and
US, it's not New York.
You train it and you back test it on basically your data set of previous transactions. So this
New York
is
is like
stuff.
Okay.
You see what the outputs of the pricers were at that point in time.
Okay.
And you build a network that tries to approximate that. It will never be as good as a simulator. But the idea is you can trade off a bit of accuracy for time of market. Faster execution.
Okay. So that you are doing it as a hedge fund or?
Yeah, trading desk at a bank.
Okay, I mean, that's important.
Oh, I maybe like the duration aspiring table.
I left
Are you actually any
to
good?
serve a company for about this one. To make machines that recycle.
I hate it because they used to be really good. They're still very good.
Had an okay exit in 2022. It was a secondary round, so like my existing investors bought me out. And I joined Meta afterwards, right afterwards to deploy GPU clusters. Yeah, that's what I've been working on until 2 months ago. And I'm leaving Meta. started another company now. And this is where the two worlds come together in the financialization of GPU compute. What do you think is GPU compute as well? GPU compute is a commodity.
We live in the same building.
A commodity that gets created by the
Our
largest
apartments are
companies
just
as well,
very close to each
engaged
other.
in minds.
We work together.
As a market, and from a market structure point of view, it's a very disorganized market. It lacks price stability. It lacks certain forms of liquidity.
Everyone has their own different thing. They have different thing.
In certain types of assets, like it lacks depth in the market, and importantly, it lacks risk transfer mechanisms.
Okay.
What I'm doing is
I'll wake everyone
I'm
up.
listing a GPU
Get on the bike.
and with an index deriving a number of financial instruments that help people hedge against exposures, speculate, with GPU, with compute as a number of
Wow. It's an actual thing though, because
yep, options, futures,
love it, but I also
OTC forwards, and maybe
we don't have like a family or something to support.
Okay. So who would be the main customer? Like Meta would have to spend $80 billion, sorry, $80 billion a year. Let's say $6 billion on GPUs, and they want to have to get the possibly
Meta is a very variable how you find it, but that's AWS. So we're working on a partnership with AWS. AWS,
Then good for them.
It's so good. I'll take the AWS. When an AI company or AI user goes needs capacity to run, they really like it when they lock you in on 3 years spent. Sure. Yeah. And that's where, you know, if you commit for 3 years, you get lower prices.
Yeah.
Most people don't like the commitment. They like on-demand pricing. Basically, spot markets.
Wow.
It's price differential between the 3-year forward and then the spots.
Sure.
What we tell AWS, like, go make 3-year commitments. On the
We used to do a lot of real estate work, but that was back in India. That was just interesting.
We'll resell it to them at a slightly higher margin, so we take a risk premium.
Actually working in there was
And they get on demand, but they still get on demand at lower price. The AWS gets
it was a good start.
cash flow foreseeability, right?
Get a lot of mutual.
And we take risk. So the customer
I have a
defaults or churns, it's up to us to sort of risk mitigate this and sort of backfill the let's say the assets that we take.
Okay.
Luckily, not good, but
So how do you?
I used to get a chance to do
I guess
a lot of
other companies would come to you in order to get compute.
There was a lot of
That on demand, which is cheaper than the on demand pricing.
Or maybe they already have a provider. They're like, you're on demand, we can get it for you cheaper.
I see, okay.
Are there players?
There's some forms of players doing some adjacent things, so.
I think there was a YC company that does like GPU marketplace, but that's not really.
That's not exactly.
That's not exactly what you're doing.
Everyone makes together.
There's another company called SF.
And whatever
So they have a larger
makes them
order types.
Okay.
Why not?
That's another.
Well, there are times when you don't just like how fast you get your GPU or for how long you commit.
For how long you commit.
Okay.
But the commits are much shorter, so the commits are 1 day up to 2 weeks.
I think the problem
And anything between.
is so much.
And the inflexible market standard right now is like 1-year contract, 3-year contract, or on demand.
Oh wow.
So there's a lot of arbitrage, there's a lot of risk mitigation. Technically arbitrage is not there. There's risk transfer there.
Yes.
Where you can have arbitrage across different types of chips. So a lot of researchers will be like, I want the latest and greatest latest and greatest NVIDIA, whatever. It shouldn't be a binary decision. It should be a how much decision. Right? At some point, underlying AMD hardware, at a price, there is a price point where it's better than even some alien technology coming from outer space. It depends on what price point you set.
it's a concept of fungibility here of compute. So how do you abstract away the underlying infrastructure? No blockchain, absolutely no blockchain, and that's on purpose. It's an easy sin to go into blockchain for this specific
It
idea.
would make a lot of sense to say integrate.
The problem is I want to list an index on a financial market, right? If you're a CFO somewhere, if you're a trader, you'll see it on your Bloomberg terminal. These will be instruments that trade on the CME or the CBOE. The reason I don't want to do any more cases like the financial things, which is basically like the CFO's funds, they don't want to touch crypto, right? A lot of them are publicly listed companies. If you're Fortune 500 and you're hedging your activities,
Right.
you want to use the tools.
And another question I had is like I'm sure you might have already faced this, not might face in the future, is imagine that like you get all the users from on-demand, and let's say the general pattern is like 9 to 5, you're going to have the highest demand.
Yeah.
And then you don't have enough contracts, so either you're like have to raise a bunch of money to like just secure like these times.
So we need to, there's pricing and risk models that you can create. What we're doing, the reason I think we can do something like this is we're basically collecting a lot of data about privately concluded contracts with inventories of different suppliers of GPUs, as well as pricing information on different contracts.
Okay. How do you collect this data?
Yeah, basically I tell them like, give me your inventory data, and in exchange I'll help you out with the thing too.
Yeah.
So collect this data, get the best pricing information, cover as many GPU transactions as possible. If you have that information, then you're in a pretty good place to sort of underwrite these transactions. You have like a good understanding of the risk profiles of the different customers, the usage patterns, etc.
Because then like sometimes if your customers are trying to get, like let's say you're already at peak, right? Like I can imagine a situation where you have like 10,000 people use, and then like someone's trying to do a massive trading run with like 100,000.
Yeah.
And then they won't have access to like cheaper pricing. Because you don't have those contracts and everything.
Do you have a co-founder or you
So my co-founder is a hedge fund guy who's an electricity trader.
Okay.
Head of macro at a number of hedge funds. He worked for Millennium for a bit.
Okay.
And back in the day, he was structuring mortgage-backed securities at Bear Stearns.
Oh wow. Okay.
And it's like we try to say that this is a team that's extremely deep in GPU efficiency. It's basically background deploying these clusters, knowing how to utilize them, knowing how to.
But when you mean you deploy GPUs at Meta, like what do you do exactly?
Research team at Meta needs to.
Okay.
Somehow, someone's going to set up data center, a GPU specific cluster.
Yeah.
Do all of the networking, the provisioning, the design of the data center, everything. So I was deploying. I would take basically an empty room with 4 walls and ceiling and turn it into a data center.
Oh, okay. So you manage all the dust and that's fine.
And the commissioning.
Yeah. Okay.
And each cluster has to be sort of optimized for exactly the kind of workload that they're running it on. So I had a part to do this. The optimization is coming into place with missing inputs, the network, and the low-level libraries, and how you configure those.
Okay. Yeah. What do we do?
Oh, these are like versioning of libraries, you're familiar with Nickel.
Yeah, no.
It's like a lot of distributed systems, and so you need to provision all of the switches, all of the gateways, all of the servers, all of the GPUs, all of the operating systems.
But you have to be an electrical engineer.
I am an electrical
Okay,
by training.
Okay.
And so I was hired because let's say
Yeah, exactly.
and I've done basically everything from the algorithm level to the hardware level. So that helps when you're doing cross-stack optimization. So what do you do?
No,
It's not.
Where?
I think it's I'm French and Romanian.
Oh wow, that's a combination. Interesting. That's cool.
You're Italian. Where from?
Near Milan.
Yeah.
My hometown is Verona, so.
Near Milan?
Yeah.
People say Torino. I know it's not near Milan.
No, I'm in Parma province.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to be a quant, by the way, too.
Doing
investment bank.
Where?
Citigroup.
Citigroup. And what were you? Were you a risk quant? Were you a trading quant?
Yeah, risk quant.
That's interesting. What were you covering?
I was basically, I mean, I had a kind of more developer type position, so I was handling a lot of the code optimizations for the graphical simulation libraries.
What was, yeah, I was gonna say, like, what is the stack that you guys use for
Yeah,
this stuff?
C++, OpenMP, a lot of, but you know, a lot of the optimizations were like sort of not ultra fast. We were not using GPUs. So the tech stack in CD is not incredible. Yeah, but recently I moved here like a month ago to start my own company. No, so I was at CD. I started in New York City. I was at my scientific. Then I was a quant for a couple of years, then I moved here to start my company, and now I have, yeah, so we are building agents for financial institutions. So I'm talking to them right now, I'm dealing with institutional investors with CMBS positions. CMBS commercial mortgage packages.
I just didn't know what C.
Yeah. So we have lots of data.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think what you guys do 3D modeling is
by the way,
yeah, I'd like to use it. I don't know if I will use it, but I would like to try.
No, pilot
to use it.
And then
Well, I have
a smaller
beta test for people. Something that's on your bedside that helps you wake up. Her idea was, or at least for this, maybe the website or something that can present how it functions.
Or some kind of ad or something.
Or maybe like an ad, but create a bunch of different bedside environments and put it in there and kind of slideshow it and show like the functionality and kind of maybe with Blender or something, go and create a video with it. Create a bunch of stuff, just like
And you can show, you can use it on and on, you can show like this
big
sensor.
part of my job is
They could sense
create
like heart rate
benchmarks
and
that
sleep
guarantee
patterns
yourself
overnight and kind of like zoom in and show how that works. And yeah, make it animate. Yeah.
Is that what kind of space or what I guess industry is really using your guys' product? Why is it video games?
Are you funded by any software?
I'm bootstrapping right now. I have some personal funds that I invest in.
Like your own money?
Yeah, my own
Yeah,
money.
I mean, the simplest way to do
I don't know, let's see. I think I could be profitable without any external funding soon.
I thought so.
You mean make a mesh of it?
Right.
Yeah. I would like to try more software and stuff.
Yeah,
There's simpler ways to do it.
Exactly.
It's fun to
So I think it is possible.
We have SDKs.
In the next 3 to 5 months that doesn't happen, then maybe I will try to raise.
So from your guys' platform, do you generate like a mesh file? Yeah, and then you can pop it on there. Yeah, yeah, but you're also directly connecting.
So right now, these clients pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for software that
So we have examples or
non-AI help them
to generate.
so like 100,000 per year.
What's your? I'm really curious on your guys' strategy of like
That's what I was initially thinking.
spreading the word.
At the same time, I was thinking that I should go
software.
as
Is
low as
that something
possible.
that is on your guys' timeline of like every weekend you want to try and get into like the space?
We will be.
Yeah, for now it's
just like, this is
$100,000.
just
That's the plan, but I'm trying to see if I can.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
If I can just.
you're quoting them 100,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Try it out.
They pay a lot.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I
great.
have a contact with Morningstar. This guy sells
Have you guys been doing this for like
pieces of software that are very
for a while, or
No,
is it just a new update?
Oh,
it is.
So I have
Oh,
a
nice.
residence.
Okay, okay,
So
nice.
we do hack concierge.
Yeah, yeah.
And one of the steps. And we're like, how about we do one for 3D? You know, GC happening here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It was like a newsletter.
Yeah,
they
I'm
turned
kind of surprised that more people don't show up. I feel like this is, my buddy was gonna, two of my buddies were gonna come, but they're, had some like date idea going down in San
Basically,
Diego.
just data.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe this week is a little like slower.
It's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Conferences happening. So
Is it happening?
Yeah, that's what they had for
that's
that
all last
talking to.
Oh, it was all last
They were
week.
suggesting, sell your product at the lowest
Okay,
possible
that makes
price,
sense. Yeah.
get the data and try to sell it.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
thing
the
is that
headline's
a lot of
really
the
good.
data is confidential, so
Supercharger.
I could aggregate and anonymize it
Do you
in
guys create
certain
those?
ways.
Did you create those? Like,
But it's not yet clear
posters?
but it's something, it's a partnership that maybe could
No,
be worked
so that's on a poster and all the
Yeah, the
assets.
hedge funds love this
Those are sort of unedited, just what our software
pay a lot of money.
and then Vista prints the posters.
But they're also very
Yeah, we don't print the posters itself, but you have the images.
Yeah, but this has a, they were very interested in this CMS data that I
Let's
have,
go.
that's property level data.
Yeah, how much do we get?
And
What is
by
the property level data?
design, these are rentals. You know what the kind of rents
Nice,
were?
yeah.
No.
So basically, each commercial real estate property manager, manages corners, restaurants, information about the tenant. Right? Yeah. So, so they are like very non-standard, semi-structured, very long tables that consist of and they have diets below our cost per so you need really human. So far they think they need to go around and by road, and they can only pass the top 10% antenna because they don't just are so small. So 80% of the tenants will make it constitute like 50%.
You're doing this on your own?
Yeah, you guys understand?
No, I'm doing it this year. I had a friend who actually bought me the problem.
We go like very
Does he work?
He works in one of the structural. And this is, he was like showing me Zoom calls. You are called Zoom calls.
Yeah.
Like everybody buys it, they would say, hey, we have
My
Zoom
blood
here.
scrapes doesn't fit into this note that we
So that's a big deal. Yeah. What was your name? Homecard.
Oh, really? Oh, huh.
So it's like, I had a team
Wow.
what kind of software, what kind of, simulations for everything.
Yeah. Yeah. What we're in Kansas.
So what about simulation? Software simulation?
More on the east side?
In between Toronto and Montreal.
Okay, yeah. Oh, how far away from Montreal? Oh, okay, yeah, I know exactly.
That's one.
Okay, yeah.
And what we do is setting up a 3D model of like the environment.
Oh, that seems like a cool place.
Yeah, so you're Jackson.
during the summer.
Yeah, do you have any recommendations for me?
Like you can generate the same issues of like, you can generate.
It's, well, I don't know, give me like a tier, like S
No way
tier.
for me to get all of them.
I always
Make it fun, like serving. Like that's a So how do you
Yeah.
we just take, the
like
okay, fine, and then
things that are like most relevant to
yeah.
of the real world. So if you give me like a couple sentences on like general things as
How do you avoid this becoming an extremely like manual process? Or maybe that's like a.
Well, I guess I honestly, I love business books. Yeah, I guess go business. Yeah, let's go business. Well, we could go, you know,
I don't know if I can share it. Like, I do have. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna run away with this.
Is it your copy? Oh wow.
Yeah.
So I know there's not some paper for it. There's always some paper in the last one.
I read it like a long time ago. Pretty
Like, we were having a conversation earlier.
There's a book that really goes on our stuff. Skin in the Game. Really,
How do you make the assets inside this very
really shit.
how are you able to manipulate them?
It's all about taking risks. It's the guy that did Black Swan. So, got quite an attitude. Really, really
That's useful for.
It really disguises itself as it's really disguised as like a business book.
For physical interaction, you need to add additional stuff, just rates and that will get that one done. So let me try to paraphrase what I think. You scan an environment, you create a Gaussian
Yeah.
I think it's good because it's people don't spend enough time understanding like
and how do you use, how are you using now your,
Oh, really? Okay.
is there, yeah, there has to be a rendering.
and I think that's
Like,
like
how do you really underline, ray trace, or
because really like I don't have time to spend all this time.
that matter, like, how do you, that's all right.
I'm like, you don't have time not to.
And how do you once
No, you have to specifically define it, right?
So you can either scan it separately or send it to segmentation and also.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'm working on coding, the moment it's done, I'll let you know.
And what's your background?
Somebody puts the copy
Yeah.
of the photo.
Yeah, so we get that.
So, I like this one, but let me go. What you do is you go get
Oh, I've heard of that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what Ben Horowitz.
I was in
So maybe that might know.
and you were aware of it.
I would be.
Well, what I think about it is about culture. A lot of people
the show up on the photos that are the page.
they kind of just hire
Yeah.
Those are the photos that are show up.
Like, like some basic.
There's no specific number.
That's not the solution.
Right, yeah.
and that's a really great one where it's about like ground
Don't worry, I will let you know.
How long?
Yeah, and then Netflix has it or something.
Generalizable is going to be something that you're pretty sure
Something like that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Kind of stops.
It's just one. If you ask AI to do that, AI hallucinates things.
Yeah, anyways, those are
AI doesn't.
Yeah, okay. I wrote it down. I will read them. That's all. Yeah. Yeah, trying to get it all.
But it's gonna take a while.
But you know, it's like, I do get that philosophy of really focusing on what kind of matters, or at least what you're moving on next to.
Pace of
I'm recognizing that I'm only kind of focusing on business folks, and it's kind of like, I don't know, I'm not expanding into, you know, science or science fiction. I'm reading a little bit of it, which I'm loving, which I think does change the way you think. Also, Sapiens, I've heard that book, which But yeah, just kind of expand. It's
I had a revolving
just business books. It's like,
I-
you don't have to.
I-
Oh, yeah, you had a
knowledge.
revolving
It's gonna be like,
Yeah,
kind of
so
stumped on this
traditionally all
weird
like
academic, like,
computer vision is like
philosophy, it's like, based in like this theory world instead of like,
so like now
you know,
we have
expanding out.
AI foundation model.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to,
And the operations on the like easy or quick way to do it. Creating models.
Yeah,
get like really
Right, yeah.
where, you know, we're getting a little where like knowledge starts to automated, like
Here and in general,
where these models
name one.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
It's a change. It's very similar.
Hey, Gavin, I'm Connor. Connor, I'm still a developer at audio reactive modules. Build some.
What are the
Cool stuff. I was actually just curious about potentially translating the Unity into Unreal, like maybe someone dive for submitting an example project in Unity. But yeah, I'm still open to a lot of things. I might work with some other teams.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
What are
like building projects agentic Unreal,
other than
where the works and like both assets
a very different way,
would be like something that organized information, even if it doesn't do all of the
where's
things that
the
the art still already
to be set?
The first part, yeah, I was just curious if you guys some pointers of where to start or anything about an eye on for putting it in Unreal. Let's get my photo.
Guys on your team.
Yeah. They're
Except that you can do it at scale. That's one of the but the goal is
Yeah, that's a good time.
it's organization
Try resetting my phone. Yeah, maybe try. Yeah.
So good talk. Yeah, thanks you. So you can move downstairs?
But you will be able to take some information
But by the way, how long have you been doing this?
There's some very simple ones. We have tried.
If customers are
five.
I mean, these are realtors or
Property owners. Property owners or property owners.
Well, that's their.
So this is one of the differences.
That's something always found.
working less time. Who's we?
I'm pretty like to a degree counties who are
Totally with the
Also our partners on the property management.
By the way,
some people
You know this problem.
it's kind of
That's the reason why we able to get a lot of these customers. They know that we that's why. What are you building? I heard.
Yeah,
maybe as a headline, the way I would say it.
I think that's my general.
I'm trying to make
there are
well, compute in general, financial asset class.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh my god, that's so good. Okay, sorry, I guess I would be around people who like create concepts.
One thing is that it's very capital intensive.
It depends how you structure it, actually.
I'm your archivist.
The capital intensive way is you doing the
Narrative hypothesis.
What Well,
That's actually we should start getting questions.
so risk mitigation is one thing, but yeah, that is still.
It's about how
The way I'm thinking about doing this.
Actually, the reason I have this
If
house
I want to grow.
is that's really
I
large.
want to partner with a debt that is interested in underwriting this kind of stuff. We serve as a face because no financial funder will understand the new computers and asset class as well as we do. So what we'll do is like we can buy up future cash flows, bundle them up, and give it to them. And it's a way, in a way, like you can think about it. In a way, well, the REIT has funds of its own.
Yeah, the REIT has funds of its own, but like this would be components that funds can participate in essentially.
Right, we would, it's like, the whole point is like, who owns the funds? It stays with the debt.
So they
And so we do the operational side one of that's the capital light way to work. That being said, I do believe like, if you want to maximize your revenue, eventually scale it also helps that you are able to underwrite.
Sometimes I can't.
Take a lot of
It depends if you do it like, yeah, it depends on what you do. Even don't from a specific kind of.
That's a correct order of magnitude. For this to grow, like, I would like to be able to raise, not in equity, but in debt.
Yeah, debt.
I would like to raise hundreds of millions in debt.
The reason this makes sense is another one of the is doing this with the opportunities opportunities on the listings across the US. So opportunities are
Courses that allow you to get a
area
world
real estate.
some narrative drive areas, and what are the narratives?
Now that they've come back, this is really.
But what is it? What is it?
You invest in So we're doing this exactly except for GPUs in other areas of the commercial real estate. Which is why kind of understand the core principle with which you're coming back. GPU, yeah. And it also makes sense that you don't want to go into capital intensive from the very beginning because what you want to establish proof of concept and get money to the population. You still make a lot of money. And then you can go
Sorry for my friend, I was like, address of maybe someone would have been one, and sure enough, it's an AGI house, I was like, oh, I missed it. So there
For
we
the
go.
same type of million euros,
I know.
so
I got those.
other prices, like fairly
Very nice. Well, so we're gonna build this movie gen thing, but at some point I'd love to hear both of your thoughts on how you might bring this internal game
like
concept
together AI would
for
be
a while.
valuable
For life.
more
Well, it's based on
Exactly.
it's based on that idea, but it's sort of a blend.
Oh,
You can have your own
what index do
LLM,
you like?
AI assistant.
What does the index
There's
look
actually
like?
a Black Mirror episode on this, but basically it's helping you
That's a very good question.
gamify your
Because
life,
on
pretty
the
clear
surface
ones,
it seems
etc.
simple.
But essentially it's using positive
Index
psychological
compute price.
principles and
What's the going rate?
What's what's the
But actually, when you
design.
dig into it, you're like, what should I index? Should I index,
It's
let's
chemical
say,
design,
the
etc.
hour
But my dream's
on
always
a
basically working
H100 GPU?
these epic like working
There's a few problems when you do that.
So my thought was, oh,
Should
I
I
go into the
index
film studio and go
kind
into
of
that
blended
hence
metric?
the narrative studies for that.
GPU compute,
That'll
how
allow
do you
me
come up with
to
metric
write
like this? I say,
intermittent
here's a
Learn about it for
benchmark
years.
model.
One also in
It
school.
does some inference,
Because I thought,
does some
okay, they'll
training,
probably
does some
use
here's a
first,
benchmark model.
where because
And
the
I
next
will
step
run it
is
on
us
this
basically
infrastructure and
writing ourselves
infrastructure.
into these narratives. So imagine
The
you've
time
got
it
a
takes to
Star Wars
execute,
character,
say,
or have you?
on a
You
per
can go
token
and become a
basis.
character
You
or
use
help
that
you
as a normalization.
kind of choose your
Right.
adventure because you're able to.
So you come up
Yeah,
with a
so
sort
then
of,
there are a lot of possible
with a
directions.
quantity
I'm
that
gonna go in
doesn't
that
have
direction, but also that.
a quantity without a metric.
Hence the kind of side quest.
So it's a unitless,
music.
it's a unitless quantity that tracks compute. And for different compute assets, you would have a multiplier.
Right. And then that leaves you vulnerable to technological changes that fundamentally just change the orders of magnitude of the business outcomes, right? leaves you vulnerable is if you're very invested.
And also to answer your previous question, right?
But leaves massive space for arbitration if you see
It's like funny.
we were talking about
there's
this yesterday.
I said if I know
The new companies that are doing different kind
forced to
of
watch so
on-chip technology and trying to like really speed
that,
up
and
affairs. There was a chip that was
study
doing
narrative
using
arts.
rights-based
So
interactions like
to a certain degree, diagram it out.
I don't know what it is.
Systematize
I'm just telling you like it is about $14 billion.
a rare handful of movies which are delightful. I'll usually go, okay, this will happen, this will happen, this person will betray them, and I saw the movie. It's not meant to be like a, it's not meant to be like a humble brag or anything.
Quantum
It's more
computers
just
take
like,
over and you're
I
like,
had to say one of these things. Yeah.
like the existing models.
The fiber, no, your neural fibers myelinate, you got it.
Things like this are.
Makes no sense, yeah.
There's a lot of neural circuitry there.
Like,
so
you have the current architecture.
there are other areas where I need to build
change
a lot
that
more.
you need a completely different type of computer.
Hoping to
If
focus on
Brock
that
or
real estate.
Cerebras become the
So,
dominant provider.
so you're not working on anything, you're not.
Well, I believe so. That's the whole.
No, but that's good, right? That's not just something you can do that's better for your business because then you can arbitrage on that. A large part of the world still will use it video or something.
Like that doesn't change. Like the only risk is that if they transform,
Yeah, like if quantum computer is like the only existential threat you have at this point, you can genuinely consider as but it's not just a threat for you, it's a threat for the entire global economy, everything.
There are some things that you can't risk mitigate. There's some.
I made something they are.
But some, like,
So,
most of the time,
I think
you
try
have
out
to
with
risk,
this
right? Because it turns
as
out
sort of an
after.
example, and then I'll help you with the world building. I'm also happy. I don't know if I can build a one.
If I.
Otherwise, I would totally.
Ideas are one thing, and execution is a whole other. No, not yet, not yet.
So I'll definitely want,
Two months
should I talk to them about
away.
integrating Masterpiece Export, or should I just do it on the fly?
It would be my fourth time fundraising. With some muscle memory.
Yeah, you probably get some relatively easier.
So here's like a-
first time you would.
how do you meet your co-founder?
We were. Are you familiar with this program called Entrepreneurs First?
Yeah. Yeah, they're a VC as well, right?
They're an accelerator.
They're an accelerator, alright. Okay.
So the founder of EF is someone I'm close to, and he's the one who introduced me and my co-founder. What's up? What's your name? Taylor. What are you up to, Taylor?
So I did a simplified version of correspondence.
But
Oh my God.
background. Yeah.
Okay. So I was like, weird.
Yeah, so it's like a.
When you say units, as
So
in brain
this
units,
concept
or
extends into both, there's a, what do you call it? A narrative component, and that you can build yourself out a character into this whole world. And it could be like movie gen, or also I wanted to design experiences for the atmosphere. So basically like movie content essentially.
Yeah, someone's starting this.
You're looking at like
abnormal psychology.
this lands in a budget, this lands in a budget.
Okay.
Today you reach out to architects.
Hilarious.
Yours is much more friendly. That's what I was
Legally, this would be still, there's like general design options. That's how it's offer. So instead of 4 weeks,
Okay.
2 days.
And the end game being that.
Today, so this is about
Okay.
so partners and architects, and we're just doing
Yeah, there's a lot of companies.
up all night. But it's fairly straightforward from like each of these systems, there's a lot of information not online, just takes time to like, so what we're doing is like mapping out the topology and stuff. An idea of browser users, managed deep research at some point. Yeah, like someone with an engineering background could say.
What do you guys think of browser use? Have you used it?
I'm not really happy about it.
No?
I don't think it's
Yeah, like they put themselves in books.
Completely agree.
I usually have
Why
to
not?
find a way to.
I mean, like,
Because of sensitivity of information?
No, because it's not reliable. Like, for example, would be ideal.
That's interesting if we were to do that, plug that into MovieGen, and then they're into there.
The way people want to is something that just bothers the internet.
I think this is actually
collects
part to
opinions online and keeps
because a lot of the stuff that feedback today is all done
But
in isolation.
it's unreliable
Like
because you never know what
image that's
information
just from
you're
text
getting is something
or a
that's
3D model that's
what
just
happens.
from an image or a prompt, but like all of these
So maybe not
features
that.
basically
Yeah,
something.
you can use
It's like
five,
that the founders brought used yesterday.
Right.
They're ETH, they're kids as well.
It could just be like a random table.
There is a monster around.
Yeah,
On very little revenue.
I mean, they would definitely raise a good round just because
Just because of the cloud, man. Just
the
because
cloud
of
is
the-
awesome. But I think
Wait, is this your
genuinely
company?
better tool to use
Okay, nice.
is Firefall.
So we'll
Just because it's more prevalent and it's going to have more user adoption.
But it's more like Firecrawl, as far as I understand, is like more.
It's pretty easy to do.
Passing,
specific,
yeah.
more,
It's more parsing web pages and rendering that information versus browser users more taking action.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Firefox is not going to take actions and share information, and that you
Well,
can
so
put
if you
into
guys
your
would
own
you
LLM
essentially this
to make
conceptual
decisions,
framework
pass
can
through
be
information,
both kind of
structure,
game
whatever you
type
want to
framework that I
do.
explained. It can be essentially
That's
a
why
movie,
Firefox is
like
more
you
adoption.
explained. It could be
And we'll have more adoption with enterprises as well. I
Let's
think
see.
browser use will have to
go.
be consumer
I have like a
so they would have to
content
increase
series
their cloud
where,
significantly
unfortunately, I shot it during
and then
COVID, so it
compete with the
basically
likes of
very,
Cloud Browser and OpenAI's
I was the
browser.
only kind of character around as an example of the avatar. I was
Yeah,
going to
they
do
have to like
something
compete with
but
customers.
there's a, I mean,
300K
towards that caveat. And
How long ago were they?
well, no, I was alone, so I had to like set up a tripod.
It was like less than.
Good, yeah.
Deal with it. And so I was basically trying to figure out it can, so it
I
can go in
mean,
that form also.
if
I was
you're
thinking
a
about
Twitter
ticketed
VC,
live
if there's Twitter VC, you think browser
Zoom
is
ice
the best
cream,
one.
you guys go museum, et cetera, so you can open source create worlds. But the dream would be to eventually be able to
I'm
like speak worlds into life. So that's sort of my has been one of my kind of
turning GPU worlds into financial.
once upon a time there was
Creating instruments
in the
with
Prevailing universe there were two forces, a generative force called Gaia and a destructive force called Moloch, which was the god of chaos and entropy. And so there were multiple parallel worlds, one called Earth, one called Ever. It's very similar to Earth, but not quite the same. So meaning kind of I have this whole kind of fiction myth and all the other things. It would be very cool if I could create these virtual worlds that people can either come and experience music in or play games in or what have you. So I almost don't. It's like it's like a Kinect game store, but I really don't even know what to do or where to start. You know.
That's
So,
not.
Yeah, that's
you guys
not,
have
but
advice,
they-
and I'm happy to help with your project or what. You guys have
I
thoughts on
don't
it?
see it.
I think it can be very similar to this, right? Or what is that?
They want to be a cloud, right?
Yeah, that's true.
CoreWeave is listed
Yeah,
as
maybe
being a
not
cloud.
games, but
Right,
yeah.
right? They're not listed from a financial.
Similar.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Could they do it if they had the intention to?
Yeah,
Yes, it just
yeah,
doesn't make a lot of
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
It
yeah.
just doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's the same thing that you can do, like
Yeah.
if you still have, say, carbon markets and things like that in the future.
Oh, don't tell me.
Right? If that exists, then Crusoe, for example, right? Crusoe can get into this exact business and arbitrate against the usage of renewably powered data centers, the usage on that, and arbitrate that against the power grids.
Yeah, to a degree. So
Like,
meaning
those are the
I-
things which
I
you can do.
was
If they do
explaining
decide to do
this
that,
to Jeremy.
then that's the
My
case they
program,
can want.
an intermediate program, we learn full stack development in JS, and so I know
It's not
there's
someone like a
yeah,
UI.
theaters and not quite, and so.
Close enough.
Okay, I'll do that.
If you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll come through. So, here's the world, so me, I was.
like we talked about like the
I'm a 3D artist since I was
Really?
Okay.
I don't know, 10 years old.
No way.
Yeah, I've been like
Really?
doing stuff on Blender since I was. What is it that I used to do? I did like a still image of a.
What's
It's like a.
okay? So
New Zealand.
Joint science is
very visual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
how do you go from there?
What was your question? What was the coolest thing I did? Actually, the coolest thing I did was a render that I used to resist playing that was the coolest. It's probably not the most beautiful render yet, but it was that render that was that returned a bit like. Let me. Where did I find it? Huh? Yeah, so. But carry on talking. It's going to take you a minute. Oh yeah, no, the pressure will Oh, that's another one I showed. So the background image was, I had an idea at some point about an autonomous, seafaring barge. And it's the electrical powertrain. And so I love technical.
I think where that plays into, what you're doing is the combination of not just the generation but the agents. So imagine, actually before I continue on that,
That's the
a
one.
little bit more about the application.
Yeah.
I want to make this cool.
Yeah.
So you
Is
have
that like a custom off the shelf arm?
something.
The arm is off the shelf. It's like a Kuko.
So it's essentially it's a bit. Here, I'm gonna find it. I have an image that I took from one of my notebooks.
The structure and the
digitizing all my things. I have like marked around here, so I
And
write
the
down
robots
things,
ended up
But
being
basically, so
fixed on a little sort
But I
of
can-
base plate on rather than dangling from the top.
But I would imagine because
So
it's very difficult.
How are they doing that
the
before?
like essentially, so I put something called the conceptual framework that applies to different
Is this similar to
and
work
so
in Redwood Materials is
on
right?
the
Redwood
kind of
Materials?
real world side,
So
it's
Redwood
what
Materials
drops
recycles
through
batteries. There's no
to this-
automation there. What they do is
the
like they
whole
throw
built
the
out
battery
into
into
a
a big
self-operated,
oven.
self-operated
What's the advantage of having your arm?
first person.
So disassembly reduces the total amount of
Obviously,
effort.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking at. So
process
Redwood Materials doesn't have a really good
goals for people who are either
pyrometallurgical
just
process. And
we're all,
so
we're all different, we all have
process
things
out
that
there,
we
what they do
shell out,
is they take the battery, they
areas where we
disassemble it,
might,
they remove these small battery modules from
and so
the battery
being that
Those battery
for
modules, they
many of
throw
us,
them into a shredder, and then they go
having
through a
kind
chemical
of the right
bleaching
incentives
process
to
to separate
imagine
cobalt, manganese, lithium. Lithium, I don't know if they can recuperate. So it goes through that separation
in
process.
some
And
ways,
that's much more efficient. But to disassemble those batteries, the guys doing it is
build out this.
And you build a solution for that associated with
The curriculum and all
That's the
these
company that you
ways I would try to make myself valuable and sort of,
You know, you went to clean tech,
slides
that's where I
and
used to do
Sorry?
I used to do clean tech before this. I used to
So
work
there's a, that's one.
open electrification.
So that's, imagine it's a player one video game that allows you to do goals and stay on track and it's a fun and play in your day. Just really awesome. Then on, with kind of varying degrees of kind of lowering fantasy. On the other kind of more wild, kind of full on.
But did you train your body arm in a fully deterministic way?
Actually, and could you
We're using visual servo.
where essentially there are jobs to be done.
Oh.
And volume industry is also talking about the centers of learning. Kind of like in the network.
Yeah, because you
So it's
want
one
them
fast
to
one.
be
That's basically my research, and like it's really hard to get done. It's a GAN-like model
Lovely, whatever,
like
to go into various
You don't want that. That's overkill, and if there's chances of that going wrong, yeah, rule based.
Actually joining people from
High quality
West.
rules.
I'm not the only person to think about this. There are many
I mean, it's not exactly
There's
role-based,
James
so
Goswell,
it's like, it's a visual input. Every arm is mounted mounted
Um,
with
there's
a
like
RGB
clouds.
sensor that is fixed.
So there's a lot of sort of, it's a synthesis of a lot of different things, and it's sort of based on.
It's not really
different
the
game
point is
ideas,
the point is
but
you can get a Tesla battery, then a Volkswagen,
Right,
then a
right,
Tesla
right,
again,
and
then
then
something
the
else.
first side quest I went on between underground.
It doesn't recognize the battery.
was
It recognizes the primitives. The primitives are
So
screws,
multiple-
bolts,
multiple
wires,
different
harnesses,
ones.
things like this.
My assignments
And those
were that
stay
we opened
general.
doors to soul,
So
that kind
it's
of
like, okay, I
cool,
detected 110 screws
like
here. These are M5 screws. On a Tesla, on a whatever. It
Doesn't matter, yeah, they don't care
It's an
what
M5
you
screw.
do.
And so
right?
it's for these future world
So what's the
landscapes,
technology?
people go
What's the name of the algorithm?
And essentially around that time, when we were in the
And
space
these
station,
algorithms.
It's a combination of a lot of rules-based
It's like a pipeline.
object detection plus rule-based
So I
action.
thought about, okay, how do
Object
we
detection,
go, how do I
object
go and
mounting,
think?
segmentation.
Okay.
Then it gives you a sort of 6th degree of freedom coordinates of the
Right.
elements. And it's like, all right, deploy the unscrewing.
Social level
Did
of
you have like on a
individual
conveyor
level
belt
of
where like the subject is away from the
and so
compares now?
I
We
have
did
these
a conveyor
worlds,
belt
they have
of sorts.
more, it's more fantasy.
No, the like was when the robot was
which
actually
were
driving.
fantasy end,
Like was
early
robot
concept,
moving as like.
which
So
is much more
conveyor belt is like system integrated network.
kind of like
So
a movie
it,
concert type
conveyor
experience,
belts
sphere,
completely
like
custom
animal.
to like what's
But a
the
little bit,
factory setup.
but I
that we
just
have
wanted
over
to
there.
look to see how they.
For us, it's
what
just a
they
type,
did
like
with
we
the
assume
areas
within a
that
certain
they're
mounting box the
Yeah.
battery is
You
here.
want basically a place to mount your robot arm and have a battery be the scope where your robot arm can distribute it.
I'm from Boston, and
But in general, I don't
so
know.
it sounds like artistic 3D model an unelaborate sort of interactive world that where it helps you.
I did this when I was
understands that.
maybe 18. I'm just really proud of it. It won't look like anything to you, but I'm like, I did every pixel of this
And sounds like a more advanced version.
Indian? Oh, I don't know.
It's a high tiki. The high tiki is a little ornament that they
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's a little thing that looks like this, and I tried to give it this Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Jones vibe. I see exactly. Yeah, there's something he just picks up from there and the world starts.
Yeah.
This
The
is
whole
the vibe.
place goes on fire, the temple starts.
Yeah, this is a disintegrating. Yeah, that makes sense.
So right now they consider that. Blender is like a 2D world or something. But like this would be sounds like
I would know how to
interactive one that would
the
like
text to image.
Oh yeah. Image to image would be relatively simple. Will be a
What would you
need to like
Ideally,
you give them the image which was in
so
2D
I thought
just
about
like a
it
render and you
from sort of a
expect
twofold perspective, so there's sort of all of your
I think like very good work. Something which is close kind of would you pulled off.
imagine if we were able to basically.
Something like this is actually
learning
okay.
about.
Depends on how many
So I-
images of the thing you have. If you have multiple images, it becomes really easy.
And all,
Yeah, but like, this is like
more
separately, just like
social
one
sciences, and you understand
like
kind of
something.
enough
Yeah.
level enough on your skills in all these different areas, so you have a better,
yeah.
kind of a
I
better.
mean, the single image to 3D stuff, there's a lot of research in there.
Yeah, exactly. This where.
But like it does things that it knows very well. If it's never seen a high tiki before, it's like, what is that?
But even the stuff that
you have more
really
informed
well,
people.
the quality is not.
Precise.
It's not like
I'm not going to quality get to the level where it looks like with you built up. And to do that where it's more like again, we were on for teleoptics. So this like Xerox. And it's not looking at the image, looking back into its training data, trying to find something similar and then rendering it. It's looking at the image, it's literally taking that image into a 2D space, adding another dimension to it, and allowing it to be manipulated within an environment with the same effect that the 2D image
I don't know
does.
if I need to have this.
When does, like, that's not that far away from it.
Or awareness of proclivities, so there's an ability to kind of feel more comfortable with himself.
How about you? 29.
And so you could break that down into kind of, I don't want to reduce anything down unless they're obviously a challenge. So it's a very,
I actually
it's a very broad,
like this.
broad concept
I landed
of
here
idea, and
less
for
than
me, I
18
thought,
hours ago.
I'll be playing with these ideas and these tools.
I was in San Jose.
For like how to get inside. So I'm here to.
Wait, he's landed here.
Well, as in I parked my car in SFO, but I landed in San Jose and I actually drove
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I see what you're doing.
It's like
And sort of building.
you live in San Jose or like no, I live in Zurich.
Is that?
So you're leaving Zurich? Yes.
Oh,
I'm a tourist, man.
Oh, okay. That's super cool. Wow. Okay, so you are the main campus is in Zurich.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think it's
okay.
So you're here just for the weekend or like here?
Yeah, for basically NVIDIA GTC. Yeah, I saw Jensen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like freaking rock star.
Yeah.
Beautiful man. Like he looks like AI generated. That's what I was wondering.
He's amazing.
business and
So
from the business,
it's literally like a rock star. Comes in a big leather jacket.
Yeah,
It is.
I can simplify the kind of the primary.
Somehow it's a conference for like tech nerds, right?
Yeah.
And suddenly, I don't know how women appear from that.
I saw Elvis.
I swear it's like booming. Like,
yeah, I was in Elvis
of this big thing. What is
came out last year. There is a scene where
That's all an existing
one of the first Elvis right moves the legs in that way, and the women were like
fainting,
like fainting. I imagine the same
They know they're teaching your marketing so hard. It's so better when they're like desperate for a solution. And they're like, I will do anything to solve this. So you find a little.
How long have you been?
Build that out.
So yeah, a year.
In a
Traction,
No, I moved a month ago.
Okay.
I was in New York City for
Bootstrap is great,
start
like if not, then
college.
you could use that to.
And I almost crashed the car because of the autonomous vehicle. I was like, what the fuck is this?
You are using it?
No, I was driving it. No, I was driving the car and this thing came out with like this tower thing on top of it.
That's way more.
And it took me by surprise. Like I wasn't expecting to see this. Hit the brakes.
Somebody didn't do anything weird.
No, it didn't. Like, I didn't build it myself. I must have confused the algorithm.
Yeah.
I would
You see
like
cars
music
with
that I
no
can use
driver.
It's like crazy. Like, I think
in the
certain things you take for granted here. It's just like, oh, just like 10 minutes, just like going on the street. It's like, yeah, it's a normal thing for us.
No, it's like, come on.
They, I have
So I Ubered here.
connections to real estate and things
you know,
talking about how to develop
the
environments
Uber
in commercial spaces, basically empty desk
think
spaces.
about these ways.
that access to
Yeah.
He's like,
Where,
oh man, there's a lot of them, blah, blah,
and so
like,
exploring that.
you know, what do you feel?
And so
He's like,
the
oh, I was scared when I got
the other
I'm
piece
like,
that
no,
is
like for
this
your
is
jobs.
not-
Like, he's like,
Like,
yeah, I mean, I
create
expect them to
framework
completely
that
take
allow
over
me to
engineering.
move forward
I'm like, what are you gonna do then? I'm like, I need to find another job.
So, of me being a guinea pig testing out some of these learning mechanics, because the last thing I want to do
But
is
imagine the
have
level of
something
disillusion.
pivot, have some people adopt it, and break some partial, you know, I always says,
But even
Imagine the solution of like a software engineer.
So I could say,
Yeah, we've automated ourselves in a way
like,
like.
experiences, whether it's here or what have you, or building these
I mean, the market for software engineering.
It is.
What do you mean?
That would be interesting.
Like, it's
As
so
well
hard
as
for like
possible
a new
exhibits
person
that
coming into the field
are
to get a job.
helping to
It's
guide
one of our
us
friends.
change.
One of our friends.
For
It's like
example,
on the job search for like
we
show up,
become a character,
they
go
are
through experience in physical space, as a character in a narrative.
It's probably good for
about,
decent for
say,
machine learning. Software engineering.
fantasy.
That is, I mean, it
Even
helps
for
if you're
machine learning, I think that
you need experience.
Yeah. You need experience to get experience.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
I
People
really
really
hired
hire
like pretty soon.
Try to mitigate.
A lot of people in like call it
But you make
knowledge
it
work,
fun.
office work,
Right.
are gonna start going back to
Like,
manual. Like
and come out
the
feeling
amount of software engineers that are gonna start moving pallets and driving trucks and
Plumbers and
plumbers and I seriously think about it, like I wanna buy
the thing I'm
an
describing
electrical engineering business just to, you know,
So
electrical
I'm
engineering.
doing business by the way, so you can get into it. It's a brilliant business.
Yeah.
I have a manufacturing business I think here. He is not there.
Wait, hold on, you just randomly dropped that you have a manufacturing business like tell me more.
Yeah, it's a lot of aluminum, so residential aluminum manufacturing, so windows, benches, then we moved, so when I joined the business, it's a family business, so when I joined it, we moved more into defense and road safety
Also,
oriented stuff.
I see sort of the first opportunity being one sort of non-interactive
Right.
so more this
Getting out a lot of those.
as opposed to you've got music, you've got visuals, you're following characters
It
in
is still not at
movies
that
through
point
environments, right?
there is a huge
And that's sort of,
shortage
and then you're doing it in ways that are more interesting or inventive.
if you haven't gone and
French
that I think that serves you like a lowest level.
outsource their services, or you're gonna make more.
So the narrative right now is like a lot of like businesses are lacking blue collar workers and factory workers and things like this and plumbers and blah 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 and electricians.
Ideally,
And it's like
I would say
the
that's
shortages I think is gonna refill itself.
There's gonna be like a few years, 2 years before robotics becomes pretty good. And once robotics becomes pretty good, even these people will be on the job.
Zurich is like, after like CMU, Zurich is like the biggest.
EDS Zurich.
Like, yeah.
and then
Plug for robotics.
join up with the team, you created a
I think even bigger than CMU, like
kind of puzzle tree
ecosystem.
Yeah, yeah, from ecosystem perspective, for sure.
obviously
I have a few
that
friends who
adds
went to
several
TU
layers.
Music.
And so part of me is to look at, is just sort of what's the bare minimum coolest thing I could, you know, like create now, and then can start. Pardon? I, Miller, yeah.
What are you guys building?
Really?
Good question. I'm probably on this board meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I'm, in theory, I have something
There's lots of founders. Show me
I have to deliver a product for a client by Monday.
That's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like we always looking from there towards
I had a
here.
dream, you know the Genie model?
My Strava for my garden. Wonder if I'm exhausted again.
Yeah.
I gotta get my
No,
miles.
no,
I know that you
there's
want
a
Strava right now.
Word model.
You know, and so I'm
So
just
they
going for it,
basically
and so I,
use this
and so for me, I'm
transformer
not
that has
additional incentives.
latent action bar
Yeah.
space. You pass it on labeled video data, and it detects
So-
automatically
So should I
the action
download the
in frames.
enthusiast code
So you don't
necessarily,
have to
or,
label it.
because I'm thinking, okay, like, minimum viable go thing.
A frame.
Yeah. Without. Also, if it's that critical, it's never to do that too, and
Thousands of hours of Chinese games. Yeah.
It's not like
Until that
your game, but it's something like.
more than anything.
So in theory, the Genie model has all the components
I would love to learn as much as I can, so that I
How do you
can
do
start
the tennis players?
I have some.
How do you do?
That's why I have community and I have, music and all these different pieces. I have a emotionally avatar of me, but also my buddies
What about you?
a motion data company, and they create these quite readable avatars.
Yeah, sure.
And so there are a lot of kind of pieces that are falling into place, and so I'm still just sort of looking at that. What are all the
Something is a complex extension design.
See if I can
One of the foundations of having a single thing where it goes through certain let's say it's
yeah, literally what I want to do.
That's the trick, I think.
Yeah, but like, you can't have the door come out like a thing, it has to be
generating.
So the only thing is,
generating percentage of the objects on the screen. Or it could be dragging those objects into
Not a lot of developer even have that. When they're actually out in the market, the earlier you can get to a developer, the better rate you can get.
that
The more
could be
money
like
you can pay.
Very quick question.
one or two.
Why do they do blueprinting if they can? Is it that?
We have
Like when I say blueprint, I don't mean a blueprint that they can submit to the government and I get.
Yeah, that could be on.
It's a very broad design that they
So
have,
do
and
you think,
understanding that they
I think it would be more,
and
in terms
they
of
want
my
to figure
overall
out
kind
zoning.
of trajectory in terms of what's possible for me to do.
But then you
would be
know,
bet-
if they're a
would be
bigger
more beneficial
developer,
for me to
then you
work
know
on
that they
this kind
actually
of
will be able to get.
on my own with the example
You
text
know,
thing,
they're
or
able to
kind of watch
get
over
the
and see what he's doing
permission
and
and
kind of
zoning
go
figured
through
out.
pieces together and
Then
then
you want to
help
be
continue
in
working on it. So I would totally advance
betting
what's like
pool
working on.
who gets to give the money.
If it's helpful.
That's the thing, it's all about literally getting first.
Beyond
Yeah,
that.
sure. The person who has the good ideas.
What do you-
Because lenders don't like keeping
You
money.
guys are doing different things.
Well, they like lending it.
They really do. And we want to find out like the best decisions that we can make to that project.
Then
I think, you were talking about software engineers not getting jobs. Engineers who do
personalities. So what is the user experience optimization that you can, the user feel truly appreciated? Right. So what you also like real estate or for me building out agent stuff, for me building out this platform for finance, so building what are these wow moments that you need to like? I'm sort of that trying to like for instance, you don't know what's happening.
It's about
All of your practicing, all the responding back and forth with the engine, and like whenever they do something,
Have you heard of board?
So I think that if you were to find
It's
some type of
some people put together a number of things. I was thinking about what you're saying. They put a number of things together, which is like a phone call API, so with a voice agent and a database of people, right? And the whole point is this thing goes out, talks to people, figures out what you're interested in, and introduces you to other people who might be interested to
that's a good thing. There is something like that even for venture capital.
Isn't that AngelList?
No, it's like, it's actually like the voice AI that calls you.
Calls out and really
it has like an
knows about it.
Australian accent, it's so weird. And it's really good, it listens, it takes down all of your details. It's really awesome. And it raised its own funding.
Oh yeah.
The voice AI.
Wow.
Yeah.
How is this not on Twitter?
It is on Twitter. It is all over.
How have I not seen it? Wait, when did it go on? I've been checking like a few days.
It's awesome. Sign up and they will call you. Like, do it now. Do it now. Like, you want a mind-blowing experience? Do it now. It's going to be inspirational. I believe so. I'm not sure what
They probably just tweet you at that level.
they probably.
There is also this bot
it's not the tech, it's in the market.
It's also voice agent.
Yeah,
I think that I was talking to the conversation was so smooth. Like there was no gap. Like it's like talking to me and you, right? It's not that I talk and then I have to wait a second.
And you can interrupt them and
Exactly. That's really impressive. And I was asking the tool, what tools do you use? Actually told me that. They're all just using without.
And
I didn't know I leveled up.
all the next podcasts that are coming out, the one with Zelensky, the one with
The translations.
Yeah, all of that.
Like the meaning was.
No, I mean, the meaning one with Zelensky was good.
No, but they keep his voice.
Oh yeah.
But in a different language.
And I heard the one with Modi.
Yeah.
They didn't mess up on translation.
I don't know if anyone realized that shit. Do you guys follow 2 Minute Papers, the YouTube channel? No, you don't know 2 Minute Papers? Really?
Yeah. So 2 minutes AI.
Yeah, basically it's like a.
It'll describe what the.
This one guy in Vienna, who's a 3D researcher or something like this, or a graphics researcher, and he reviews graphics research papers. The nice thing about graphics research papers is it always comes with videos and so you know the channel where it's like the guys are like every episode is 2 minutes, and he presents a paper.
Describes what the findings are.
Describes the findings. Yeah, so most people, like, he has a few catchphrases searching, right? You're like, oh, this is this. I think most people haven't realized that he's completely automated the way he does. So he just types in text.
Right. Probably doesn't even do that anymore.
People aren't even, like, I look at the comments and anyone's picking up on the fact that, like, it's a fake voice.
I find if he generates summary with AI, I don't know how good it is.
No,
the content is like how good the Hispan is.
Then maybe he's writing
I
it
use
like
Gemini for example.
It's like he reviews them himself, just written.
Make something people on.
AI models GPT is like they try to, statistically, I don't know how to say this, but like statistically they try to convey the median outcome, right? And most likely outcomes. But actually, when you're having interesting speech, you're trying to not be in the distinction. You're trying to like be
one of the outliers.
And so that's why it's never interesting to talk to
You know,
to
marketing
AI, right?
So how does this guy do?
No, I mean, he reads the paper. And
I think he reads the paper and writes the script by himself.
And he writes the script.
He just doesn't record it. He just doesn't record it. Yeah, he doesn't record it. Let's go to the use a microphone.
But he still has to write the script.
No, that's good for him. He does the writing. He's adding
Yeah, but it's really difficult when I want to read a technical bit or a plugin. Like I used to upload it into Claude. I asked requests a long time ago to Claude.
Then you'll get traction.
Summarize all the
Yeah,
it never catches the mind.
Exactly. It never catches the problem.
He just extracts the abstract and just pastes it back.
And it explains it to you in generic terms, not in contrastive terms. Because to understanding is like, we came up with a method to do X. You're like, so what? Like, no, because this is so much better than the other thing with this technique, which was never tried. So it doesn't have to bring that method.
Could you do that using Scrum? Like imagine you're reading a paper, right?
No, if you prompt it, I think by design, it's incapable.
No, like if you add a prompt to do a comprehensive, say a literature review or a comparative analysis,
It just doesn't work. So I don't know why.
That's more useful scholars if you want to give them
You're not going to be
tools where they actually
so
this is like very able to relate the paper and ask questions.
But there's like
right. You get like actual citations from other papers.
Right, that's I think the value of AI because you can go pick up like what is this equation? Where is this equation coming from?
a lot of big companies.
Right.
You know, and once you do it, you're like, I don't really want to do it again. But then you have people like, I mean, not just one month, but you can take like a month, right? Fail 4 times, then finally.
Are you from
take like
Europe?
spread out, like
Country?
I'm like $100 extra, $2 million. Some of the Archer, not doing like the roles in the country. I feel like they're all true. So what is important then is actually starting who you are. Like, are you the person that's like one and done? Like I'm dedicated. My life mission is like one, or one practicing speaking. I was filled up. You know, I don't have that. What is friend that's not to sort of like whatever. Unfair advantage and conflict.
Specifically, that's state. So India,
What state is it in?
It's West Bengal. Again, it's a little bit of San Francisco. San Francisco went through long heat. Some would argue it's still going through its fall. It's just fucking about that. It was still a city.
And my culture was to properly say these things.
I just love
I think if you look up in your interview with him and Jack
New policy.
challenge. Personally, really one of
Like we live on ice. I completely agree with you.
I think the problem is that the city is way
I do not disagree with you at all. I do not disagree with you.
That's why it's probably the new mayor is just like
Maybe.
I don't think that one
To be honest with you, so the reason why I actually doesn't know something about this is because I live on Mount.
You know, maybe in your case,
I live in the middle of the whole thing. And the people who are living
you can like lean on that.
any outside that one say circle,
and that's where
the city is still everyone's living.
But you're saying that
Like if you're living
Yeah. The funny thing is like downtowns in the US are where it's shady.
It's shady.
Whereas in Europe, the
downtowns are bad.
It's like the downtown is the best, and it's the outskirts that are horrible.
Same with India, downtowns are
Which
always
makes
the
it
best,
really
most amazing, highest footfall, a lot of people all the time. No go.
It's also a good like introspective thing.
It's really weird.
I have a lot of cousins that go, alright, let's go downtown. I mean, let's see what it's like there. Skid Row, like, they live in LA.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, downtown is actually especially office.
Yeah, that's the black man, right?
And then, what?
I mean, New York downtown
Is
is
it
Manhattan.
Yeah, it's good. Because the
That's
East
also like,
Coast is like much more European.
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, I understand Boston was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But Boston was
Chicago maybe the same thing.
Chicago was beautiful. Chicago's outside messed up. Boston's outside messed up.
I used to be at the U Chicago for basically they told me do not exit
Go to the
perimeter of the university because like there were gunshots all the time. Don't take the train to downtown. Like that. It was scary.
I think Boston's the closest to a full European city. Like it still treats them completely like European city. Not even like a London, but like a Brussels type of European city. Very nice.
It might not be, just
Boston is wonderful. It's a wonderful place to be.
I still,
transport everywhere.
If you guys are anything like me, you're probably making a list of ideas that you would work on if your current main thing is not working. What are some ideas?
I mean, I have a crazy thing.
Go.
Actually, it's all startup idea. Drone startup. I'm listening. Like defense.
Okay,
so I would
right now
I know a lot of people invested if you say those two keywords.
Drone and defense.
I want to be a modern
base performance information, but then also
mothership drone that
drops
swarms of drones.
and it's useful as a relay between the two sensors.
Right.
Common and the swarm. So that's on the time maybe on satellite.
Well, you anyway should be depending on satellite.
And I know nothing about it.
It's now like is the drones so the big thing in drones right now is like visual navigation. There's just so much detail that you can't rely on any aspects.
Actually,
so when they're cross-swarm visual coordination.
That's the one. Like a drone from Earth can give you information about what's going on.
So the drones can talk to each other fine, but not talk to a satellite.
Yeah, but still the drone are like first person view, right? Right. Like they are not autonomous.
There's some of them they are.
But they are not. I spoke to several startups. They still don't.
They do some sort of visual circle. So you have a lot of the stuff. The cutting edge of this stuff is in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
Right.
And so they do stuff like the drone walks in on a soldier that way. Visual.
It's still
Familiar, but
It's a very good idea. Small drones.
Visually or with the pilot. But that's jammable.
So visually, you mean like the image like
Okay, just like a remote controller on the other end. Teleoperated.
Okay, drone defense. What else? Mothership for drone swarm. Have you seen these like large drone swarm shows in China?
Oh yeah, but they are like completely deterministically.
Yeah, of course they
are.
It's so good though.
No, sure, they're deterministically programmed.
Does it seem like more relevant
Deterministically send a cloud of bombs.
Oh, but there is a point that that scenario, the environment is extremely dynamic. Right? Changes now, so it's really difficult. Like, okay, you can say $1,000 on a target, but if it's deterministically programmed, I can probably leave some room for the enemy. For the right?
Well, semi-deterministic, you have like a sort of trajectory that's deterministic and then some heuristics to kind of
yes, you have a distance parameter for the entire swarm to not collide with each other, but then also within that parameter you can move the drone just to avoid any obstacle.
What about your list of ideas?
So for those implementing,
I think I'm like 6 stars, 75 stars. So, but there is one idea that if I get to work on
which one is like getting to making money of those things? But the most, like, you know, there's probably
I think the biggest one right now is going to be the financial the financing and lending. That's going to be the biggest money maker. This is the next one.
how much?
We do basically like your commission-oriented payments and somewhere in the 120K right now.
That's the transaction that you facilitate, or that's the
No, that's the commission.
120K on real estate. But hold on, this is unrelated to the engine stuff, or
Yeah, this is unrelated.
This
No,
is
this is
property
unrelated.
management stuff.
No. The property management stuff starts.
So explain this to me. What are you actually doing?
I'm building all of these.
And then no, but the stuff where you're taking your cut.
Yeah, so we're essentially bringing
like virtual architecture meets, but
Yeah.
we're bringing that, so the lender network, we're facilitating that interaction.
Is it just like a super competitive market?
Yes, it's a very competitive
just,
market.
like typically just.
And a crowd
A
is
lot
not-
of people do it very well. That's the advantage that we have.
So how do you go about doing that? Is this like a personal relationships kind of business, or is this like a tech?
One of the components is that it's a personal relationship. That's what's gotten started with a lot of the but the thing that's keeping us going and letting us expand super fast is the tech stack. It's the platform, and when I was telling you, right, there are things which are really what the users want, and it's a wow inducing moment essentially. And that is what is making us money, like outside the personal relationships, is the expand really fast, is the actual platform for people understanding that. So it's really well done for us. And because the other partners that I have in the business are people who've been doing this for a very long time. The thing with this is they've never had a big enough reason to adopt tech the way that
How did you get into this kind of business?
serendipity. I met the right kind of people and I was able to discuss the ideas that they had, just made it possible.
Okay. And you're a Vancouver there, or you're
Yeah,
So we're kind of agnostic in a sense, but just focus.
super cool. This is what I love about this part of the world, which is like everyone's got something going on.
Yeah.
In Europe, everyone's got a job.
Wow, when I told my
Yeah, give or take. It's basically just not like a honest
when I tell all my startup ideas, she's like, who cares? That's doing it.
Like a competition is like a many ways to.
Plus, I have ideas where there is not. Honestly, there is no company that is actually.
Anyone, no one's doing drones for defense.
Drone models. I still, there's nobody doing this. I don't know if that's a bad sign or a good sign, but imagine for fire.
Fire rescue,
fire. Like, if you want to see
wildfire rescue, and
you have to bring the drones on location, but if you have a
So I digitized
deploy it,
you deploy the library at once. So even in Boston, you don't have to actually go with the truck like we all know.
Because it's
Just sand this thing, but then be maybe
right? So which direction not really sure. I think it's just a name, but that's the
Yeah, so what I was saying is if I get this chance, I'll probably stop doing everything else.
yeah, I have to like
You've heard of Scalia, I don't want to replicate that in India.
Well, Scalia and Mercor are different things, right?
Yeah.
So is it doc
Different,
stuff?
but the model for
But Mercor is the hiring.
Yeah, but they also have
Still data.
They still
What do they actually do?
So Scalia makes sense. Scalia is data analysis collection, so model post-training.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
And I don't even know.
No, so they did some, that, let me explain, I think they will understand that, right? Because they've done a really cool thing. Let me just explain, in short, they do a really scale, they're also going to step trying to match human performance with what companies should be hiring for, and they've translated their incoming human talent into a platform that can also become a recruitment. So what Scalia will do is Scalia will hire you as an expert in battery disassembly. They'll hire you as an expert on that matter. They'll pay you on a contract rate $50 an hour, and then they're done with you, right? What Workor will do is Workor will see how well you're actually giving answers to LLMs and expert questions and actually do your stuff. And in addition to getting you to do RNHF for their models, the service that they're providing, they will also assess how good you are, and they will use that as a way to place you in. So they're doing two things. With the same time,
They literally post about fake job posting.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I completely.
That's what Mercury does?
Yeah, maybe.
No, there are a lot of complaints online.
So fake jobs definitely a fake money.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's
but everyone is doing fake jobs.
Yeah.
I know Google is doing fake jobs because they
They
have
have
to
to.
with the appearance that
They're still hiding,
things,
yeah.
things
But
are
they,
wrong.
they don't these guys, they talk to
Google
AI.
doesn't steal
Well, Google already owns it. They don't have to steal
Google
it.
knows what I ate.
Yeah, they don't have to steal it. They already own it.
Tells you there is a job we are waiting for you. Give an interview with our AI, and then they collect that one. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
really.
So that's what I said. Like, they basically get you to do RLHF.
But they don't tell you. I mean, that's
Yeah, they don't tell you. Yeah.
illegal. I don't think it should be.
Yeah.
Wait, well, how do you know if they don't tell you?
I know, it's.
It's very basic, right? Because that's what their two core services are. One of their services is recruitment. And the way they do recruitment is by RLHF. But because they already do RLHF, they give RLHF post training also as a service. Yeah.
I've been here for 2 years.
Everybody who's coming in will do it.
Where are they making their money on the question?
On both ends.
But is one like, 90% and the other is 10, or are they?
No, I think it's like 70% split.
I feel
the smaller
I would feel like it's
70%,
like
especially
especially residential.
But they are at one.
Residential is like
Yeah.
real estate agents, like incentives, some misaligned, they get
No,
excited.
but they're very fast. Yeah, they're very fast. They're
Like,
What about you? Like, you have this idea. But you have
well, in the tech space, a lot of people are doing
Yeah, what's your
big vision, or going after.
I have a list of ideas.
And the default
We're
is
a very long list.
because that often makes
Amazing
companies
ideas,
like
many really dumb ones.
things like or
Yeah.
things
So I'm
that
gonna
just
shoot
like
you the top 20 ideas.
Top 20, yeah,
it's
yeah,
very
yeah.
different than like again real estate is a classic example of like
Are you ready?
or like East Coast mindset of like you lose, I win, which is very different here. Where it's like here's like y'all just kind of so then I became like default like okay, how can I help you?
And a lot of them are, some of them are like side project line, some of them like a twin project, some of them are like a generational business, and everything in between. Okay? Alright, number one is a website/game that tells the users what they can possibly buy with a certain amount of money. I started with that question. I'm like, if I had just out of curiosity, like I just want to play around. If I had like $130 million, what can I do with it? And if this thing will tell you like you can buy these, sure, that's the easy one. But it can tell you you can buy like 3 printing businesses and 5 like whatever.
And these then 14
I think it's just like an amazing entertainment.
That's actually a good one. That's a good one. That's a good prompt to give to an LLM. Like, what would you buy with I think if it's a good LLM, the first thing it
If
will
they
do
have
is-
the price of, they will just tell you what other people tell.
Yeah.
This one maybe a bit more serious. A procurement agent.
I can probably help you faster.
For data centers.
I mean, no
right now data centers are completely exploding.
Around this already, so
and procuring for them like
I even have
basically
it
having to procure from hundreds of suppliers, thousands of suppliers and so on.
Anybody who's doing the middleman doing all the mentoring, yeah. It's a good business. I think it's difficult to get into, but it's a very good business if you do it.
You have the knowledge, you have the contacts.
Yeah, if you have the contacts, you can definitely get into it.
I want to do something, it's more of a intelligence idea, so the idea is, I want to know who's the highest scoring kid in every class at like, major universities. And get these pieces of paper that are pretty.
Okay. This is not a bad idea.
Recurring revenue.
Recurring revenue. You can P6 to pay for that.
You could probably sort of fund that.
Yeah, 100%.
You could also do like a college tuition sort of thing where they can fund, like if you do well, you'll get money.
Yeah. You don't have to pay tuition, but your first startup we own like 60% or something like that. That's a good drift. That's a good drift.
Something that's CRM /
I don't want to pressure your budget.
I messaged them, and I'm gonna get this sorted out.
I had a pretty set of tools and ways to label things like basically fundraising, waging a psychological campaign there's a lot of VCs at the same time. It takes some coordination. And I think the right.
You want to set all your meetings up in 1 week. You want to take a lot of time.
Drip the information, who you put on the board, how you structure. There's a bunch of things.
Do you have any suggestions that I may consider writing in the future? Do you have any set of tools that
I'll give you the tool and I'll give it to you for free. I don't give a shit. Like,
Really?
that's what I want to do. I want to put it out there.
Okay,
and
that's
give
cool.
people for free. I want to use it for myself. So maybe a piece of context I didn't have to mention. I do something with, I'm not really sure what the name of it is. I don't think there's a name for it, so I use it, I call it shadow founding. What I do is, after my first year, these things I did really well. I just realized I did really well in hindsight. Right? You know, he's always well hyped whenever we show all that stuff. But, so I call it shadow founding. The thing that I do is I'll find a startup, right? And I'll be like, or they actually like really good, but they like the founders will focus on building and talking to customers. I'm like, I'll take it. So in the background, I'm the one who orchestrates the
You're
whole
facilitating the whole funding.
Not facilitating. I orchestrate.
Just orchestrate.
Orchestrate.
No participation, just orchestration from
Yes,
the back.
yes, and no one knows that I participate, right? The VCs don't know because VCs have like, some of them they're like, we don't like it when there's a advisor or whatever. And that's not what I am, right? I'm not an advisor. I want to give outcomes. And the outcome is a fundraiser. That's why I don't charge any money for it. I'm like, if I'm successful and I get you the money that you need, I'll take a cut out of it. But I'm not taking any cash up front because I want to align myself risk-wise with the founders. So I've done this basically raised once for myself and 2 other times for 2 other companies. The most recent one was $8 million rounds
Until someone messes with
for an AI in real estate. Like 45 million.
Wow.
So it's getting larger and larger the deal size. And so the moment you want to fundraise, if you want to fundraise, because every person I work with, I'm like, VC is one path, and there's other paths. So think really well about it. That's a path.
I mean, I have some fun, so unless I really do it, I was like, there are specific
I got another funny one. So this is probably on the stupid end of the spectrum, or stupid / everything. I want like a very bastardized version of a news feed, but it's not a news feed. It's like famous personalities and their mood at that point in time. It's like, okay, Tesla stock dropped. Elon will have like a really sad score, right? As like something like that. So that's on there.
That's something that the hedge fund managers would use for property stock valuations. Are you sad? Oh shit.
This is not a tech idea, but like more a social idea. I want to organize a group. It's called Hustle of the Week. We did this thing at an accelerator I was at, where every Friday, to sort of hold you accountable, everyone in the cohort would say like what their hustle of the week was. And so it generated this sort of I don't know, like playful but healthy competition where it's like people try to one up each other, like how big their hustler is. And so at some point, one of the guys like done an intro to Tim Cook because he bamboozled his secretary. Like,
oh my god!
Yeah. So, hustle of the week is to keep you I'm not sure I can make money out of this. Here's something on the mid-stupid thing that might just work. Airbnb, but for food trucks. Imagine a food truck. Like, let's say you have some commercial real estate. You have a bunch of locations, and you can get a bit of extra yield by like renting out the parking spot in front of you or on your real estate. At the same time, like if you're a food truck owner, you can see like on that day what are like some cheap locations and how many employees are in those buildings.
Are you doing what? Are you
very recently
what is your
building out
and aligning fully autonomous
building out this building out exactly this business by the way.
Isn't it like a shadow kitchen kind
Shadow
of?
kitchen.
Yeah. So for me, it's just.
I know. You're just like talking about placing food trucks based on demand and things. It's more like Uber for food trucks, kind of.
So how do you currently, do they always pay these food trucks to be there?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
Like sometimes, yes.
Universities.
Yeah. Sometimes, like based on if the branch is, like for example, if you're talking about outside the Salesforce tower, right? People will pay to be outside the Salesforce tower. But for a lot of places, they get paid to be there, so that the university doesn't have to go out and find like creative apartments.
Following an idea can be bundled as part of the sort of fundraising CRM. Which is like a piece with the ratings of the individuals. YC has some
ratings of the individuals who work there.
The individual investors, like, oh, this is a shape.
Yeah, each principal basically.
And YC has something like this, like on one phase, they have something like this where they have a big database of investors and everything around how good or bad they are. No, it's just reserved to YC founders. So I'm like, well, what about everyone else who's not YC founders?
The thing is, how do you track the ratings?
No, maybe you can implement like a peer review system like a blockchain.
But also the number
you can put it like,
of
you can put this on chain, and then you can see every interaction that the data point has had from the beginning to the end, right? And you can log it.
The next idea is a flowers delivery service, right? You want to send someone flowers, like you're like, I want to send someone like in Hong Kong flowers, right? You just go through the service, you get the address, and you send the flowers. That's a bit more on the small side.
They're all pretty.
And like an extension of this idea is like send gifts.
And my terminal, I have to install twice now.
So you know how a lot of companies have a benefits program. One of those things is some companies as well, like an internal lab, like a physical library with books and stuff. Like you could offer your employees like every month you get to pick a book and be bought. Right? You can spend your education and training budget on that book. So you provide them a platform to like the employee selects the books, the HR person like whatever comes up the
So in terms of like minimum
I would
viable
actually
things that I can
pay employees to actually read the book and finish the book, and ensure that once they finish the book,
those HR people just want to know something cool that they're doing for the employees. They don't care about like
yeah, that's I know. But like if I was running the business, I want HR. I'm the CEO. I would pay my employees to learn more and be better at their jobs. 100%. I do that. Everything, see, those are the things, right? Like, that's where
I want to know who am I
everything is actually helps you make more money for the people that you're working with are on the line with you.
I don't want them to access that.
Basic what people don't do.
I don't know. I think the whole world is
like consolidating a lot of
but I guess I would understand the broader scope of what's possible.
Alright, enough stupid ideas.
No, but I like the fundraising one. That's
the fundraising CRM.
Just don't be involved, as in you're not involved, you're involved
to build like a full
successful basic stuff. Completely, I love it. That's the missing part that I use a lot. I'm gonna make this happen for you. I want to start.
Yet people don't realize that that is the
something to kind of
very much in the mindset of like, oh yeah, that's
Maybe we can have like this.
Sorry, you put money down, we'll have a lot of money later. No, it's going to be like.
What is the question?
You can tell
this seems to me like that is websites where you can trade the share of
I'm also engaged in
right? Like Hive. I wonder if it's possible to do something that has more money than that.
So
Everybody can.
So Anima is a techno artist that successfully created.
Falling markets, and you're like, we put together some companies failing.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I'm pretty sure that exists already.
Chance of companies like everybody owning
General area flow.
Let's see, can I do the first name?
It was created of
Yeah.
the
Are you doing the same?
mapped
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
you
good.
did. Yeah. I do the same thing with mine. It's like a- Are you still working with that?
No, I left, I don't want to announce that the company.
That's what I
No, it's like, all this, all of these psychological manipulations, basically, that you do on VC. Kind of track that tracks what you're currently doing, someone of your Meta, AI, or Anthropic, just start a company. The moment you do this, it creates an alert to a bunch of VCs. And they come
Like, we're already in
Technically, yes. But I don't want to change the status on LinkedIn until like I start fundraising.
I should do the same probably. But I mean, they don't care about my company policy, but.
There's a few target companies that they do. They care about Palantir, OpenAI, Anthropic, maybe Google.
Okay.
Are you still playing the show?
Not as much, but I'm there's a possibility that I'll play Iron Warrior, Burning Man.
Oh yeah. I don't know him personally.
One of their
I don't know how we connected, but.
Wait, that's really interesting. Why don't you get my picture?
Your picture?
You saw
I
my
did,
picture, right?
Yeah, I think it's all maybe because I don't have.
At the end of the day, though. Oh, so if you don't have a picture, you don't see it.
I will put a picture.
I don't have a picture. I got it.
So I'm actually not as concerned about
Are you guys on Twitter? Like, get on Twitter?
I just got it.
I just got on Twitter. Like,
I got on like a month or
2 months ago. But it's actually so, like, it's a very different vibe.
I love it.
I know. LinkedIn's like, I'm proud to announce that I am like AWS certified, like,
But there is a lot of noise on
something
more. Of course, there is a lot of.
You can
curate your feed, yeah, just listen to just the right people to follow.
Sometimes even the people will say a lot of.
Yeah, so.
For me, it's like, if I have a pattern where some person that's like,
very kind of.
there's some people that I sort of admire for their work, but the shit they post on Twitter is like too much. I love Vinod Costa.
Yeah.
He keeps on posting politics and lots and like.
Oh yeah, he's a raging den.
Raging den.
He's a raging den against like a raging like Chamath is like a raging MAGA. Vinod Costa is raging den.
Really? I thought they would be a little bit afraid.
Reid Hoffman and Vinod Costa are like the raging den from Silicon Valley, and everyone else in Silicon Valley is basically gone to MAGA.
This is so interesting because I would not believe say 3 years ago, like,
yeah, of course we would have thought so.
Then is like
Density, yeah. No, because I think what MAGA did was MAGA was socially conservative.
Somehow,
MAGA didn't was socially conservative. I think they were fiscally conservative and then Silicon Valley loves it. They don't like socially conservative. MAGA is not socially. That's the thing I don't know. I mean, of course, there's a large section of it which absolutely does care about that. But I mean, the big three in there. I think that's the fake test. There's a very Balaji Srinivasan. That's one guy who's performing.
Just like all the
City of Coinbase. City of Coinbase. Great intellectual.
I think that all of this is kind of
He coined this term. He called it the tech right.
Yeah, I think
the tech right is a very different philosophy. The standard right is a different philosophy. The standard left is a very different philosophy.
yeah, that's like not like, you know, American flag with people.
Yeah, that's not tech right. So with the tech right, is political. Really cares about very good philosophy. Doesn't want access to information. But it doesn't give a fuck about everybody. Like, be whatever the fuck you want to be. Let's just build good shit. That's kind of what tech right is like. And I think MAGA was able to build, like, really get to the tech right. That's what they were able to do most effectively. They were able to get this message, like, socially do whatever the fuck you want.
Formally, they say that word.
I mean, of course, there's going to be like bad eggs there, but there's also bad eggs.
then there's no traffic. There are a lot of things that happen. Which is why, like on Twitter, what I do is I listen to AI news and see and interact with developers that I know.
It's actually really software you get to see. So what you don't see on Twitter is more close to stuff.
Okay, nice.
Like, oh, I built this thing for the world, right? That's way more like a
Like, yeah,
look at this demo of the thing I built, right? And people are like, oh, cool, this is nice. And then go on patents and comments, right? On LinkedIn, it's like, congrats on LinkedIn.
Yeah, that's awesome. LinkedIn, it is also like LinkedIn, everyone is so crazy. Like, still post it, I was walking through the bike and just
with the hopes of being hired.
yeah, like, fuck you. Getting leads, yeah. Getting leads is fun. I've gotten so many leads on LinkedIn. But Twitter find you like your code, like your code HTML or something like that you'll find really good. Because those are like connection based. Like those are people you really connect with, those you find out. Yeah, the reason why I got on Twitter is because those find out find someone who's building something in public. Are you planning to hire someone? They're good.
And sort of like you got sort of challenging, like, you know, it's all over.
The only thing I do want expanding here is I work there. Yeah, I see this all the time. So like just looking back.
You have, so you said you have like 5 or 6 gigs that are running.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Indian
That's the point.
It's like Ambani, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like 200 businesses or something.
Yeah, and that's what
most of which are frauds.
You know, I don't really actually money.
I mean, the thing is, you got so large that some of the stuff has to start working, right? Yeah. But like, I don't know if you're aware of the Hindenburg.
I am, yeah. No, so actually, the Hindenburg research is about what they did with Adani, right? The reason why the people not even though what
Wait, did I say Ambani?
You said Adani.
No, I meant
Adani, yeah. Even Adani is
Ambani is fine.
He's very legit, but even Adani is pretty legit. And the reason why he's pretty legit is Adani owns so many assets, just like the number of ports and they don't, but in India, with the developing economy, and all these assets are ports and airports and roadways and highways.
Even those are appreciated per year, right?
No, the reason why they don't do again, I think a little bit of the stock price being inflated because he had other members of his family in different shell companies buy out the stock from his own company. That's pretty intentional. But I tell you what the political sentiment is. And pretty shady, I give it. Political sentiment in India is, this guy is building us the best airports and roads that we've seen. Fuck all of you. Let my guy do whatever he wants. That's the political sentiment. Yeah, I did because I saw sugar outside. Yeah, there was
Some of them were just like, that's us, they're not like 50%
all around the world.
Like, I already knew big companies that were and not just big companies, startups, like, we compete and like,
Well, that's I feel like doing something like this.
I don't think we're like founders.
you've ever been around the lake.
No,
Kind of crazy. Like, always just to rent something.
The rents are expensive. Like, you'll pay place like this.
Doesn't make sense to work on that.
I'd say here, yes. In Zurich, maybe 150.
Yeah.
Pay per year.
Wait, for this
So
place, you say
I don't know how many places, how many people this place.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the benchmark I have in mind is something that's
maximum,
right? And but it's got this beautiful location, awesome place. It's all right. I can probably VC fund this whole project.
No, that's what I have to.
And it's like it's a cultural thing. Like I can spend maybe 2 days talking about what sucks about tech in Europe. Especially the cultural. It's a European life. And it's like I'd like to build or make a place where it's like a brings in a set of people that are wired a certain it's not shameful to be
Absolutely. I'll give you two points. The first point is a lot of the buildings that I have in this city, they're all very similar to my So I have a building which has like 20 rooms, or I have a building which is 16 rooms. All of them is going to be like just filled with furniture. One of the buildings will be it. On the other hand, like that's kind of what we have if you want to spend a much time in location. The second thing is, did you check out what Alex Levins and 20EDC are doing?
Yeah, the Project Europe.
Project Europe thing. That was really cool. Like, you just do a Project Europe thing, bringing in European founders together, funding all of them.
Yeah.
Which is good.
From Paris.
Station F also joins it?
Station F, like a co-working space.
Oh, right.
But aren't they like some kind of co-working space of sorts
They are.
for startups? Like,
Yeah. In fact, one of the early ones in the European zone,
Yeah.
and it's massive.
Yeah, it's like a huge hangar, like
unfortunately though, it's
Yeah.
actually
or a factory, or I don't know.
So it's like, in fact, that's where the AI summit happened.
Oh, and then the Paris AI Summit happens there.
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Station F is very active.
Oh, like
Nice.
10 years ago,
Many
this like app for
investors are attached to station.
But even
All
it's
across Europe.
right.
It's like, oh,
Station F, like you go there.
It's like literally just having your station.
Where are the founders? What are they doing? Like,
That's European culture.
24/7, that's not culture. Unfortunately. Europeans just don't want to work.
Yeah.
24/7, that's the problem.
you just
And like, that's not true. It's something like the
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. I mean, we get this even like the Salesforce cloud has a fantastic feature where we come from. It is brilliant. I tell you, like if I see this view from here, imagine the view I see from like the 38, I'm just driving it. The only problem that the both of us have with that place, which is basically perfect, is that it shuts down at 5 p.m. Like they actually force you out at 5 p.m. It's like hell no. 300. So for 1 hour, no. So for 300, there's like 7 WeWorks in like a 3-block radius. You can go to any one of them. Salesforce is the only one which kicks you out at 5 p.m. All of the others you can stay for as long as you need.
is it like an actual you were just like
Yeah, it was.
They still have
They still have their locations.
still going.
Yeah, it's still going. Still going. And it's going pretty well. To be honest with you,
There's a
the spaces that we have. Wait, you went to the Meta office in SF? No. Or if you see the Google office in SF. The Meta office in SF or like the Google office in SF. It's on Spear Street. Then there's the Meta office. It is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And we work out of there almost like 3 times a week. No, it's like more than 3 times a week. And that's why we're like after this we're probably going to go to the work that we have on and off. We're going to work from home.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. No restriction server except like the one on Salesforce. That's the only problem.
I really don't know the map here, but I suppose
Embarcadero is right on the Yeah, wait, I'll tell you where all the WeWorks are. All the WeWorks are right there. You see that area? Basically this, yeah. Power station, yeah, just go down to one station.
Here.
Yeah, that's the...
I'll probably be working from
consider myself very.
Oh, nice.
Communism.
Yeah.
Communism is the side.
Oh no, wait. Did you pick what? Did you pick like Shack to work from?
No, it's something called Swissnex.
Swissnex, okay.
And it's,
That was not true 1,000 years ago.
Some Swiss organization actually that facilitates business between Switzerland and the US.
Yeah, well, if you're interested,
I'm part of like the network over there, and
We should do that for Indian people, but that's going to be such a massive business. It's insane. There's like too many people. Too big of a business.
It's not complimentary for India, way too many.
No, I'm just thinking the amount of materials I know. I am in the real estate business.
No, I was
You won't have enough space.
I was in Mumbai at some point because I said the word too many, and I was on. I think we can at least crowd the train, so I was on the outside.
Oh,
So I was on the outside. And another game next to me was also like hanging on the side. It's like tucked in, but there's like the thing that passes. I'm like, man, this is like really dangerous. Yes. He looks very serious. He's like. It's 40 people that don't die every
And they don't die every single day, but yeah, about 40 people fall. Yeah, exactly. 40 people might fall, they don't die.
But I was like, man, that must be horrible. He's like, yeah. But there's a lot of Indians.
It's okay.
I'm growing, so we're not, there's no scarcity.
Our total fertility rate is over 2.1. We don't have a problem.
Can you just take the whole data?
Humans is not a problem.
Humans are not a problem.
And your bodies are. So the way we
Whether I told you that we were talking about like the blue-collar business and the resurgence of that, it's a difficult proposition in India. Because in India there is still just so many people that you'll be able to train a lot of them to do the kind of things that they need to do. But the robots,
You can start taking our jobs.
Exactly, the robots would not work because the environment wants trained.
Yeah.
Robot is the structure of models. There's so much unpredictability and fluidity. Humans operate. It's almost like very agile. It's extremely agile. To the point that the physical space, the spatial understanding that you're trying to operate is just not going to work. So navigation is not
I was in a taxi and in the taxi, the taxi driver hits over an old lady like in the car, and she falls out, and she gets up and starts screaming again, and he screams at her, and then he just continues to stay, like, everyone goes about like, what the hell?
I tell you
So the classic, when you develop your autonomous
yeah, that's literally the example I was going to give.
makes no sense.
Okay, I tell you, biggest
other
country.
countries, non-Western countries, no one should be trained.
No matter how good your self-driving is, no matter how good it gets.
Or a young person, you do both. So it's essentially it's not a choice, it's equal opportunity.
When I started driving in India, right? One of the things that everybody who starts driving in India will move from their parents.
And one of their
they will tell you the
findings was like hide the wires.
If it's your fault, you have to follow the If it's that person's fault and you hit them, you have to apologize, you have to pay for it. If you break something, you have to apologize, you have to pay for it. It's always the driver's fault.
No, the bigger versus the smaller.
Yeah.
That's the question. The big ones command, small ones don't. That's a very understood.
No, I come from a Jordan where it's like, I don't want to call it chaos, but it's like society is in some sort of chaos, right? And it's in everything, every aspect of like how you drive and how you go about doing your day.
It's very less fair.
It's like, you look at the traffic there, right? There's no lanes on the streets, there's like whatever. But everyone is like enhancing this right tango, everyone's like moving in the same direction, you kind of understand each other, even if there's no structure, it's like a structured chaos, right?
Driving is based on developing muscle memory over time, right?
Yeah.
So the muscle memory is the reflex.
I mean, if you drive to
So here, the reflex that you develop muscle memory is look into the mirrors and just intuitively your feet just operate. Like your feet just are like perfectly in sync with your eyes. It's just muscle memory. You don't think, there's no deliberate process. There, it's, first of all, the mirrors mean nothing. In fact, it shouldn't have mirrors in the first place, because actually pointless.
Also the scooter riders are just like.
And also the restriction plus the very few, automatic restriction means the reflex that develops muscle memory is anticipation before the vehicle comes from. So you have heightened sense of sound.
Oh yeah.
And you kind of know which one's coming
It's
from
kind of
where.
like a system to communicate with like
That's it.
different like beams of the horn.
Each environment has its own.
Muscle memory. When you drive in a place like Switzerland, it's like extremely rich. Change lanes.
Oh, you can't just change lanes to drive like that.
But there are no speed. There are no lanes.
No, that's Germany.
That's Germany. Yeah, there are no lanes in it. Just like you might think there's a 3 and a half.
So
Sorry.
you raised your
No, from you, but I raised it from Valley VCs.
Oh, really?
I haven't started racing, but
Yeah, well, I was just gonna suggest you can break
whatever you call it. At this point, those names don't make any sense.
How many millions?
So what are you building?
What am I building? I am trying to
yeah, I remember very much financial to something like
financial assets
right now we're
traded, that is indexed, that has financial derivatives that underlie risk transfer mechanisms, exposure mechanism, speculation, liquidity formation, and hedging. So think of compute as a commodity, like oil, like electricity. It gets traded, there's instruments that help you.
But there's amortization that machinery is a depreciating asset, it's not an asset.
What is a depreciating asset?
Any machinery, physical machinery is a depreciating asset. It's actually, it's an asset, it's a depreciating asset.
Sure.
It means every passing day.
I'm not trading GPUs, trading GPU hours, which are not depreciating assets.
He's trading on compute and not on the specific device, which is why amortization is not a factor in this case. It's because you're trading specifically on the compute
It's
itself.
just like a battery, it's like a spectrum battery.
Yeah.
Essentially. I mean, it's similar one. Right? Your satellites, your cable, you sell and buy batteries.
Yes.
For spectrum.
Sure.
Right? That's how means regardless of what they know, that produces the bandwidth, you are basically trading the bandwidth.
A lot of houses were built this way.
In this case, from a GPU, like talks about hardware, it doesn't matter where it is.
Choose and it'll be like a part
If there's
like
certain
for
capacity
$1,500
of compute power, that's like flops,
basically all the
right? So you
materials
essentially,
and like
like cloud readers or cloud credit is not similarly in the credit layer,
yeah, so
where
that's what
that
I think.
compute capacity
We were talking
sometimes can be bet on for a variety of interests. But the question is whether it's going to be treated as a financial instrument or an entirely. Whether that would be considered a financial instrument, because unless it's a financial instrument, you can't do a derivative as a product of financial product. Because there's a regulatory environment.
Yeah. So the whole point is to push it through CFTC, FCA regulation, or list an actual market index. When you list an index, you can have derivatives on the index. So the index is an underlying
So what's the general risk? What's the big bet you're making on GPUs? And the compute power?
The big bet is that there's going to be loads of volume trading. I don't take any directional bets. But it's going to move a lot in downwards. I believe, there's a lot of people who believe it's going to move upwards. Because of depreciation of, let's say, H100s and then depreciation, well, the new market entry of like GB300s, for instance. And so there's also a tension between supply and demand at all points in time. Now we're sort of wait and see on these scaling laws. So are we going to require a lot more GPU? Well, yeah, are we going to require a lot more GPU because we can do a lot more things with it, because these reasoning models will use more and more tokens.
Video models.
Or video models, or robotics models. So there's a tension, and whenever there's a tension, that means there's risk in the market, there's volatility, And whenever there's volatility, there's price action, there's price movement. Some people want to hedge that, some people want
It's
to.
actually not volatility. It is a capacity issue. Well, the distribution capacity is an issue.
I mean,
Right?
capacity turns into like capacity, supply and demand
But
has an effect on the
volatility has
volatility.
got to do with the value of it, right? Generally, value is what volatility
Yeah, well,
is.
the value is like
But demand
the
and
hour,
supply-
right? The hour of the GPU costs a certain amount, right? If suddenly there's a short spike in GPU utilization, the price will go up.
The principle is, but generally when you want to separate those concepts is, volatility is a calculation of underlying principles, but a deal itself has unpredictability built into it. In this case, that's not the case, right? We have a distribution and supply problem. Means there could be heavy capacity controlled by a few. It's like a De Beers diamond model, right? Means De Beers owns monopoly on diamonds, so they dictate the market. It's a market overall general capacity to the overall increasing demand, and who controls, dictates the spikes.
Yeah, but that's not the market that we're in. We're not in a sort of monopolistic market on GPU hours, right? We have a monopoly of GPU provider. We basically have just one, really, for all means and purposes. It's basically just NVIDIA. But we're not trading GPUs, we're trading GPU hours. And
NVIDIA is one stack. There's AMD is another stack. China has its own stack. There are multiple stacks. And of course, Elon has got his own stack. And they're putting a $30 billion infrastructure fund. There's more stacks coming, right? It means it's not right, of course, the majority of that is CUDA, which is why, like, CUDA is the language, which is why I have to use India. I can't do it anyway. If I want to put CUDA the first market entrant. There's multiple. And this one is pro, right? So the degree is like, take something old, not do the latest. If you figure out a way to optimize our own stack, or GPUs that they have, because of quant fund. So all quant funds have massive GPU.
Yeah, Schwartz is like a good word.
Generally speaking, right? But that's not the latest Blackwell. Doesn't matter. If you figure out, that's where like, the winning game for DeepSeek is like, they've taken an old stack, not the latest chipset.
well, what you're talking about is a sort of arbitrage between different types of GPU classes, right?
No. The arbitrage is if I trade, arbitrage comes in. But if I want to utilize for a purpose, in this case, like they want to create another model. To do that, actually, this is like a really great case study because what they're trying to prove effectively is
necessity is the mother of invention, basically.
exactly. So the invention will come because they mitigated the scarcity of the capacity on the compute side by optimizing the software stack that produces the same result.
So the thing is, when an optimization comes out, this optimization reflects in the prices.
Right, exactly.
Because suddenly there's a rebalance. Suddenly those chips that we thought were not very productive are suddenly very productive, and those that are much more productive are like, oh, we can. So any innovation like this goes into multiple different types of asset classes.
So it's what I call, it's called leveraging existing assets.
Yep.
The existing assets, there are plenty of GPUs around the world.
Sure.
Without any new AI stuff.
Yeah.
That's actually spiking, right? That optimization function that DeepSeek proved actually gave another tool and a mechanism to say, I'm already sitting on my 5 GPUs.
Yeah.
I'm
How
going
can I
to
make
extract
more?
value.
Yeah.
So value extraction by current. It's not what I'm going to buy.
But he doesn't care because he just reflects that in the price.
There's a good analogy here,
No,
which
no,
is
but if the two parts, if I already own, I'm not getting into a market to trade and buy derivatives based on GPU, because this stack is not part of the market. What, for trading, what is available in the market is what you see, not what personally I hold. Unless I put my asset on the market, it doesn't become part of the market capacity.
That makes sense, yeah. No, it's not that. So it's not, the question still remains is, again, this is where that law, Jevons paradox comes in, right, essentially, is if technology becomes extremely cheap or it becomes extremely efficient, does that mean that people are not going to be able to gain financial return from that technology? But the argument from Jevons paradox is that the cheaper it becomes, the more it will be used. And if you're creating an asset class out of the use of compute, you're always going to win on the Jevons paradox side because you're always going to see more and more GPU compute being used. So as an asset class,
The thing is,
So the
the
model
point that you
he's
made.
talking about, again, if I understand correctly, I'm
Yeah.
asking questions to clarify questions.
Yeah.
right?
Maybe an easy one to as a parallel. Let's say we have oil as a commodity, right?
Mhm.
Gasoline. If someone invents a new combustion engine that's a lot more efficient, great. This everyone starts adopting it if they can, right? It doesn't change the price of oil.
exactly, it doesn't change the price of oil. That's exactly
So
what I was saying.
you're still utilizing the oil. You utilize it better, and you probably start utilizing more of it.
Exactly, that's exactly what Jevons paradox says.
So
Right?
I'm
You're
trading
using-
the oil.
You're trading the oil, exactly.
Right? And what you do with the oil is up to you.
No, no, that I understood. What I'm trying to say, at the end of the day, anything market means something that is put in the market, it goes into the capacity on which you calculate.
Sure.
Not what, like for example, today in the world, gold, right? We, trade commodities, is one of the precious commodities that we do. When you buy the credits or when you buy the bullion and you're betting on it,
Right.
that capacity is actually doesn't include, this is very, very important to distinguish on the total market calculation.
Sure.
Between India and China, more than, I think, close to a couple of $1 trillion worth of gold.
Yeah, there's the on-market trading volume and then the completely
No, no, no,
off-market.
this impacts when suddenly something changes in the whole thing.
Yeah.
That it's dumped into the market, right? That is an important calculation, just again, not relevant immediately, but it's very, very relevant to the key market indicator. Is most of that gold is held in personal
Personal usage, yeah, personal loss.
So in the form of jewelry. So between literally these two countries, the amount of gold, actually hard asset, that's in your bedroom locker, not in the market, it will never be counted on the bullion. It's $2 trillion worth.
Sure.
So suddenly,
But if you sell me, let's say, a gold necklace, me and you are going to look at the index
Price
of
and
gold,
you trade on that, yeah.
You're not just going to randomly sell me your gold necklace for $1. You'll be like, no, it's currently trading at this much. That's why.
no, true, but remember the purpose, I'm talking about the capacity here, right?
Mhm.
Regardless of it, you're not selling the asset, you're selling the arbitrage on the asset, if you're going to trade. And then the
So
trading for
I
gold-
think the questions that you're presenting are more like taking back to the oil analogy. The question that she's presenting is, and I think, correct me if I'm making an incorrect interpretation of your word. You're trading oil, but now what if a lot more oil fields are found across the planet?
The whole market crashes. This is
Correct.
So that's what we talked about as well. It's like if quantum computing becomes a real thing, like that's the fundamental risk that
But that doesn't mean that you haven't created volatility. in
Absolutely,
oil
you
market by
you have definitely created volatility.
Volatility is just like your standard deviation.
And you at this point, at least I think.
I worked in banking, I've built indexes, I trade professionals. The calculation of the volatility is not the same as capacity, and using capacity as underlying leverage, you're building a market, right? If say
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So
It's
like a
very important.
Saudi would build their entire oil market on the basis of the core
Because just
capacity
because
that they
there
have
are
access
oil
to.
refinery underground,
Yeah.
I will not include that in the market. So
Absolutely, you will not.
marketable asset, right? The calculation is only based on marketable assets, provided suddenly, drill baby drill that we're doing right now, means completely changes the equation of, it's not volatility.
Right.
Your demand supply relationships.
Right.
So it's not the calculation for volatility, it is the production to distribution and the control and the market making. Those are the four principles of market law. Derivatives work that way, trading works every single day, right? Means market making
Right.
is how I will extract, I can create volatility if I want to, artificially if I want to do arbitrage.
Right.
So the controllers, the market makers will take it.
No, but
It's
those
today.
are the terms in this case. For example, as a technologist, you can dictate at least the arbitrage terms you can dictate because you can figure out a way to get your highest quality NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, or you as a company can only invest in the highest efficiency data centers that you can get your hands on. And if you're still using compute hours as a trading metric, you can sell more compute hours for a higher price, or you can sell lesser compute hours for the same amount of price, because the efficiency of compute that you're producing is going to be significantly higher, considering you have a state-of-the-art, essentially,
For
a
example,
data center
right
that
now,
you're
like Arthur
operating.
Network, founders a good friend.
Right.
Years ago, when blockchain immediately hit, created, the best way to get infinite compute is to a blockchain network.
Right, makes sense.
So it's a peer-to-peer, I don't have to go to the market.
Right.
Every computer is already there, just hook it up as a node, and you're actually adding, means individually I'm giving small, it becomes an exchange. So I'm basically buying a computer directly from an exchange, both a peer-to-peer network exchange, as well as a central exchange. Like, again, a market. So providers are many. So Akash basically becomes also tokenized. As a result, there's enough incentive from around the world. So flops is no longer an issue.
Right.
Right? Even though there's like a massive shortage outside of the traditional way, I can still get infinite because I'm a stakeholder.
Yeah.
I've actually staked my chain and my coin. And I have pretty significant capacity allocated for me because that's what I actually invested in.
I feel like I'm losing the line. What's the argument you're making?
Now the argument here is derivatives, I don't think anyone should be doing, because derivatives underlying a hard asset is how much you leverage becomes a derivative. So how many versions of the underlying asset you're gonna extract value out of it in multiple instrument capacity?
I think with compute hours, I think the most, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the things that you're saying is, and I think what you were saying as well is, the thing that you can double down on the most is, at least if you're making compute an asset, so it'll be commodities arbitrage essentially, with compute, essentially. Compute's your commodity, and you're going to be doing commodities arbitrage, and you're going to figure out the most efficient way that you can actually perform this arbitrage, I guess.
Two topics. One is sort of indexing and listing those instruments.
Right.
That's one thing. And the market making, the arbitrage, the speculation is like a different activity.
Right.
And arguably you can have two companies doing one activity each.
There are a couple of companies doing exchanges.
Yep.
Good exchanges, right?
Yep.
So exchanges makes perfect sense to me.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, anyone who can throw into the exchange
Benefits
plus
from the exchange
and
becoming
trade.
bigger, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, because it's not volatile, there's nothing to do because price doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
It is like exchanges to make money regardless.
So the Nasdaq is an exchange.
Right.
And the S&P 500 is a benchmark administrator.
Right.
So any financial instruments with the S&P 500 as an underlying are licensed by the S&P 500. So any like S&P 500 derivatives, options, futures, whatever, are all like the S&P 500 takes a slide of stuff
Right.
Because that is
through a
the
license.
business arrangement.
Yeah.
That's their business
That's
arrangement.
This
Now,
is not
Because they essentially, the service that they're providing you is building that 500 list.
Now there's a different business, Jane Street, for example,
Right.
doing the market
HFT,
making.
yeah.
This is a systematic internalization for that same underlying.
Right.
Remember, but that's not a structural reference. It's a business arrangement. Because I can come up with a creative.
I mean, it depends what
To
the risk
work with
taking.
each other and create external services on top of my original stack. This is cooperation, right? That's why I can list a company on Nasdaq and also go to SEC.
Yeah.
They're both offering listing services regardless, but they have unique their own other offerings based on their stack of tech. So Nasdaq has been predominantly tech, primarily all tech companies on Nasdaq, and then regular operating companies on SEC. But right now it's pretty much similar.
Yeah, I mean, the
Because
Max
all-
7 is on both. Like, the
Tech is
advantage of
pretty
being
much
on
dominant
multiple
in the
listings.
sector now, which is unusual, right?
I actually have experienced a lot with this in India as well. Having a listing on the Kolkata Stock Exchange that we were talking about before, or versus having a company listed on the last week versus having it listed on the NSE. A lot of companies, especially when you're talking about like construction companies or
terms are
logistics
also
companies.
used.
Yeah, the companies which are in logistics or construction based, those companies, the BSE gives you amazing
Much
terms.
better terms.
Amazing terms.
I've
But
never looked
if
at
you
that.
have like a bigger financial company, like you're doing financial services and you're doing things like that, then you want to always register or you want to list on the National Stock Exchange because the National Stock Exchange has a direct connection with the Reserve Bank of the country, and the Reserve Bank of the country is it's like a circle. So if you're building like a financial services company, one of the best examples is Zerodha. Zerodha is the biggest brokerage platform in India, right? And Zerodha listed on the NSE first and not on the Bombay Stock Exchange because they were expected to list on the Bombay Stock Exchange first. They listed, and as the company they listed on the National Stock Exchange before they did, is because the National Stock Exchange gives them a better value for listing on their platform. So there'll be a lot of companies that do multiple listings as well. I think what you're saying, and I think the advantage that you have is, I don't think anybody's been able to consolidate GPU provision. The on-chain idea is a great idea, but that's also not an idea that's become mainstream enough to then be traded on like. Yeah, it doesn't. You can't trade it on like a
doesn't matter
traditional
if it's
market.
on-chain or off-chain, right?
Yeah.
Compute is compute, and there's access.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying. Like if you
And the
consolidate
growing
compute is
market
similar to
making
what like a
simple.
blockchain would essentially. If you can create like your internal peer-to-peer network where every participant who is owning that compute as a commodity essentially can participate into this infinite pool of compute that you have access to because you have created that system. You can do arbitrage just on usage, but then you can also give people an access, charge money for the access to this whole network of compute.
No, but that dilutes, right? Again.
Oh yeah, that of course. I mean that's like a tech issue.
All of that is not. The underlying is the bet.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
What is the bet? The primary
Something we
bet
could
is, hey, regardless of whatever happens, AI first does the work.
Right.
In the next 10 years, massive surge of need for compute because almost exponentially everything's going to grow.
Right.
As a result, there's some capacity right now, there's some controllers on the market, right? And also heavy investment is going to further capacity.
Right.
Means while the capacity will be built, it may stall, it may slow down, it doesn't matter. But from today to 10 years from now, it's going to be exponentially bigger.
Much bigger,
capacity.
yeah.
Period, completely.
Yeah.
Utilization, for what purpose, how, humanoids are know about the things are coming, right? How that's going to be utilized. So if I'm going to be betting on a market play, what's my bet? What is my leverage bet? What's my North Star on which I'm making the assumption to build in this market today, right? Because it's not what's going to sell by the end of this month, end of this year. What would it be to the next 5 years? Because you have to follow the path, right? Not like, it's already happened. So what already happened is, it's not a volatility problem, it's a price problem right now. It is a distribution problem, an access problem. Because the biggest holders are the biggest companies of tech. They own and they're really massive.
Yeah, I think that's almost like it's an access problem. It's not it's a
no
distribution
market making. There's zero market making opportunity.
There is, okay, so we're speaking.
So without market making, there's no market, right?
There's no market making, which means there's no liquidity, there's poor depth, poor price discovery.
Yeah, and I think
but
that's
you
by
don't need
design,
price
right?
discovery, because there are only 5 players, there's no
Yeah, exactly, that's by design.
There are not 5 players, there's 500 players.
No.
There's 500, by volume, maybe not.
No, but that's all matters. At the end of the day, it's not how many players who controls the full capacity. 80% of the capacity is the
Exactly, that's a good
So
point.
it's like, there are always 3 biggest players in the market. Any market, doesn't matter. All of them are like standing. It's a waste of my effort to try to get them. I have to get one of the big players. Then I'm in the market of the others, I'm not. You don't start with those like tiny 1% players. I would rather do the decentralized chain mechanism.
For
and
all the
make
tiny
money
ones,
flow.
and yeah. So that's why I was saying, like, if you were able to figure out to provide access to compute, like that's the thing. It's provide provision of the access to compute is a more pertinent problem to solve, is because, and I think you're right here. Even though we think there might be not 5, but say 500 players, right? That's also not enough. Right? This is still a very small number. It's an extremely small number, and the number will actually top off at like 500 to 1,000 players. Like
Those
real
are the
players.
suppliers, not the buyers.
No, but I think after a certain point of time, the number of buyers who are actually buying for volume, for them, this is the real commodity of utilization over a large scale.
There is
That changes.
commercial.
Yeah.
So commercial, there are 2 primary participants, right? The ones that are actually producers. And then there are like large distributors, right? So they control most of the commercial side of the equation. Retail is like I'm going directly to an individual and then they're not charging. However, I make it available to them, but I can almost have like a much higher percentage of. I mean, you make a killing on the retail business because I'm already 10x my price, so that's where real margins are. But you cannot be a wholesale player unless you're a wholesaler in the market. Like what I mean by that is, for example, Meta's, there are so many big compute players today that nobody knows in the market, right? For example, $1 billion worth of compute that Meta buys from this one of our partners. They have 56,000 GPUs, right? So they actually give the compute. Half of the compute of Meta is running on their compute that they're buying from them. So meta is there, but actually it's not there. Right? So, and it's not one type of GPU, like a whole stack. Data center has multiple data types. CPUs, GPUs is a combination of it. So if I look at worldwide right now, the amount of CPU capacity, I can still run a great model on CPU. I don't need the entire GPU. So there's, again, this contrarian view is like, if I begin to optimize it, we are doing that already. The number that you think of GPU growth is not going to happen as rapidly.
If you're focusing a lot on optimization, but if you're not doing optimization, the total number of GPUs will increase, but people will not need to buy the latest GPU addition.
Asia is going to optimize because they don't have access.
Yeah.
So the moment no one's staying behind, everyone's going full force, means there's plenty of need is already getting in, and they're solving the problem that they're
And there's also like if the policy of this government of say for example not letting China have H100, they also apply these kind of things, export controls for other GPUs as well, right?
But they're also waiting to build their own capacity.
Exactly, that is what will cause them to build their own capacity. Because everyone will have to come back with either you will lose and you will agree to do whatever the US asks you to do, or you will choose not to lose and then you will try to build those capacities in there. Not lose, not like a lose, but just they have just their own data centers, like sprawled across somewhere, and they will turn into a cloud company basically after that. That's how you're commoditizing
But is that the same thing as saying you need to take some asset risk or have some other?
Precisely, maybe. That's what the whole blockchain conversation was.
This is what I tell you we do with AWS. Right. So we sort of do a risk transfer between them and their existing customers.
I think it's good. Good job. Yeah. Scott, by the way.
Right.
Are you part of the AGI?
I just came today to meet some
Right, we take some asset risk, and in some
just like
form,
friend
we
with
are
like a
doing
bunch of
some
like
form of
economy folks.
Yeah.
And it's like our cold start, well, we do this because there is no
Seems like a little
market.
bit
We do a bit of
empty
market
right now,
making
but that's
by,
okay.
by,
I wasn't hacking, I was just
by the act of doing market making.
The last one was I think Primex collected one, like Acton, it was like
I don't know what you mean by active. What do you mean by
No, the act of it.
The act right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn from that stuff.
Yeah.
License, otherwise we cannot do that. Or we cannot have interface with the software platform layers. That's still called a commodity.
So the point is, they say you're not allowed to do market making on known financial assets, even when it's not a known financial asset. You can market make on paper plates, like no one's gonna touch you. Yeah.
I think it's always good.
I lost the commodities market by the way. There's a lot of parallels there. You think about commodities, like physical commodities, how those markets came together. It was smallest bit under the radar players who were moving all these markets and facilitating. They were traders. This just a government a designation for them. It's like, for them, it's just people buying and selling stuff, right?
Good job.
They built
Good job. Hell of minor course. Yeah. Hell minor, that's true.
Multi-billion-dollar entity, 150 people company. That does food trading around the world. Right? Every food commodity, they control the market. Right? They're controllers of it. Because nobody has an understanding what total cost of any given hour, second, minute, anything, sardines, quantitative, all food commodities. They're one of the
But those are designated commodities, right? There's markets for like soybeans, there's markets for.
There's a new thing that's going to come. You have to understand the behavior of that food first. Before you do something.
You're going to have to do this analogizing that you did with oil. You're going to have to do that with compute, and you have to present it as like oil, compute being the new oil, or data. They use the data as the new oil. You're going to have to turn it into compute as the new oil.
No, but the more you
Build
say
a picture
oil,
of that.
the more you're making your cases. You don't
Yeah.
want to do that.
Yeah, fair
Right?
enough.
I mean,
Oil will be.
That's like, means you're already saying it behaves like one. Means if I'm saying myself, means I'm already building something that's going to behave like one. In the way I'm building the building process, it's a clear instructions and regulations because they're going to start looking at the same. So,
but shouldn't it be order structure? Why is it directly related to production capacity? Compute directly related to technology capacity? For any regulator, even if you don't tell them to make that jump from oil to compute and understanding that they're facilitating capacity inside a country, and the better, for example, if one country is producing crude oil and their refineries suck, because another country has some petroleum minefield coming from Italy that they don't even need a refinery capacity, you're talking about a multitude of zeros difference in the amount of efficiency they're being able to generate.
but
And this,
markets is not about efficiency.
no, I understand.
Efficiency is where you make most money.
Precisely my point.
So at the same
No,
time,
my point is this person who has access to this country and these two kinds of oil fields
but that's not how
can play both markets.
That's not how the markets work. Okay, this is a very engineer way of thinking. Right?
Yeah.
Markets are built by
Right.
just for
Fair.
right? They're built by policy makers, and I use policy as an instrument and extrapolate power.
Which is what my point is going to be like. The country here will not allow anyone else to trade and all that. Yeah, exactly. Free trade agreement is a joke. Yeah. Some.
Free trade agreement is a completely different context.
Yeah.
But if I'm building a platform, right, so at the end of the day, all the engineers think platform is an efficiency game, but that's not actually how you make money on any financial instrument. Financial instrument there's both a redundant risk incorporated because one small error, if it's highly efficient, you blow the market, you cannot afford to work. The ramifications are pretty significant. Right? So there's a
I'm doing lending for real estate right now. You're way too right. Like this is hitting very close to me. Yeah. There are triple redundancies introduced by design. Yeah.
What are the triple redundancies?
So essentially, with real estate, what will happen is that you will have the same information in 8 different forms for a single person who is applying for a loan.
What does that mean concretely?
Concretely means you're repeating information across different forms, but all of those forms are required for the completion of the loan actually being approved.
Is this by design or this is
by design? It's by design. So you know how I'll take it to like a little bit towards politics.
No, not really.
So basically, if you want to provide a proof, mathematically, from a security layer, right, means if 2 parties are transacting, how do I prove the transaction occurred, but I've never seen your information or this information? Means what you do is like you take your actual information, whatever that is, I induce confusion on the other side of mathematical data. So even if I show you, there's nothing one can ascertain. The actual information is mild with confusion. Right? That's an induced function. And you just do a mathematical equation. That's how cryptography works in some kind of cryptography, right? For security means, but I can effectively mathematically prove that the transaction has happened, but actually no one has the knowledge of what that information is. That's zero knowledge, right? It's a mechanism to provide a proof.
And how concretely does that work in real estate?
Pretty, because you essentially, we were talking about this, right? For example, lenders really like getting their money out. They don't like giving money, especially in the US. But borrowers, for example, don't want another borrower, or a developer doesn't want another developer to find out essentially what they're. So we were talking about this as Yardi being one of these companies which has a huge market economy. The reason that Yardi has that competition there is because Yardi is the only company around which finds out the information about different developers and new projects the moment they become real, right?
But tell me about the redundancy.
Yeah, so it's a more workflow oriented thing, but in the process of applying for a property, going through the bureaucracy essentially and getting to a final building, the amount of redundancy that is introduced at each and every point, and those redundancies are not introduced and attached to one person. Essentially what happens is that there is redundancy of information involved, and the responsibility of the provision of that information is separated between each and every entity that is involved in the transaction.
Can you be concrete, like with actual types of entities and
so
actual
let me give
forms?
you
No, but I care about the real estate case.
a developer, right? A developer has three different people who will be the right. A developer, three different people will be a part of that project, right? You have essentially a lot of similar formatting filled out by each of those three different people, right? About that same property or the same thing, the same plan that you're going for. Versus
these are the general contracts that are bidding for the project?
no, this is a project proposal essentially that they're presenting at this point, right? They come to our platform, and according to our platform, they will be attached to one, maybe two, sometimes capital markets advisors. What is the job of this advisor? This advisor is not a binding advisor. This advisor is a facilitating advisor, where they take all of the information, which is even slightly redundant information from the infrastructure, and they turn it into a packet. And that packet is a comprehensive, repeated and verified packet of information that is taken from these developers and sent to a portfolio of lenders. So say you have 100 lenders, you must present this opportunity to the top 5. So that's my selection algorithm, why we work it. We have the best selection algorithm for which lender we want to present this to. You present this to a lender, and now the lender has to identify that he wants to participate in the process or not. Say the lender says yes. Once the lender has said yes, it's not going to be the lender and that single company that's going to be like, okay, let's close the check and start working on it. No, it's going to be a separation of 4 different people who are going to underwrite different parts of it. Right? They're not going to underwrite the whole, they're not going to give you a $50 million check and be like, you know what, start building this. No. They're going to underwrite different checks of $12.5 million, just an example, to underwrite different parts of the process. So essentially, some of them will be for material acquisition, some of them will be for processing devices, will be for actual developing costs and contractor related costs, some of them will be for post-building costs. You'll be able to underwrite all of those costs, and all of those don't happen just as like a single cost. Yeah, I gave you this loan, this is the interest percentage, this is the way you have to return the loan back. No. All of them are again given through 4 different mechanisms. You either give them the whole loan upfront, which is what we talked about, either you give them the loan in installments as well based on project milestones you achieve, or you give them loans on the basis of you getting equity in the building. So you're not just giving them a loan, you're kind of giving them a loan, but you're also getting equity. Fourth is, you're not giving them equity right now, you're giving them a loan, but you are keeping the possibility of buying equity into that property open. And for that, you're
one lending mechanism.
like my point is, there are a lot of redundancies that are introduced here in the same mechanism, in the same pipeline between one entity and the other entity having these interactions. There are 5 different ways of doing that interaction, all of which are codified at the time the interaction happens.
But it feels like a risk mitigation method rather than a like.
But that's exactly what she said.
No, the functions are eight.
Yeah.
Risk is not risk what people think risk is. Risk sometimes is moving fast is a risk. It's nothing to do with the underlying parameters whatsoever. Right? Means if I have to get something to you, if I have to underwrite, I know that inside out like that, I've spent many years in banking. It's $1 million portfolio.
Right.
So if you're financing the whole value chain, say for example, you want to buy a Mercedes-Benz car, right? So think about all the steps that are involved. You actually finance a car in that, right? There's a manufacturer. The manufacturer has multiple suppliers involved, right? Across the board in finance. So risk is not just the manufacturer, not the distributor, not the dealer, not directly to the consumer, where you're buying from. That one supplier that has supplied that engine to Mercedes-Benz, their dependencies on external players. That has an underlying both lending risk, credit risk, reputation risk. There were 50,000 variables that went like this moment. It's a very complex understanding of how they mitigate risk. But risk is also your hedge, it's an asset. I actually use the risk on my books to make money from the market. It's entirely, that has nothing to do with whether I move things back and forth. It's a different way. The more, I'll give you an example. I was with GE Capital, part of the leadership team, on the commercial finance. We had a $30 million portfolio that we financed all North American product lines, right? All motorcycle vehicles, all recreational vehicles, all marinas, like you name it, inside out, right? Exclusively the whole value chain means that manufacturer, let's say if you're selling a Harley Davidson bike, for example, Harley Davidson as a company, and everyone Harley Davidson touches, including the consumer, doesn't finance from anyone else in the world but us.
That's a huge deal.
We have an exclusivity on the value chain. Means There's credit lines, there are inventory lines, there are product lines, there are risk lines, there are reputation lines, there's market lines, there's also the accounts receivable lines. We own all things. Means the value of the book of GE on just Harley-Davidson as one company, you can take that, generate $1 billion from the market using my book.
So you have a book
It's
with
an order book. Essentially used as you use that like an order mechanism, right? Of course I'm not going to trade because that function is not for trading, right? The reason, no matter whoever defaults, part of the reason I have the power because I own the asset. So it's basically a leasing. No one ever shows that actually owns not even our because all of the inventories on our books in the PS back. Means we exclusively own that asset. Means when I own that asset value is entirely different than we dictate the market. Because beyond this, we are the market makers of the assets. So you're a financer, you're not a trader.
Exactly.
So there's a big difference between, and with that if you want, because we obviously again say that we license entity to be able to play in the financial instruments, that's still people who get a license. There's massive leverage. Whereas the license.
When we were talking about this is precisely what we learned as well, is that lenders hate keeping money within. Because every dollar that they've deployed is essentially owning a part of this process. And on their books, they can say that they own a part of this process. So essentially, it's leverage that they can use to then move more money. So all the Harley-Davidson assets that you have, no matter how good the business is or not, you have that on your books, which basically signals to the market that says that they own all of this, and whatever something happens, Harley-Davidson will have to pay them back.
Not only that, there is a brand asset.
Brand asset, of course. I mean, that's a and essentially that what you essentially, and this is a very interesting. There's an interview with Ian Carroll on Twitter, and his takes on this are from a very conspiratorial lens. But he has a very interesting note when he goes down to the Bank of America, State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard. And all of these companies, their biggest holdings are other parts of these companies. It's very interesting. It's a circular, everyone is helping each other essentially, and the reason why they're helping each other.
But there are only a handful of companies
exactly.
that control the entire market.
They control the entire market.
Doesn't matter.
Because they're always hedging against each other. So even if it's actually, it's the function. It is the function that actually allows for the competition to exist in the market the way it actually does. It's because if there are 4 great players and all 4 great players are, they have parts of different banking enterprises, say for example, right? And these 4 players have parts in each and one of those 4 players' markets. What they will do is they will allow these 4 players to compete between themselves, build better pipes, but also do as much work as they can to acquire newer markets, make the pie bigger. Because any one of these also becoming successful means all 4 of them become successful.
So, but not only that, there's a very clear demarcation of what role they play in the ecosystem. No one plays all of them.
Yeah.
In fact, you're not supposed to.
You can't. That's illegal.
Yeah, completely.
Because that's monopolistic. That's insider trading and monopolistic.
Yeah. Like violations through the
Yeah.
Any regulation in any market, created like this massive prison system.
Which is why the conspiracy doesn't
And
come.
that's how Enron happened, right?
Yeah, that's how Enron happened. Funny.
Yeah, I think as a result, even though there is a, so when, if you're floating, again, whether it affects, you also manage GE as a company stock, as a result of that, your aircraft engine means.
And then he was taught a lot of things.
Financing is one mechanism.
They were expecting him to.
Means there are multiple classifications of assets in the market.
The more
right?
you learn, the
Real estate by far is the most valuable asset class in terms of value, which is illiquid. It is the largest asset class, the $50 trillion market cap.
know what it means.
No market comes
person living in.
but extremely illiquid.
Not liquid, yes.
That is the reason we have like stocks, because that becomes liquid, no one cares about stocks anymore.
Yeah.
So
if real estate was a liquid market, then why would anybody need to buy stocks? Just be like, I have a house, I should have that cash flow essentially coming in, right?
I mean, right now, again, that's what right now companies are, a lot of portfolio companies are that, where there are other mechanisms they're actually using to say, hey, how can I provide liquidity into your existing asset without you transferring it right? So, in the global real estate market, US market is by far the largest, which is $50 billion asset class. right? Because the biggest players are on Wall Street. They, if you look at the holdings of that, on the commercial and the residential, the development, multifamily, all of that means they're literally about 20 players. That's it. So market making makes no sense in that way. That's why they operate more than on the market making mechanism. They operate on how they work together to create new instruments.
Because what will you make the market for? There's no way 20 players at the end of the day anyway. You
The
might as well
retail
just
side is
expand the pie.
retail side does, of course. That's why you have a lot of market making stock side, not so much like real estate. Directly, unless I'm trading that stock. So trading as a function is an entirely different function. That's where the arbitrage gains really comes from. I mean, trading is by far the most lucrative arbitrage. Hands down.
Yeah, HFT, I mean, the
Everything,
whole
like in
proof of concept trade exists.
hybrid, like all of them. And again, you could take anything that you're trading, like ETFs, funds, doesn't matter. Like ridiculous number of instruments you have. Again, but I'm still taking the same, creating something new, taking the same, it's the same asset. Like I'm like spinning like different versions of it, creating another, floating another thing. Again, I'm building that through an instrumental regulation because you can't do that. You literally will become illegal and it's like seen as gambling, which is why the protection laws comes in. And this is where also global laws are into, right? US has its own SEC, China has its own, India its own, Europe is really, really hard, like economically. I would never deal with European financial markets the hardest. Because getting any approval, oh my god, they're so strict. On the banking side, like I would not even touch. And they're not
Which is why there are so small actual big players in European banking, is because again.
No, but UK is the one of the largest.
Yeah, but that's like this one part of the city of London where essentially you'll find every single one of these institutional players
No,
restricted.
but they're massive, right?
They're massive.
Huge global
I mean,
players.
they're the one reason why the UK still has it.
So London and Switzerland are like pretty banking sector.
But then also a lot of those banking players are institutional banking players who played in the market for an extremely long time. Think about that. They have like East India company level legacy.
No,
like
you know who
continuing.
actually created this concept and actually launched the very first ownership as a stock? East India Company.
Makes sense. Oh wait,
their own
they,
issues of
yeah, they oh
So
yeah, this is the
again,
first issue that they made. Yeah, oh
first
shit.
issues, like,
Yeah, they were the first issues. Yeah. That's
So they
right.
literally created that instrument.
Yeah.
Like, now with all the water works on that.
Yeah.
But it's UK and I'm literally the queen.
Yeah, the queen, yeah.
The queendom did that.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, yeah. That the first issue stock with a bond. Shit.
Yeah, literally the very first one. So against that, I'm gonna give you.
Was it 1789 on the Dutch stock exchange when this happened?
Yeah, Dutch.
1789, right?
This was the 1700s.
1700s, yeah, because
So they almost
that was
created
after
that.
the Battle of Buxar, because they had acquired these territories in India and they were actually had started the opium and the indigo trade from India because they had taken over Bengal in 67.
Correct.
Yeah, oh yeah, now I remember this because now it goes back to that.
Yeah. So again, because again, these are instruments. I don't like nothing but it's instruments based on something underneath, which is your assumption, right? You bet on one thing, see how the market goes. If you have enough ecosystem players, then it becomes a market. You can spend anything you want, effectively. But market makers by far are the most critical players.
The question remains is it a valuable, does the story stand with making GPUs, GPU compute essentially, as a commodity?
I would say, the way, that's why I'm drawing parallels more than any of these things to spectrum, right? At the end of the
So
day,
like the gigahertz spectrum for
because
telecom and stuff.
spectrum you trade, spectrum you buy,
Right,
there's the
right.
buy side and the sell side,
Yeah.
right? And then there's the whole world within spectrum,
Yeah.
right? Similarly, it's exactly the same one, it's not a financial model. That's what I say, right? Because I don't want to deal with it, it's not a retail thing, right? But the bigger players, like like if you take US spectrum, I mean DC, like there's some critical players are very involved, where they literally buy some spectrum with each other, right? And then others will buy from that. So it operates, it's interesting. The way the market operates is like because they're not trying to do an arbitrage, but the controllers of the spectrum. So if I know the controllers of the spectrum, I can do all kind of prediction models. In terms
This is the
of
same thing that happened with Starlink as well, right? In India, they wanted to contest for those 5G and 5.5G and the 6G
And
spectrum.
Ambani came out.
And they're like, yeah, hell no, bro.
Yeah.
And now Starlink is now coming in with GeoNet because Trump diplomacy.
Yeah, he's getting a feedback is good. Like,
It's
that's
insane.
all
Yeah, it's okay. As long as it's coming, as long as it's
yeah.
coming in through Jio and Airtel, it's okay.
Yeah.
Because like, all things considered, it's very easy for Elon Musk to say that would have been the fair thing. If Starlink would have come in, it would have completely destroyed the Indian market, especially when it goes down to 60 and 70 after that.
Yeah, Ambani-
All of those things is
Ambani
bought
is
out.
out.
You can't buy it back, but like buy them out essentially. That's what like the 2G scam was as well. People forget about the 2G scam.
Yeah.
Like 100 crores that was
You
basically.
know, because that's a very predictable indicator because just like how number of cell phones are going to grow, like in a number of penetration is going to happen.
But I'll go check out Evergreen.
Similarly, we can do a very parallel growth curve on the computer side.
So what would your play be in the compute market?
I think
Yeah.
there is, personally, I'm also very excited about the peer-to-peer opportunity because I can directly, I can benefit directly, not some, people.
Pure democratization of computing.
I love that personally, and I'm a stakeholder in.
Well, let's say
Akash network.
crypto, anything as crypto is off the table. How would you play?
So that's why I think we should look at the spectrum model. I think what you're alluding to fits really well, and then you're betting on that growth trajectory.
But how would you play it?
My focus is like, if I'm gonna go into it, goal is to, this is what I'm gonna do, right? I will go to every small data center, every small holder, actually not the big ones. I'm become the consolidator first.
Yeah,
That's how I would
because
do
that's
it.
the only way you would actually be able to compete with the big players at this point.
Wait, you go to the big ones?
No, the small ones. You'll aggregate all the small ones.
Like Rockefeller.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So I would literally become the consolidator of every new entrant and every small player because they have no edge market.
So
whatsoever.
let me.
How many small players are
there?
So many.
Imagine like there are people with like 20 racks. Like, there are all kinds of
Isn't Akash Networks doing that, like the
Akash Network is basically again, it's any node anyone can participate. They're not targeting any single one.
That's like distributed computing.
Yeah, distributed computing.
And you access via the blockchain.
But in this case, you're not distributing. You're not pushing distributed computing, right? They're all providing, they have capacity, they have consolidated capacity.
Yeah.
Right? So I can become the 10th player in the market. I will never be first, second, third, or that. Forget it, that's not happening. But I can become the massive aggregator of the 10th player.
So,
and that position
there is a
very
proof of
lucrative.
concept for this actually. Have you heard about virtual power plant technology?
About what?
Virtual power plant.
Oh, VPP?
VPPs, yeah. So VPPs are a proof of concept for I think what she's talking about. Is that something that you can apply? And you'd have to basically build out a tech business. Have you heard about VPPs? Yeah, so essentially, so it's virtual power plants. Essentially what you will have is every house, basically every house has kind of a Tesla battery and some solar, right? What usually happens is when, say for example, there's a whole brownout or a blackout that happens in San Francisco, to make sure that San Francisco gets a lot of extra power, they fire up a power plant immediately to provide all of that extra power. Right? But in this case, rather than firing up a power plant, every battery and solar power home that is in this vicinity can become an individual node where you can take 1 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, 1 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, and like you can take a lot of power and aggregate it from all of these energy stored elements, and you can act as the arbitrator, get all of that. The grid, which actually needs this energy, usually which costs you 23 cents per kilowatt hour, will pay $50 per kilowatt hour when they really need it.
Okay.
So the people get to make about $12 per kilowatt hour just for having that battery in their home. What you're able to do is you're able to take that energy, out of the 15 that the grid gives out, 12 goes back to the person, 3 goes to you. And the grid gets a lot of this extra energy and they will sell it back.
The benefit of that is you stay under the radar.
You of course stay under the radar, and that's
You
so.
don't have to get into the regular.
So
Which is the
VPPs is something that I have been. I don't work with the VPP company right now. I literally built their auto bidding applications for.
There's another company called Helium.
Helium.
Okay.
Yeah, for the telecom mobile hotspot
Oh,
kind of
okay.
thing that I could, like T-Mobile is trying to do that. Again, this is much more to play, but it's like unbelievable, right? I can get the same service, but it's like every single one. And it's coming from moving costs, like everything.
Oh, that's nice.
It's like massive, like again, they're like,
But what I'm saying is like if you can figure out a tech solution essentially to not only get access to a lot of compute from smaller players and smaller data centers, but also orchestrate them in a very effective manner.
Yeah, likewise.
This guy knows a thing or two about compute
Oh,
markets.
yes.
Hello.
I know he's been working on that for some time. Yeah, totally.
Pleasure to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you, man.
Pleasure.
I'm Brando. Nice to meet you.
Brando?
Brando, yeah.
Oh God.
Pleasure. Kyle.
That was the reason I'm here today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one. Yeah, you were hosting in this house with Jeremy for quite some time.
Yeah,
We've been running an hour-and-a-half debate about compute markets.
Oh.
You'll find this interesting.
Rock's one is nice when people are talking about review. Are you guys working in review stuff?
We were plotting a Rockefeller move.
Yeah. Consolidating smaller compute players.
Oh, that's huge value.
And aggregating
Huge value.
compute essentially.
In fact, I'm gonna like buy them out. That's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna roll up.
What's the 4D chess move in compute markets?
In compute, well, like, which part of the market? Like, do you mean like, how do you make money with compute? Or like, do you mean literally trading?
Whether it's trading it, whether running a market for it, whether market making, whether
Compute as a commodity.
Sure, so more than that. It's like 4D chess. I was feeling there's some crazy like arb if you own the talent to optimize CPU workloads.
Oh yeah. We were literally going to get into
that's
that right now.
That's Together AI, right? That's basically Together.
That's Together AI, D3 Chat, Grok.
I think everyone's doing
The
that.
5 companies that Omkar, you remember the 5 companies that we were looking at yesterday?
Yeah.
It's basically all of those companies doing exactly.
But in terms of optimization, in what way? In terms of
Get engineers to break into the CUDA kernel and make it more
I think
optimized.
the part that was novel though is we realized this like 3.5 years ago.
Correct.
And I think now it's obvious, but
Yeah, now
that
it's.
insight is
I think the agentic network now is given.
I mean
It's
that
done.
insight is what made us like our personality basically
Yeah.
like was like knowing.
Yeah,
oh,
totally.
No one's talking about it.
No one's talking about what?
Basically like the fact that you can, if you have the talent to optimize compute workloads, you can arbitrage on and then
Exactly.
make a ton of money.
Oh, that was a banana?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so for example, everyone's deploying, so early at Banana we had hundreds of people deploying on Torch, trying to put their inference in production. None of them realized you could speed up inference by 30x in Torch. Like if you just went under Torch, like now it's all integrated in the system, but our whole bread and butter was writing a transpiler under Torch before the open source community did.
Right.
And we were like,
oh shit.
we were just like, oh, like you literally like they're not doing parallel loading, they're doing
Right.
sequential weight loading. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
And like that little stuff like that was like all of our alpha.
Massive game changer.
Yeah, and then it got we got gutted on it, but I'm like
You know, what's actually interesting right now is a lot of the chip making companies, because AI is now at everybody's disposal, get go that actually design. So it's like
Get good, sorry.
Like
Get good at
the
that.
very design of a chip now is optimized fully on the AI stack. Also on the fiber, the material, like Optimus is very fast.
And that's led to like downstream optimizations as well. And something as simple as pandas, right? Somebody came up with fire ducts. It's big, like, it's the same import line, just imported from fire ducts for like 50x faster implementation. Like people are coming up with those kind of things. And again, that's the thing, like if here it's not about maybe finding more oil, and I don't think it's about Jevons paradox as much as it's about the oil itself becoming just so much more efficient that you need less of it. I guess that's one of the
Means
things
I
where you
already
can't get
bigger
it.
market to play with.
Yeah.
I don't need more market.
I don't think you can turn it into a commodity just on the basis of that. And again, that leaves you wide open to quantum computing becoming a reality, and then like the whole thing is.
I think the thing
It's like a paradigm shift.
Quantum computing becomes a thing. It doesn't matter, right?
It is a paradigm shift, right? Because just the raw amount of
No, but
compute
think
that you
about the
can.
data today.
Right.
Is all the human data is like so small as this.
Yeah.
It's like so small, just a few petabytes. Right? That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
like this is a
people are running out of it,
history.
literally. People are running out of it in like a year and a half.
Synthetic data is where the real game is. And
Yeah.
that's what empowers people.
We've been talking about that for a very long
So
time.
human data is actually not many other very
Yeah, we're talking
valuable,
about
like,
synthetic data for
it's
such a long time.
It's already like in the machine. Like, you know, it's, we
You
can
know
only
what?
get so
We
much
should
out
talk
of it.
separately. We have an India-based idea about this.
There was an interesting thing though, because like when I was starting with Banana, there's like this inference deployment company. Nobody was even, so literally investors thought that just like in GPT-2, that was the one at the time, right? GPT-2 and GPT-3 would just control AI and then nobody would have models.
Yeah.
So there wasn't even like, nobody even talking about models being intervention, let alone inferencing or optimization. And then like we were like, I don't think that's true, so like what do we do next? So optimize the model. And then we talked to some people that are like ML, you know, from a lot of the meta ML people.
Right.
And like those folks were like, you can definitely make this stuff faster, we did it in-house. And you're like, okay, let's just try to do that.
Right.
And so we had some alpha there and that drove a lot. But then people were like, oh, you've hit the cap. Then I talked with George Hotz, who's like, this guy's like 100x ahead of everyone. And then he's like, no, this shit's like, you're like 3 layers above where I'm working. And we did that, and I was like, well, it's still, like, you have 100x speed up on what we already had, which is a 30x. And then DeepSeek happened.
Oh,
Literally the whole continent got rugged.
Literally, like, we're changing kernel level code. It's insane.
And now you can talk to
and they
people,
open source it, like,
yeah. Well, like, now you can talk to people and they say you can't optimize anymore. And I'm like, it's kind of, I think.
Have you not realized that you can?
Yeah, it's like, this is.
Look at the last few years.
Yeah, it's been the argument for the last 3 years. People have been like, I don't think you will, I don't think you will. Or, there's no.
We're gonna call this Kyle's law. Every time someone says you can't optimize anymore,
You probably can. You probably can.
You probably can.
If you look at like the core physics of MatMol, basically like just, or you challenge like the architecture, you look at all the experiments, you're like, there's room for another 1000x, I think.
Actually, you should watch what Kai-Fu is doing. Better signal than in DeepSeek. Kai-Fu. Kai-Fu. So he's basically, you know, of course, you know, he's pretty much 100% in China. Focused. Hey, you know, Shanghai runs a $2 billion AUM fund. But also builder, right? He's a founder of O1, 01. Because he's the one very early, like, you know, for decades he's been AI, right? If a New York Times article he published in AI like back in the day, expert systems like in the 80s, like here at Stanford, ran Google China, but he actually went and established Google China.
Right.
So he used to live here just in the last 7 years and moved back to China, and 100% invest only in China.
Right.
$2 billion AUM. Every company, the number of unicorns is already is crazy. Right. Across the board, every hardware. So what he knows, others don't know. On the hardware side of the stack.
Well, it's like we haven't even talked about like we're still talking about like people doing optimization and then open sourcing. We haven't talked about like vertically integrating.
Exactly. Exactly.
I think that's gonna be the next step of like you literally own the data center, you own the.
I have like
that's why watch Elon Musk.
One of the that's not I don't think Elon. I think the one player here, just because the track record has been bad doesn't mean you can discount them. Is Apple.
Sure.
From the fab of the chip that we use, every single computer here is an M chip. Think about it. The chip that they've been able to come up with and the propensity that they have to actually build out vertically
Elon
integrated.
Musk guys is more valuable
I mean,
because of this.
for sure.
No, the next generation of industries is what Elon Musk does.
Yeah, that's true. No, that I agree with. That I agree with. That I am in all agreement with, without a doubt. I am Elon super fan.
He owns all the highways, like doesn't matter.
But
This highway,
the reason I'm
that
saying is, as a vertical
using the
integration in
sponsored
terms of user experience and speed on very small amount of
we'll have
power
like a
that
more
you
silly
need,
mode. It's like, hey,
a company that can do that really well is
but then,
that's what like I really
actually,
hope they are able to.
Think about a phone.
Come on, man.
Okay,
We
so
even have a
if
thing
you
already
think about a
to
phone,
load
right?
NPCs randomly.
Smartphone market, of course I'm a hardcore art and Apple fan, so don't even get me started, right? I agree with you. However, at the end of the day, edge, a lot of elements are on the edge now, right? So from an edge standpoint, China has a market, not US, right? Because the number of smartphones, both Android plus non-Android, is actually the biggest market, and you're pushing everything there, means the data that you have no one else has.
That's exactly my point. Apple has 2 billion deployed devices.
But with 8 billion, only with 10 billion. So this was the minority market, it's not the majority.
Yeah, I mean, they already.
But the majority market is not consolidated. There isn't, like for example, just the Apple pipeline. Samsung doesn't have as many deployed.
So it's
But
talking about
Google doesn't. It doesn't. Again, Android is a siloed system. It's not possible as a dev to get on that Android user data.
Here's what
suspect it's still the case. It's like,
That's my point, right?
As they're there,
Devs are not useful. Devs are not useful.
as they're there, I'm saying as they're there, you crash it. After you get.
What I like is the one who owns
think they have, like,
sensors
spot
is the
hero.
winner in the market,
Yeah,
not the ones who
like, they're
are
not that
humans
good.
right now.
No, that's fair, that's
So
fair.
humans are on a
Refresh
great
rate's pretty
billion.
low.
How many
It's
sensors
like-
are we talking about? Trillion plus?
It's not that,
No,
So
that's fair.
that's my
All the
data,
spots are
right?
like
So this data is like just
Yeah.
They're not
super tiny.
Yeah,
Oh.
as many actuators you can get in the market.
Like,
So
so
that's
that's
any
like-
any sort of data, any sort of activation, yeah.
Is a real
street parking.
Because they make
Flies
those
and
sensors.
open up instead of circling Castro for like.
There's
I
this
know what you mean.
semi-analysis
And you're not gonna.
like article recently about the
Yeah.
supply chain of robotics.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that you can also get from like a lot of cameras. But,
Not only is China able to iterate like